Just how miserable can it be to transmigrate into a nobody in the entertainment industry? The original owner, Jiang Zhou, provided a textbook answer to that question. His girlfriend of 4 years turned around and threw herself into the arms of a wealthy heir. His proudest asset, his singing voice, was completely ruined after someone secretly drugged his coffee. What was even more despairing was that he was completely frozen out by his agency, Brilliance Entertainment, for 5 whole years. He finally managed to endure until his contract expired, only to end up working as a background extra at a film studio. Then, while playing a corpse on set, he saw a video of his ex-girlfriend in another man's arms. He was so consumed by fury that his heart gave out, and he dropped dead right on the spot. However, when this completely unlucky shell of a body opened its eyes once again, the soul inside had already been replaced by one from Earth. Ding. Soul perfectly integrated, activating the ultimate all-round superstar support system. The cold mechanical voice echoed loudly in his mind. Before Jiang Zhou could even figure out what was going on, a deadly sword was already hanging over his head. The system coldly issued a beginner quest, demanding he turn his situation around within a strict 15-day limit. If he could not fight his way back in the entertainment industry, despite being completely blacklisted by corporate investors, the punishment awaiting him would be complete and literal obliteration. To survive, he had to carve a bloody path out of this certain doom. But his desperate path to a comeback had a rather terrifying beginning. Let us turn back the clock to the exact day he first woke up after transmigrating. In a corner of Yunzhou Film City, a few extras were mysteriously whispering about some gossip. Hey, did you hear? Jiang Zhou was playing a dead body, and he actually ended up really dying. You can play a dead body for real? Does that mean he acted himself to death? Stop kidding around, heh. I'm not lying to you. They say he was an extra in a modern war drama yesterday, just lying on the ground acting dead. But once he laid down, he never got back up. There were hundreds of people on set, and they were all scared out of their wits. For real? It's all over the film studio. He's been sent to the hospital to determine the cause of death. The police even showed up and drew an outline on the ground. Yunzhou Film Studio Hospital. Jiang Zhou is lying in an autopsy room, waiting for the coroner to perform an examination to determine his cause of death. Ding! Soul fusion progress is nearing completion. 98%, 99%, 100%. Congratulations, host, your soul has successfully merged, activating the ultimate all-round superstar support system. Ding! World progress is being imported. World progress import complete. Ding! Host information is being imported. Host information import complete. Ding! Releasing the ultimate SSS rank mission. Become the Polaris superstar. Game is about to start. 3, 2, 1, start. Hearing the voice in his mind, Jiang Zhou woke up from the darkness. As his consciousness returned to his body, he opened his eyes wide and locked gazes with the female coroner, who was just about to make an incision with her scalpel. As their eyes met, Jiang Zhou felt the light was a bit blinding. He frowned slightly and raised his hand to rub his eyes. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the entire floor, and the female coroner dashed out of the door like a track star. Jiang Zhou adjusted to the light and sat up. He looked at the open door and muttered oddly, "Am I really that scary?" Then he looked around his surroundings and was suddenly stunned. My God! Is this a hospital? How did I end up in a hospital? Suddenly, a flood of memories surged from his sea of consciousness, and he understood everything in an instant. In a parallel universe called Polaris, a young man also named Jiang Zhou had died suddenly while working extra. As for him, he had clicked on a pop-up ad for a celebrity game on his computer when a current surged through him. The next thing he knew, he had woken up as the extra Jiang Zhou. As someone from Earth who often read novels online, Jiang Zhou immediately grasped the situation. I've transmigrated, and I've even obtained a legendary system. Jiang Zhou's breathing was heavy, and he pinched his own arm in disbelief. Hiss, it hurts, so it's definitely not made of silicone. Ding, releasing novice mission, break the deadlock. Mission details, handle the original owner's unresolved issues. Facing the suppression and blacklisting from Zhu Zhengxi of Brilliant Entertainment, you must find a way to break the deadlock and return to the entertainment industry. Mission completion reward, 1 C-rank treasure chest. Mission duration 15 days. Jiang Zhou was speechless. From the memories, he learned that the original Jiang Zhou was a newcomer at Brilliant Entertainment, one of the 3 major agencies in the Xia Kingdom of Polaris. He had been shelved for 5 years and faced constant harassment after offending Zhu Zhengxi, the son of the board's second-largest shareholder. 2 months ago, the original owner finally managed to endure until his contract expired and escaped from Brilliant. He had hoped to work as an extra at the Yun City Film Studio to chase his star dreams again, but he didn't expect Zhu Zhengxi to track him down. The guy didn't want him to have an easy life, so he ensured that major crews wouldn't give the original owner any good roles, only insignificant, low-paying background roles. Yesterday morning, the original owner received a video from Zhu Zhengxi. In the video, Liu Mengyao, whom the original owner had spent 4 years wooing before she finally agreed to be his girlfriend, was giggling in Zhu Zhengxi's arms. Perhaps out of intense anger, the original owner suffered a sudden cardiac arrest while acting. System, are you sure this first task is a novice mission? Jiang Zhou read the backstory from his memories, looking extremely reluctant. System, 200% whole milk sure. Jiang Zhou slapped his forehead and scolded. You're still joking around. With this shitty mission as a novice task, I bet you don't even know how the word death is written. I'm not a god, and you're starting me off at hellish difficulty. You at least have to provide some support like a novice starter pack, right? Huh? System replied with disdain. The novice starter pack has already been sent to your inventory. Please retrieve it. Jiang Zhou immediately followed the system's instructions and opened his inventory. He saw a simple red treasure chest sitting quietly in the first slot of the 20-slot inventory. As his gaze swept over it, a bubble popped up above the chest containing the words, Novice Treasure Chest. System, do you wish to open the novice treasure chest? Jiang nodded. Open. Bang! The lid of the novice treasure chest swung open roughly. A golden light spiraled upwards, an epic musical theme played, and 3 bubbles popped out of the chest. The treasure chest vanished. The items in the 3 bubbles automatically settled into the first 3 slots of the inventory. Throat Recovery Capsule. After using this capsule, it will continuously repair damage to your vocal cords over the course of 1 year. Once the repair is complete after 1 year, it will further strengthen your vocal cords. Repair completion countdown. 365 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Great stuff, Jiang Zhou exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected the system to give him such a good item. The original owner's voice had been ruined by Zhu Zhengxi, and now he could recover it. After all, a voice is quite important in the entertainment industry. Even if he doesn't sing, a good voice is needed for delivering lines in acting. Audiences certainly wouldn't accept an unpleasant voice. With the throat recovery capsule, Jiang Zhou could finally put his worries to rest. At the very least, his voice wouldn't hold him back in the superstar mission. As for the fact that it would take a year to fully recover, Jiang Zhou wasn't worried. Not being able to sing for a year doesn't mean you can't sing in the future. What is the second item? Jiang Zhou checked the second gift pack. Professional Skills Book. A selectable job specialization skills book. The host can choose a professional field to generate a specific skills book for study. Jiang Zhou didn't quite understand and asked suspiciously, System, how do I use this skills book? System, the usage method is that if you choose the actor profession, it will generate a specific acting skills book. After studying it, you will gain professional level acting skills. Jiang Zhou's eyes lit up. That's good. However, he hasn't decided what his next move is yet, so there's no rush to generate it. The third memory capsule. After consuming it, you can perfectly recall a specific part of your memories, a one-time use item. The third one was easy to understand, and Jiang Zhou immediately realized its function. System, host, are you satisfied with the novice starter pack? Jiang Zhou nodded repeatedly, satisfied, very satisfied. System, host, please complete the mission as soon as possible. If the mission fails after 15 days, you will die. What? Jiang Zhou jumped up like a ruffled rooster, terrified to his core. System, say that again. What happens if I fail? The system seemed to be building its own confidence, repeating, that's right. Failure penalty, you die. You will be erased. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang's forehead. In this moment, he suddenly felt that the system's previous teasing carried a chill that cut to the bone. This isn't a game, it's a bet on my life, Jiang Zhou muttered to himself, feeling frozen all over. However, Jiang Zhou didn't notice that the system's tone was so uncertain. The system's cold and harsh explanation made Jiang Zhou's initial joy of rebirth vanish without a trace in an instant. Success brings a treasure chest reward. Failure means being obliterated. This is not playing a game at all. In games, at least you can respawn after dying, but with the tasks issued by the system, you simply cannot be revived once you fail. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhou felt freezing cold all over. Even though the doors and windows in the room were shut tight, he felt a constant howling of cold wind blowing against him. To avoid being obliterated by the system, I must figure out a way to complete the task as soon as possible. Break the deadlock. Break the deadlock. How on earth am I supposed to do that? Jiang Zhou racked his brains thinking of various solutions, but his thoughts were too cluttered, resulting in him not finding an effective method, even after half an hour. He definitely couldn't stay in the Yunzhou Film and Television City anymore. The Actors Guild and any reasonably well-known foreman here had basically been warned by Zhu Zhengxi's people. If he continued to stay in Yunzhou Film and Television City, it would still be a dead end. The original owner's voice was inexplicably ruined by irritating coffee back at Brilliant Entertainment. Jiang Zhou knew his throat had been poisoned by Zhu Zhengxi, who intentionally destroyed it. So he couldn't make money by singing in commercial performances either. If he couldn't even survive in the country's largest Yunzhou Film and Television City, how could he ever stand out? Besides, the condition of his voice also limited his development. Even if he turned the professional skill book into a professional acting skill book, and his acting skills met the standards after learning, allowing him to pull off various roles. When delivering lines, however, he would always sound hoarse and unclear. Not only would it be agonizing for him to hear, but it would probably also be uncomfortable for the director and his co-stars. Being a nobody, it was absolutely impossible for the production team to hire a voice actor for him. Therefore, the path of an actor was definitely not going to work in the short term, and could only be put off for later. As for professions like writing that had too little contact with the entertainment industry, they weren't good enough either. Grumble. Jiang Zhou's stomach growled, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. Damn it, I'm still in the hospital. What's the point of thinking so much? Let's get out of here first. Right at that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out, and a large crowd of people rushed into the autopsy room. Among them were police officers, doctors, and nurses, including the forensic doctor who had run out earlier in extreme fright. They were all holding instruments in their hands. Seeing Jiang Zhou sitting on the hospital bed, they were all startled and stood at the door in panic, not daring to come in. Freeze! Are you a human or a ghost? One of the police officers asked loudly, glaring with wide eyes and holding a baton. Jiang Zhou hurriedly raised his hands and said, I am human. Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, the group of people still didn't dare to enter. The police officer asked hesitantly, How do you prove you are human? Jiang Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect to encounter the ridiculous question of how to prove you are yourself. He held up his hands and said, Officer, do I look like a dog to you? Dogs can't talk either, right? Ahem. The police officer coughed awkwardly twice and stepped forward tentatively, carefully examining Jiang Zhou. Didn't you already die? How did you come back to life? Jiang Zhou thought for a moment and played dumb. I don't think I died. I don't know what happened either. I just suddenly fainted while filming. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The female forensic doctor yelled, Nonsense, your heartbeat clearly stopped. Jiang Zhou helplessly glanced at the female forensic doctor. She was quite pretty. He puffed out his chest and said, Come on. Beautiful, touch me. See if I have a heartbeat. The female forensic doctor's face turned red, and she spat. You hooligan. Jiang Zhou rolled his eyes, lowered his hands, and swung his legs off the hospital bed, preparing to stand up. But just as he stood up, the cloth covering him slipped to the ground, instantly exposing everything in full view. Ah! The female forensic doctor and the nurses screamed. Some hurriedly turned around and covered their faces and necks blushing red. They weren't afraid to look at a dead person's private parts, but seeing a living person's would definitely make them blush. The main thing was that Jiang Zhou was a young and fairly handsome man, which made it even more embarrassing to look at. Oh my God, who took off my clothes? Jiang Zhou looked down, his face flushing red, and hurriedly picked up the cloth from the floor to wrap around himself. Phew. The police officers and male doctors nearby all breathed a sigh of relief. By this time, they already believed the fact that Jiang Zhou wasn't dead. How strange, to think someone could actually come back from the dead. The police officer put away his baton, looking at Jiang Zhou weirdly. Jiang Zhou felt uncomfortable being stared at and said awkwardly, Officer, could you help me find some clothes to wear?" The police officer chuckled and said to the doctors at the door, "This kid is definitely human. Quickly bring his clothes here." Good thing he's lucky, otherwise a living person would have really been dissected into a dead one. A nurse hurriedly went to get Jiang Zhou's clothes and brought them over. After Jiang Zhou put on his clothes, finished the registration, and called his family who were on their way to explain that he had just been in a coma, and it was a mistake so they should go back, this bizarre incident finally came to an end. A few hours later, Jiang Zhou came out of the hospital and walked towards his rented apartment, following the original owner's memories in his head. Along the way, he read through the memories in his mind. In the parallel world, the history of Xia country was very different from that of Huaxia on Earth. Since the Qin dynasty, there had been massive differences. The Han dynasty did not unify the country. Instead, it stood as equals with Chu for over 100 years. Later, because neither Chu nor Han had the strength to dominate the other, they turned their sights beyond the Central Plains. Han expanded to the northwest and annexed Western Europe. Chu expanded to the southwest and other areas, annexing several states of Nainyu. Later, Chu and Han lasted for over 300 years, but eventually couldn't withstand the changing times, and both dynasties fell apart. History was a cycle of division and unification. Because of the joint rule of Chu and Han, the subsequent Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties never appeared. Now, modern culture was even more vastly different. Many of the ancient poems and literary masterpieces from Earth did not exist in this parallel world. Songs and the like were completely different as well. Various historical data spun in Jiang Zhou's mind as he came to understand this world. There are three major talent agencies in Xia country: Huaya Media, Brilliant Entertainment, and Mars Entertainment. These three agencies occupy almost half of the entertainment industry in Xia country. If I want to avoid Brilliant, I'm afraid I still have to start with the other two big companies. Otherwise, it won't be easy to find a way out. Knowing the historical development of Xia country, Jiang Zhou began to consider his own task again. Just because I can't act or sing doesn't mean I can't work behind the scenes. How about I start from behind the scenes, like composing and writing lyrics? Jiang Zhou put his hands in his pockets, pulled his collar tighter, and frowned as he pondered the paths he could take. After returning to his rented apartment, he took a look at the dark little room and sighed. The thoughts in his mind became even more resolute. Let's start as a behind-the-scenes composer. He decided to put it into action right away. System, Jiang Zhou called out in his mind. Xiao A is here, the system replied. Jiang Zhou was rendered completely speechless. No matter how much a dinosaur pretends to be cute, it's still a dinosaur. Jiang Zhou curled his lips and said, "For the professional skill book, I choose to generate a professional composing skill book." "Okay," the system replied. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the professional composing skill book. Do you want to learn it immediately? Learn it. Jiang Zhou didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to learn. As the skill book turned into a spiraling rainbow light and disappeared, Jiang Zhou's mind was filled with a lot of knowledge about composing. The songs he had heard in the past now gave him an indescribable feeling when he recalled them. What was even more magical was that when he looked at the messy environment in the room and thought about his situation, several melodies surprisingly fluctuated in his mind. It is said that there are three realms of composing. The first realm is the realm of ordinary people, using ears to listen to music, judging whether it sounds good or not. The second realm is the realm of composers, using eyes to see music. Wherever the gaze lands, there is music. The third realm is the realm of masters, using the heart to feel music. Only when the heart and music are united does it reach the ultimate peak. In an instant, Jiang Zhou had a different realization. After learning the professional composing skill book, he directly grasped the second realm, using his eyes to see music. As a few melodies blended together, scenes flashed through Jiang Zhou's mind, and he blurted out a song. Where on earth is the world full of flowers? If it truly exists, then I will definitely go. As soon as the lyrics left his mouth, his own hoarse voice suddenly brought Jiang Zhou back to his senses. Was the song he had just subconsciously sung actually chasing dreams with a pure heart? As the memories of the original owner and his own memories of Earth alternated in his mind, a sudden surge of heroic spirit swelled in his heart. Damn it. Screw Huang and screw Zhu Jiangxi. System, use a memory capsule to recall the song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. The system prompted that the memory capsule had been used successfully. Jiang Zhou's vision suddenly blurred, as if a scene was swaying before his eyes. At the same time, an image emerged in his mind, exactly the scene of him listening to Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart on a music player back on Earth. The lyrics on the music player were vivid, as if carved into his mind with an axe. The melody, composition, and arrangement were also clearly engraved into his consciousness. In an instant, the song perfectly surfaced in his mind. The next day, Jiang Zhou recorded a demo of the song on his phone, grabbed the original owner's suitcase, and boarded the high-speed train to Shenzhen. Coming out of the Shenzhen train station and looking at the countless towering skyscrapers, Jiang Zhou could not help but sigh in amazement. The Shenzhen of this parallel world was even more developed than Shanghai on Earth. The various skyscrapers made one feel as if they had stepped into a concrete jungle. Suspended maglev trains constantly shuttled between the buildings in the air, leaving Jiang Zhou dumbfounded as he witnessed the transportation capabilities of this parallel spacetime for the first time. On the Zhuai star of this parallel spacetime, technology was slightly more advanced compared to Earth, though not by an overwhelming margin. It was just ahead in certain aspects. Transportation capability was one of them. The high-speed trains on the Zhuai star could reach speeds of 1,000 kilometers per hour, reaching the practical application stage that Earth was still researching in laboratories. Due to humanity's emphasis on environmental protection, many areas on the ground had been restored to woodlands and planted with vast expanses of green vegetation. Looking down from the mid-air maglev trains, it felt like entering a massive green botanical garden. The difference was that this botanical garden coexisted with modern, towering architecture, making it incredibly spectacular. Of course, private cars were still the mainstream mode of travel on the Zhuai star, entirely powered by new energy to minimize environmental pollution as much as possible. Following the address he had found online, Jiang Zhou located the headquarters building of Mars Entertainment, one of the top 3 entertainment companies. He found a nearby hotel, dropped off his luggage, tidied up his attire, and headed to the Mars company to apply for a job. The Mars office building had a full 32 floors. From the outside, the entire structure looked like a magnificent silver trophy. On the upper middle section of the trophy, the words Mars Entertainment sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Jiang Zhou arrived at the reception hall of the Mars office building. A beautiful receptionist saw him looking around and walked over. However, upon seeing Jiang Zhou's handsome face, a flash of amazement crossed her eyes. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Jiang Zhou stopped in his tracks and glanced at the beauty. She was wearing a dark blue professional skirt suit and high heels. Her slightly curled hair was tied back and she wore a smile on her face. She was extremely pretty. Mars truly lives up to its reputation as one of Xia country's top 3 talent agencies. Even the receptionists are this gorgeous. Jiang Zhou marveled inwardly but spoke politely. "Hello, I am here to apply for a job. I would like to ask if you are still hiring composers?" The beautiful receptionist smiled and asked, "May I ask if you have an appointment?" Jiang Zhou shrugged helplessly and replied, "I'm sorry, I don't have an appointment. I just looked up some information online and rushed over. I apologize for the sudden intrusion." "Is so?" The pretty receptionist blinked her large eyes, carefully scrutinizing Jiang Zhou's chiseled face. After a moment of thought, she said, "If you don't have an appointment, you normally couldn't, but let me ask the composing department for you. It seems they haven't posted any job openings recently. Please take a seat on the sofa for a moment while I make a call to check." Jiang Zhou nodded without overthinking it and followed the beauty to the sofa in the lobby to sit down. He could clearly tell that the pretty receptionist had originally intended to reject him. He wondered what made her change her tune. "How strange! Could it be because I am just too handsome?" After settling Jiang Zhou in, the pretty receptionist picked up the phone to make the call. Right at this moment, the glass doors of the lobby opened, and a man and a woman walked in side by side. Jiang Zhou was already sitting there feeling bored, so seeing people enter, curiosity drove him to look at the newcomers. The man was quite young, around 25 or 26, dressed in sportswear, wearing sunglasses and a mask. He was likely a celebrity artist under Mars. The woman looked to be in her 30s, plump, with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a long woolen coat. She was currently holding her phone and making a call with a face full of irritation as she walked. Perhaps touching upon something she was dissatisfied with, the woman's voice grew louder, filled with anger and domineering authority. "What are you all even doing? I personally promised Beetle Company the movie theme song for Striving Forward, and you guys still haven't finished writing it. Today, Director Lin from Beetle Company even called to ask me about it. How long are you going to drag this out? I don't care. Under these circumstances, you must produce the song within a week. Besides, Su Xinghao is also waiting. This song absolutely cannot be delayed. If the client isn't satisfied, that's your problem. Are you unaware of why you can't meet the client's requirements? Is an inspirational song really that difficult? If you can't do it, we'll swap in someone who can. I'll give you a week at most. If it's not done in a week, I'm outsourcing it." The woman's icy voice drifted over, and Jiang Zhou heard her words clearly. With the call hanging up, the woman and the young man stepped into the elevator and went upstairs. "Su Xinghao?" Jiang Zhou glanced at the handsome young man's back with a puzzled expression. This name seemed somewhat familiar in his memory. Just as he was about to take out his phone to search, the beautiful receptionist walked over with a smile on her lips. "Sir, I've asked for you. You can take the elevator to the 11th floor. The assistant to the composing department director will be waiting for you at the elevator entrance." Jiang Zhou stood up immediately and expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much." "You're welcome," the beauty nodded with a polite smile. Jiang Zhou smiled and excused himself. After getting on the elevator, he quickly straightened his clothes and gathered his thoughts, ready to face the composing department's assessment. On the 11th floor, the elevator doors opened. Outside, a cute girl in her early 20s with short hair was looking at the elevator waiting. Seeing Jiang Zhou step out of the elevator without an employee badge, the girl's expression clearly paused in surprise. She had not expected the job applicant to look so young. "Hello, I'm here for a job interview." Jiang Zhou introduced himself proactively upon seeing the girl. "Oh wow, I didn't expect such a handsome guy. I thought it would be some middle-aged uncle-level composer." The girl stuck her tongue out playfully and giggled. "Follow me, I'll take you to see the director." "Alright," Jiang Zhou nodded and followed behind the girl. Mars composing department occupied an entire floor of offices. After entering the office space, there weren't many people around. Many workstations had materials laid out but were empty. There were also some specially set up soundproof booths and simple recording studios. Many colleagues in the composing department don't really like the crowded and noisy Aussie office environment, so sometimes there are very few people in the company. A lot of them just clock in and then go out to look for inspiration. Over there are our soundproof rooms. If inspiration strikes and you don't want to be disturbed, you can go into a soundproof room to finish your creation. At the end of the corridor, there's a lounge that provides coffee, magazines, and so on. If you want to grab a cup of coffee and relax, you can go there. The girl led Jiang Zhou toward the director's office, introducing the place as they walked. Jiang Zhou nodded, feeling impressed in his heart. A big company was indeed a big company. All the facilities were excellent. The girl brought Jiang Zhou into the room with the director's office plaque and arranged for him to sit down before asking, "Did you bring your resume?" Jiang Zhou nodded. "I did." Saying that, he placed his previously printed resume on the desk. The girl poured a cup of water from the water dispenser and walked over. "Have some water first." "Thank you." The girl smiled briefly, turned around, and walked out of the office. About 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked in. Behind him was the plump woman Jiang Zhou had seen making a phone call in the lobby on the first floor. The two were currently arguing and both had rather poor expressions. Upon seeing Jiang Zhou, the two seemed to realize it was inappropriate to continue arguing in front of an outsider, and they stopped talking. The middle-aged man forced a smile at Jiang Zhou and greeted him. "I heard you are applying for a position as a composer." "Yes. This is my resume, please take a look." Jiang Zhou subtly put away his phone, stood up, and handed over the resume. His eyes flickered as he noticed the employee badge hanging on the other party. Composing Department Director Wang Zhenba. Jiang Zhou let out a bitter smile in his heart. He didn't expect to come for a job interview right when the leader was in a bad mood. It was really hard to say whether he would pass. He couldn't help but feel a trace of apprehension in his heart. Wang Zhenbang took the resume, nodded at Jiang Zhou, sat down on the guest sofa, and began to read it in silence. The plump woman who had followed him and was equally blunt. She sat on the adjacent sofa to wait, her face sullen, her eyes fixed coldly on Wang Zhenbang. 24 years old, graduated from Handong Academy of Arts. Huh? You were signed with Brilliant? Seeing Jiang Zhou's resume, Wang Zhenbang looked surprised. He narrowed his eyes and gave Jiang Zhou his first real scrutinizing look. Upon hearing the name Brilliant, the plump woman nearby also looked at Jiang Zhou with a hint of surprise. Someone from Brilliant? Jiang Zhou knew it was his turn to speak. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "To be precise, I am a newcomer who was shelved by Brilliant for 5 years." Oh, both of them were surprised, their curiosity piqued. "Tell us about it in detail," the middle-aged man said. Jiang Zhou gave a self-deprecating smile, briefly recounted his experiences at Brilliant, and then explained his purpose for applying to Mars. A moment later, "Mars is not a shelter. I am sorry, but you have no experience in composition and no fame whatsoever. Furthermore, you have offended Brilliant's top management. In short, while we are not afraid of Brilliant, there is no need to provoke them." After hearing Jiang Zhou's story, Wang Zhenbang shook his head regretfully, put down the resume, and politely declined Jiang Zhou's application. As I expected, Jiang Zhou sighed inwardly. He had anticipated that the job hunt would not be smooth sailing. However, he did not stand up. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, turned to look at the plump woman beside him, and said, "If I am not mistaken, you are Ms. Li Mingyu, the director of agents at Mars." The plump woman raised an eyebrow. "That is me." Li Mingyu had not expected this young job seeker to strike up a conversation with her. Jiang Zhou stood up, bowed, and said apologetically, "I am sorry. I would like to offer you an apology." Oh? Li Mingyu and the composition department manager Wang Zhenbang were both puzzled and confused. Seeing them looking at him with strange expressions, Jiang Zhou knew he had piqued their curiosity, so he stopped beating around the bush, took a deep breath, and said, "Just now in the lobby on the first floor, I accidentally overheard Director Li's phone call, so I am very sorry. But it is precisely because I heard that call that I think I have a song that fits exactly what you are looking for." Li Mingyu and Wang Zhenbang exchanged a glance, both looking dumbfounded. Jiang Zhou stopped holding back, took out the demo he had recorded, and placed his phone on the table. "This is a demo I recorded. You two can have a listen. If you are satisfied, I am just looking for a job to make a living." There was a great deal of helplessness in Jiang Zhou's tone. Brilliant's suppression had driven the original owner to despair, and it had also landed him with a hellish task the moment he arrived. If he could not get into Mars or Huaya, he would likely be crushed by other small companies. The outcome of being unable to break the deadlock was too tragic. He had to give it his all. He believed that as the head of Mars's composition department, Wang Zhenbang could not fail to see the brilliance of chasing dreams. Seeing Jiang Zhou's serious and expectant expression, Wang Zhenbang did not say much and simply nodded, telling Jiang Zhou to play it. Jiang Zhou pressed the play button on his phone and turned on the speaker. Li Mingyu and Wang Zhenbang both went quiet, waiting for the intro to start. However, they did not get an intro nor any accompaniment. What they got was an a cappella performance, completely a cappella. What made it even harder to accept was that the voice was raspy and unpleasant, truly unbearable. Wang Zhenbang and Li Mingyu frowned simultaneously, and Wang Zhenbang waved his hand to stop Jiang Zhou from playing any further. "Excuse me, we cannot accept this kind of song. Please leave." Wang Zhenbang shook his head speechlessly, reached out to open the door, and gestured for him to leave. The first few lines of the melody had not impressed him at all. He could only confirm that it was an original composition. Most importantly, given his love for music and high standards, this grating voice made it impossible for him to continue listening. Wait a moment. This was a hard-won opportunity. Jiang Zhou absolutely could not give up. Because his throat was damaged, he could not sing the lyrics clearly, and because he could not play instruments like the piano, he could not provide accompaniment. But that did not mean someone else could not perform this song. "Manager Wang, my throat has had some issues due to certain reasons, so I cannot perform this song well. I have already written down the lyrics and melody. If you find someone else to sing it, you should be able to hear the quality of this song." Jiang Zhou hesitated for a moment, then took the lyrics and sheet music out of his bag. He had not yet applied for copyright protection for this song, and he had not brought out the sheet music before because he was afraid of it being stolen. But now he had to bring it out. If he kept hiding it, the other party might lose their patience. This Wang Zhenbang frowned. He was not swayed. Instead, he felt a bit of dissatisfaction and coldness. He thought Jiang Zhou was a bit thick-skinned. Li Mingyu, however, looked at Jiang Zhou with appreciation. Having started as an assistant to an agent and worked her way up to where she was today, she relied on being shameless, refusing to give in, and doing whatever it took to achieve her goals. She felt a flicker of favor toward Jiang Zhou's approach. There is no shame in a young person striving for an opportunity. If a young person gives up just because they are rejected once, they will never achieve success in the future. Wang Zhenbang was about to remind Jiang Zhou again that he could leave. Li Mingyu stopped Wang Zhenbang with a gesture and said with a smile, "I actually think we should give him a chance. Since your composition department hasn't written a suitable song anyway, why not take a look at his finished work?" With that, Li Mingyu stood up, walked to the door, and called out, "Su Xinghao, come here for a moment." A moment later, Su Xinghao, dressed in sportswear, walked into the office. "Sister Yu, is something the matter?" Su Xinghao had been chatting with acquaintances in the composition department and walked over out of curiosity. "There is a song, sing it and see," Li Mingyu said without much explanation, pointing toward Jiang Zhou. "If we have a piano here, we can use it for the accompaniment," Jiang Zhou said, nodding to Su Xinghao. Seeing Li Mingyu take it upon herself to call over one of the company's popular young stars, Wang Zhenbang had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Su Xinghao's eyes flashed. He also nodded at Jiang Zhou and said, "We do. It is right next door. Let's go and try it out." The group went to the recording studio next door. After familiarizing himself with the lyrics and melody, Su Xinghao began to play the piano and sing. "Where exactly is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go there." Su Xinghao's voice was clean and paired with the moving notes of the piano. Wang Zhenbang's furrowed brows slowly smoothed out, and Li Mingyu was also immersed in the music. Both of them had a keen appreciation for music. In the demo Jiang Zhou had recorded earlier, neither of them could hear the lyrics clearly, and they had a preconceived negative impression of the newcomer. However, with Su Xinghao's voice and piano accompaniment, the meaning of the lyrics and the passion of the melody were instantly revealed. The progression of the verses and chorus, the shouting and defiance in the climax. The will to forge ahead and not compromise with fate expressed in the lyrics moved Li Mingyu, Wang Zhenbang, and even the performer, Su Xinghao. When the song ended, silence fell over the recording studio. Li Mingyu took a deep breath and turned to Jiang Zhou with a burning gaze. "Is this song really yours?" Jiang Zhou smiled bitterly inside. He knew he had just copied it from Earth. But at this moment, he had to answer this question firmly. "Yet, do you have any other works?" Wang Zhenbang also put aside his contempt and asked with anticipation. "Yes," Jiang Zhou answered without hesitation and began to hum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A few lines of the melody from Deskmate immediately caught everyone's ears with its comfortable folk style. "What a great tune," Su Xinghao said in surprise. "What is the demo for this song? I have never heard it before. It is excellent." Jiang Zhou smiled but said nothing. Instead, he looked at Wang Zhenbang, knowing that whether he could finally join the Mars composition department depended on this director. Li Mingyu and Wang Zhenbang looked at each other, both surprised by Jiang Zhou's work. If one chasing dreams was not enough, then adding Deskmate had thoroughly moved them both, and they inwardly acknowledged Jiang Zhou's talent. "This is a talented kid." Li Mingyu felt a spark of inspiration. "Your name is Jiang Zhou, right? If Wang Zhenbang doesn't want you, I will take you." Jiang Zhou looked at Li Mingyu with slight surprise. Su Xinghao was dumbfounded. It was his first time seeing Li Mingyu fight to snatch a composer. Li Mingyu showed appreciation and smiled. "The inspirational meaning expressed in Chasing Dreams is excellent. As you said, our company has an order for a theme song for an inspirational documentary, and I think the client will definitely choose this song. Besides, Su Xinghao is about to debut, and the quality of this song is quite good." "Liu." Wang Zhenbang was unhappy. He stiffened his neck and shouted, "Who the hell said I didn't want him? Jiang Zhou, start your onboarding tomorrow. No, today, and come to work starting tomorrow. However, since you are a newcomer to songwriting, let's go with a standard contract first. We will determine your level based on the performance of your works after they are released. If the results are excellent, you might be promoted directly to a gold-tier composer. As for the song, I can give you the price of a senior composer. We will discuss the details after you start. From tomorrow on, you are a member of our composition department." Jiang Zhou. He had not expected Wang Zhenbang to say so much. 2 songs proved Jiang Zhou's ability to write lyrics and music. Wang Zhenbang would certainly not turn away a talented individual, so he struck decisively. What is most needed in songwriting is not endless diligence, but talent. The art industry is the most dependent on talent. If you lack it, no matter how hard you work, your achievements will be limited. Jiang Zhou's talent was seen not only by Li Mingyu but also by Wang Zhenbang, and he absolutely could not let him go. Seeing Wang Zhenbang hurriedly approve Jiang Zhou's hiring, as if he were afraid his treasure would be snatched away. Li Mingyu burst into laughter. She winked at Jiang Zhou, reached out with a smile, and said, "Welcome to Mars Entertainment."
Before he knew it, the sky had grown dark. With the help of Xia Xiaoyu, the assistant to the director of the composition department, Jiang Zhou went to the HR department to complete his onboarding procedures. Then she helped him take a photo and get an access pass for the Mars building. By the time everything was done, it was almost time to get off work at Mars Entertainment. "Everything is all set. You need to clock in at the company at 9 tomorrow morning," Xia Xiaoyu said with a giggle, her hands behind her back. "Okay, thank you, Xiaoyu." Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. Xia Xiaoyu was the same girl who had received him at the elevator earlier. With ear-length short hair and oval face, wearing a small suit and little dimples on her cheeks, she was always smiling and lively no matter who she met, making her very cute and likable. When Xia Xiaoyu took Jiang Zhou around the company in the afternoon, many colleagues smilingly called her Little Fish. It was obvious that everyone really liked this cute girl. "You're welcome. You have to work hard and do a good job from now on. Let me tell you, our director is super fierce, so don't let him catch you being late or anything." Xia Xiaoyu rolled her big eyes and glanced in the direction of the director's office, her voice revealing a hint of fear. "Understood. I'll get going then. See you tomorrow." Jiang Zhou smiled and said goodbye to Xia Xiaoyu at the door. "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Xia Xiaoyu waved her hand in the air, grinning to reveal her cute little canine teeth as she saw Jiang Zhou off to the elevator. The elevator arrived. Jiang Zhou got into the elevator, watched the doors slowly close, and finally closed his eyes, leaning against the wall with a sigh of relief. "It's too hard. This is just too hard for me." Inside Mars Entertainment, he had been forcing himself to suppress his nervousness. Now that he had finally made it through, standing in the elevator, he could even feel his hands trembling slightly. Back on Earth, he had never entered such a giant corporation either. Whether in his past life or this one, it was his first time dealing with such a large company. Fortunately, the test for a composer was about professional skills and music creation, so those professional HR people didn't participate in the interview to nitpick. Otherwise, Jiang Zhou didn't know if some unexpected situation might have occurred. Ding! A crisp bell rang as the elevator reached the first floor. Jiang Zhou subconsciously turned his eyes to the reception desk, wanting to look for that beautiful receptionist, but he didn't see her. Instead, she had been replaced by another girl also wearing a professional skirt suit. "What am I thinking?" He couldn't help but shake his head and smile, putting his hands in his pockets as he left the Mars building. Back at the hotel, Jiang Zhou quickly searched online for rental information. As a mega economic center city of the Xie Kingdom, Shenzhen's housing prices were extremely high. Flipping casually through the web pages, there wasn't a single one-bedroom apartment for less than 3,000. After scrolling through a few pages, Jiang Zhou speechlessly put down his phone, opened his mobile payment app, and refreshed it repeatedly, but the balance was still 2,300. "With this little money, I need to rent an apartment and eat. Even if I can start work tomorrow, my salary won't be paid until next month. If they hold back a month's pay, it will be at least a month and a half before I get my salary. How am I supposed to survive in the meantime?" Jiang Zhou let out a wail on the bed and couldn't help but complain about the original owner of his body. "Why didn't you save more money before? At least leave some living expenses." Unfortunately, the original owner couldn't hear his words at all. The souls of the two of them had already merged into one. Jiang Zhou lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a long time before finally sitting up, searching around, finding a number, and dialing it. The phone rang twice before the other side answered. "Hello? Hey, you there, lend me some money. Transfer 5,000 to me. I'll pay you back next month," Jiang Zhou said bluntly. "You dog, borrowing money again. I'm not your ATM, no way." A dissatisfied curse came through, followed by a click as the phone was hung up. Damn, is this really the original owner's childhood best friend? Jiang Zhou was stunned for a moment. According to the original owner's way of speaking, there was nothing wrong with what he said. He gave a weird look at the disconnected phone, utterly speechless. The figure of a young man appeared in his memory, the one who fought alongside him, got punished by teachers together, and after graduation took care of and helped each other like real brothers. He had slightly dark skin, a round head, and wasn't handsome, but just looking at his face made people choose to trust him unconditionally. Ding! 5,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank account. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the phone. Jiang Zhou quickly picked up his phone to check, only to see that the original balance of 2,300 had turned into 7,300. Damn, so freaking reliable. Jiang Zhou laughed out loud. Ring ring, the phone rang. Seeing the name saved as Stomachach, Jiang Zhou immediately answered it. You dog, you got it right, an irritated curse came through. Jiang Zhou said gleefully, got it, brother Teng is the best. Stomachach, get lost. Damn it, I just got my salary and transferred it to you before it even warmed my pocket. If you make it big in the future, you have to pay me back double. Jiang Zhou said disdainfully, double? I, Jiang, swear right here that when I get rich, I'll pay you back 100 times over. Stomachach, be a bit more realistic, stop bragging. Jiang Zhou laughed. Stomachach's real name was Du Ziteng. Because this name sounded the same as Stomachachi, he had been teased by his classmates a lot since childhood, which made him a bit insecure. Growing up, Du Ziteng had wanted to change his name countless times, but his parents never agreed. It wasn't until he graduated from college and entered the workforce that his desire to change his name finally faded. In Jiang Zhou's eyes, it was more that he just didn't care anymore. Jiang Zhou and Du Ziteng were in the same class in elementary and middle school, went to the same high school, and lived across the hall from each other in college. So the two had played together since they were kids, and even after graduating from college, they were still inseparable best friends and bros. However, after graduating from college, Jiang Zhou chose to stay in Mingdu to develop his career. After all, his contract with Huiwang was still active, so he couldn't leave. Meanwhile, Du Ziteng chose to come to Shenqing to look for a job. He studied software engineering, so his career path could only be a coder. Shenqing had many large software companies. Only in such a big city could he have better development and participate in more software development projects. A year after graduation, Du Ziteng was still an intern at a game development company in Shenqing, earning a salary of 7,000. In Shenqing, where the average was 15 to 20,000, he was doing quite poorly. Thanks to the fact that he was single, after deducting social security and housing fund from his 7,000 salary, he could still save a little after paying rent and food. Unfortunately, with a childhood friend like Jiang Zhou borrowing money, his little stash was completely emptied. Jiang Zhou had inherited the original owner's memories, so he knew Du Ziteng's situation inside out and understood it very clearly. In the original owner's memory, he was very grateful to this friend who asked for nothing in return, and he cherished this friendship deeply. Influenced by this, Jiang Zhou also had a brotherly trust in Du Ziteng. Jiang Zhou, how have you been lately? I've been so busy working day and night that I haven't called to check on you much. After joking around, Du Ziteng worriedly asked about Jiang Zhou's situation. Pretty good. Let me tell you some good news. I'm planning to come to Shenqing to join you. Jiang Zhou rummaged through his bag, found a cigarette, lit it, and walked over to the window to smoke. You're coming to Shenqing? Du Ziteng was clearly surprised. Aren't you developing your career in Yunzhou Film and Television City anymore? Jiang Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at the increasingly grey city outside. No. You know my situation. Zhu Zhongxi won't let me off. Even if I stay in Yunzhou Film and Television City for the rest of my life, I won't have any future. Damn it. That scumbag. So what are you going to do? If you come to Shenqing, will any company dare to hire you? Yes. I've already made initial contact with Mars Entertainment. In a while, I'll see if I have a chance to go work there. Jiang Zhou didn't say that he had already joined Mars, but planned to explain it to Du Ziteng after he had settled down. As for renting an apartment, some people might think he could ask his childhood friend Du Ziteng for help, like crashing at his place for a while. But Jiang Zhou knew that Du Ziteng was actually sharing an apartment with someone. If he went over, it would affect his relationship with his roommate. Jiang Zhou didn't want to cause so much trouble. Moreover, he didn't want to drag his childhood friend down. That scumbag Zhu Jiangxi would do anything to get his way. Once he found out he had joined Mars, he might make a move against him again. If he interacted too much with Du Ziteng, it would definitely implicate him. Looking at the flickering lights of the high-rises outside the window, Jiang Zhou took his last drag of the cigarette, crushed the butt out fiercely, and cursed in his heart. Zhu Jiangxi, my mission is to take you down. Just wait for the day when I come to settle the score with you. I hope you get hired by Mars. That scumbag Zhu Jiangxi, he'll definitely get hit by a car when he goes out one day. Du Ziteng cursed through gritted teeth, his voice full of deep anger. All right, you get busy then. It'll probably take me a month or two to get things settled here. Once I've confirmed I'm going over, I'll let you know. Jiang Zhou laughed. Okay, if you're coming to Shenzhen, let me know in advance. I'll ask for leave to pick you up. Deal. Hanging up now. Jiang Zhou agreed and directly hung up the phone. Time was tight, and he had to rent a place as soon as possible tonight. After hanging up, he went downstairs to a ramen shop for a bowl of noodles, then looked around for nearby residential communities while searching for information online. An hour later, he initially shortlisted 3 rental listings. They were all located not too far from the company, basically a 20 to 30-minute jog to work every morning. The rent was either 3,200 or 4,000. Since time was short and Jiang Zhou wasn't familiar with Shenzhen, he directly contacted the landlords to view the apartments, intending to finalize it tonight. The first one was an old apartment complex. The kitchen was in the corridor and it had a balcony, but the light outside the window was almost completely blocked by the building opposite. Jiang Zhou wasn't very satisfied, told the landlord he would think about it and gave it up. For the second one, an agent showed up. After learning that the agent would charge 1 month's rent as a commission fee, Jiang Zhou gave that up too. The third one was a 1-bedroom apartment with a living room. The kitchen, bathroom and home appliances were all complete. Moreover, the landlady had cleaned it up very nicely. There were even drawings stuck on the wall by her daughter when she was little, giving the whole place a very warm and cozy family atmosphere. We've lived here for 20 years. My daughter grew up right in this little room. Although this bed is a bunk bed, it's quite comfortable. If you live alone, you can put some things on the top bunk. You don't have to pay for the internet. Both the internet and the property management fees are free. The auntie introduced it enthusiastically. Jiang Zhou took a look around and was very satisfied. Auntie, the room is generally okay, but the complex is a bit old and the facilities aren't very good. I just took a look at the environment outside, and it's very noisy. This price is a bit high. I want to think about it some more. 3,200 isn't high. Some places with locations not even as good as ours are asking for 4,000 in rent. Auntie, actually, before you came over just now, I saw rental flyers posted on other floors. I asked around with other people in this complex, and their rent is only 2,800 a month. If your rent is also 2,800, I'll take it. If not, I'll go take a look over there. Jiang Zhou lifted his foot and walked towards the door. The auntie didn't try to hold Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou didn't look back either and went straight downstairs. In fact, Jiang Zhou hadn't seen any so-called rental flyers just now. He just arrived a bit early and asked a few random passers-by in the complex about the rental situation. It was also from these passers-by that he learned the approximate rental prices in this complex. 3,200 was indeed way too high for this old neighborhood. Although that auntie's apartment was warm and cozy, her asking price was ridiculous. Jiang Zhou didn't have much money, and he didn't want to be scammed, so he kept an extra eye out. About 5 minutes after walking out of the stairwell, Jiang Zhou's phone rang. Young man, my husband and I discussed it just now. If you want to rent, we'll give you the price of 2,800. We can sign the contract right now. Jiang Zhou shrugged, turned around and walked back. All right, I'll come back. We can sign the contract right now. The auntie already had the rental contract with her, so the two of them quickly signed it. When it was time, Jiang Zhou said to the auntie, Auntie, I just arrived in Shenzhen and I don't have much money on me. Can I pay you 1 month's rent first and leave 1 month's rent as a deposit? Next month, when I get my salary, I'll make up the remaining 2 months for you. Is that okay? The auntie frowned and waved her hand repeatedly. That won't do. The standard is always paying 3 months' rent with a 1-month deposit. Jiang Zhou smiled. Auntie, your daughter should be about the same age as me, right? Hearing Jiang Zhou mention her daughter, the auntie couldn't hold back a smile. About the same. She's also 24 this year. Looking at your ID just now, you two are the exact same age. Jiang Zhou joked. Since your daughter and I are about the same age, don't worry about me not being able to pay the rent. If I really can't pay, I'll just offer myself to your daughter to pay off the debt. The auntie burst out laughing, her eyes lighting up as she nodded repeatedly. That works for me. My daughter doesn't have a boyfriend yet. I can introduce you to her. It's not easy for a young man to work far from home. Just remember to make up the payment next month when you get your salary. Jiang Zhou was dumbfounded. I was just joking. Auntie, are you serious? Well, if your daughter is a great beauty, auntie, it's not like I couldn't consider it. After some joking around, Jiang Zhou ultimately gained the auntie's understanding. She handed the keys over, and the landlady left with a smile. After seeing the landlady off, Jiang Zhou found a cloth and started cleaning. He kept at it until 11:30 at night before he finished cleaning. He went back to the hotel, grabbed his luggage, and brought it to the newly rented apartment. Since he hadn't bought bedding and such, he had no choice but to return to the hotel to sleep. He took a shower at the hotel, and it wasn't until 1 o'clock that Jiang Zhou lay in bed and fell asleep. The next day, 8:50, Jiang Zhou arrived at the company ready to clock in for work. It wasn't until exactly 9 o'clock that Xia Xiaoyu rushed into the company out of breath to clock in, followed by 2 whole minutes of bending over to catch her breath. Xiaoyu, you practice the 100-meter dash every day. You could totally participate in the sports meet. A colleague saw Xia Xiaoyu leaning on her knees panting with a flushed face and teased her with a laugh. What's the 100-meter dash? Xiaoyu has already signed up for a marathon. Haha, cutting it close to clock in for work every day. Xiaoyu, couldn't you just wake up 5 minutes earlier? Xia Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and snorted. Waking up 5 minutes earlier would literally kill me. The bed is so warm. Besides you boring people, who would hold a grudge against their bed? The group of people burst out laughing. Once Xia Xiaoyu finished catching her breath, she looked up and immediately saw Jiang Zhou, who was seated by the door, looking at her with a smile. Faced with Jiang Zhou's handsome smile, Xia Xiaoyu blushed. She shifted her body in embarrassment, and when she looked up again, her expression turned fierce as she glared at Jiang Zhou. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful girl before? Jiang Zhou immediately dropped his smile and said seriously, I'm actually blind. I can't see what's in front of me. Otherwise, I would have thrown up long ago. Peft! The colleague sitting next to him sprayed out a mouthful of water, nearly giving his computer a bath. Xia Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded, nearly choking on her own breath. Get out of here, Jiang Zhou. You've been corrupted by them on your very first day of work. You don't learn the good things, only the bad. I'm ignoring you all. Xia Xiaoyu walked away pouting, while the group of older men in the composing department couldn't help but roar with laughter. Let's get acquainted, my name is Liu Ming. The guy next to Jiang Zhou, who had just sprayed water, reached out his hand and smiled amicably. Jiang Zhou, please guide me well. Jiang Zhou humbly shook hands with Liu Ming. I wouldn't dare guide you. I heard them talking yesterday. You got into the company on the strength of 2 high-quality original new songs. With that kind of skill, you can basically say goodbye to the title of an 18th-tier nobody. Jiang Zhou smiled. Compared to you seniors with just 2 songs, I'm still just a newcomer. Liu Ming chuckled. The Mars composing department is still quite formidable. We have top-tier composers looking out for us from above. You'll definitely gain a lot here. Keep it up. Jiang Zhou nodded. Ding dong, you have officially joined Mars Entertainment and obtained a protective umbrella. Mission, break the deadlock, is complete. Ding dong, you have obtained a C-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? A C-rank treasure chest? Jiang Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he saw the annotation for the treasure chest. C-rank treasure chest, open to obtain a random item. Open it. Opening a treasure chest for the first time, Jiang Zhou was filled with anticipation. A brilliant silvery light flashed. The lid of the C-rank treasure chest popped open with a clatter, and a bubble floated out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the song I Am a Little Bird. Huh? Jiang Zhou didn't expect the system lottery to give him another inspirational song. System, is it because I recalled the inspirational song, The Pure Heart of Dream Chasing, on my own that the reward you gave is also an inspirational song? System, no, it is purely based on my mood. Jiang Zhou curled his lip. Sunder. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the newbie mission. For the host's better development, a new mission is issued. Reach a popularity of 1000. Mission completion. Reward 1 C-rank treasure chest. Unlock the popularity shop. Mission failure. Obliteration. Damn it. Again? Obliteration? Jiang Zhou almost jumped out of his chair. The two bloody words on the transparent panel in front of him looked as if they were going to swallow him whole. What's wrong, Jiang Zhou? Liu Ming in the next seat was startled by Jiang Zhou's sudden shout and turned to ask. Jiang Zhou suddenly realized he was still in the office. Looking around, he saw his colleagues looking at him in surprise, and he couldn't help but give an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I just suddenly thought of a melody, and then suddenly lost it. I forgot I was still in the office. I see, everyone realized and smiled warmly. This kind of situation happened often in the composition department, and everyone was used to it. It's normal to get a sudden burst of inspiration and then forget it. If you're really afraid the melody will disappear, write it down in a notebook immediately. Most of us carry one around with us. Liu Ming took a palm-sized notebook from his desk and handed it to Jiang Zhou. Here, you can use this. I just bought a few. Jiang Zhou took the notebook and said gratefully, Thanks, brother Liu. Hey, don't mention it. Liu Ming smiled and patted Jiang Zhou's shoulder, then went back to his own work. Steadying his emotions, Jiang Zhou helplessly communicated with the system in his mind. System, can we change the penalty for mission failure? Being obliterated every time a mission fails makes me live in constant fear every day. System. Really? Then what penalty can failure be changed to? System. Boiled in oil, skinned alive, torn apart by horses, hacked to pieces. Jiang Zhou's face turned black as coal. System, do you think you're very cute and love to joke around? System, you started the joking first. Jiang Zhou, motherfucker. Ding, current host information updated. Name Jiang. Constitution 90, normal healthy value is 100. Popularity. Skill, professional level composing. With a constitution of only 90, which was below the normal healthy value, Jiang Zhou could only assume that he was in a state of subhealth. Popularity was also easy to understand. It just meant not many people knew him and he had no influence. At this thought, Jiang Zhou suddenly wondered, if Zhu Junxi from Brilliant Entertainment approached the higher-ups at Mars Entertainment and asked them to drop him, would Mars do it? The answer was definitely yes. If there were enough benefits, the Mars higher-ups would definitely give him up. Although they weren't afraid of Brilliant Entertainment, when there were benefits involved, giving up a nobody wouldn't cause them any psychological burden whatsoever. But if Jiang Zhou became a famous songwriter who could produce a large volume of works that brought high returns for the company, would the company still give him up so easily? The answer no. So, I can't slack off at all. I must establish a firm foothold at Mars as soon as possible and maximize my value. I have to make the higher-ups at Mars feel that I am worth protecting, even if it means going to war with Brilliant. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhou was filled with fighting spirit. He immediately opened his computer to register the copyright for I Am a Little Bird. Meanwhile, the Pure Heart of Dream Chasing, which he had submitted to the company yesterday, was also under review. Ziwei Star's copyright awareness was more developed than Earth's, so the registration process and legal regulations were also more comprehensive. Under normal circumstances, once a song is uploaded for review, it can pass in about 24 hours. After uploading, Jiang Zhou picked up the relevant composing materials on his desk and began reading them. Li Mingyu had arranged for Jiang Zhou to go to the recording studio this afternoon, so the company hadn't scheduled any work for him this morning. After lunch at around 2 o'clock, Li Mingyu arrived at the company with Su Xinghao. Jiang Zhou's phone rang. Jiang Zhou, Su Xinghao has arrived at the recording studio. Connect with him. In the next few days, you two must complete the recording of The Pure Heart of Dream Chasing. The client company is already rushing us. Okay, sister Yu. Jiang Zhou agreed and headed to the company recording studio to help Su Xinghao record the song. As the newly signed talent show champion under Li Mingyu, Su Xinghao was being heavily promoted recently. He was very handsome and had a nice voice. According to the information found online, Su Xinghao had been a music teacher at a junior high school before he was 27. Later, probably unwilling to live a plain 9-to-5 life forever, he participated in the Youth Music Arena talent show. To his own surprise, he fought his way through and won the championship of Youth Music Arena. As the artist management director of Mars Entertainment, Li Mingyu directly moved Su Xinghao with the best terms and successfully brought this champion under Mars Entertainment. Recently, Su Xinghao was preparing his official debut digital album, and Li Mingyu instantly took a liking to the pure heart of dream chasing written by Jiang Zhou, deciding to give it to Su Xinghao as the lead singer. Jiang Zhou had no objection to this decision. Su Xinghao's voice could fully deliver the essence of the song, and his experience of overcoming obstacles in the talent show fit perfectly with it. In addition, the company intended to provide this song to the client for use in the sports drama documentary Strive Forward. In this way, the song would not be wasted. Arriving at the recording studio, Su Xinghao was already wearing headphones and looking for the right feeling. Seeing Jiang Zhou, he smiled and greeted him, then went back to finding the feeling. In the recording studio, two audio engineers were looking at the lyrics and music sheet, discussing the recording process. There was also a resident band. According to Jiang Zhou's requirements, a pianist, a bassist, a drummer, and a guitarist. Once everyone was basically familiar with the music and lyrics, the formal recording began. Where on earth is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go. Stop. Su Xinghao had just sung 2 lines when Jiang Zhou frowned and called a stop. Xinghao, you're singing a bit too softly. I feel you should sing this song with a voice that has a bit of an edge. A dream-chasing youth shouldn't have his edges smoothed out by society right from the start. And for a dream-chasing pure heart, the most important thing is the pure heart itself. You must sing with that feeling of innocence and passion. Su Xinghao nodded. Okay. The music started playing. Su Xinghao closed his eyes to build up his emotions. He thought of his experience participating in Youth Music Arena, his original intention, and the moments when he was almost eliminated during the top 50 to top 30 and top 30 to top 20 phases, forcing him to practice singing desperately at the end. As the music entered, he began to sing with a pure voice. Great! Jiang Zhou watched and listened silently, revealing a smile. Once the emotions of the song were in place, with Su Xinghao's innate deep understanding of music, he quickly found the sweet spot. Then, after several rounds of recording, they finally produced the version that everyone was most satisfied with by evening. It's done. Let's wrap up. Jiang Zhou laughed heartily and high-fived Su Xinghao as he walked over. Nice singing, the recording engineer gave a thumbs up. Have some water. Su Xinghao's managing agent walked over and handed them water. Thanks. Jiang Zhou took a bottle of water, unscrewed it, took a gulp, wiped his mouth and said to Su Xinghao, I have another song here, also an inspirational one. Hearing your voice makes me feel you can sing this too. Tomorrow, after I prepare the lyrics, music and arrangement, I'll give it to you. Ah, really? Su Xinghao was pleasantly surprised and bowed repeatedly. Thank you for the guidance, Teacher Jiang. I'm really so lucky. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Zhou smiled. You haven't even heard the song yet. How do you know if it's good? Su Xinghao chuckled. Yesterday, I heard you had another song called My Desk Mate. That folk song is also great. Actually, I really want to sing that one, but it depends on whether you're willing to part with it. Teacher. He. Jiang couldn't help but laugh. You'd better not think about that song. In fact, it's not finished yet. It's only a semi-finished product. We'll talk about it after I finish writing it. He didn't promise to give it to Su Xinghao, nor did he say no. It was mainly because he could only hum the tune of My Desk Mate. With his current professional composing ability, he could recreate the music, but he couldn't remember all the lyrics. In his past life on Earth, Jiang Zhou wasn't in the music industry, nor did he like to sing. The focus of his life and career had never been songs, so he basically couldn't sing a single song in its entirety. Humming a few lines of My Desk Mate was fine, but he basically couldn't remember a single verse of the lyrics. To perfectly recreate the classic songs, Jiang Zhou still had to wait for an opportunity provided by the system. For example, giving him another memory capsule. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to come up with the rest of the lyrics. In the end, unless it was absolutely necessary as a last resort, Jiang Zhou was unwilling to easily ruin or adapt the original classic masterpieces. The sky turned dark as early as 5:30. By around 6, the nightlife had completely begun. After saying goodbye to Su Xinghao, Jiang Zhou went to a fabric store to buy some daily necessities before returning to the Wutong Garden residential area where he rented an apartment. While walking on the road, Jiang Zhou received 2 text messages on his phone. Congratulations! Your uploaded song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, has passed review and the copyright has been successfully registered. Copyright owner, Jiang Zhou. Stage name, Jiang Zhou. Congratulations! Your uploaded song, I'm a Little Bird, has passed review and the copyright has been successfully registered. Copyright owner, Jiang Zhou. Stage name, Jiang Zhou. Upon receiving the message of successful copyright registration, Jiang Zhou immediately became excited. The successful copyright registration meant that these 2 songs could now be sold. What did being able to sell them mean? It meant money. Right now, besides resisting that prominent Zhu Zhongxi, what Jiang Zhou desired most was to make money, and make lots of money. Only by earning enough money could he change his current situation and improve his life. I can sign the contract for Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart at the company tomorrow. I won't know the specific terms until tomorrow. The original owner didn't know the going rate for composers in this world either, so I can only wait and see tomorrow. Even though I'm a newcomer, with the addition of I'm a Little Bird, the price shouldn't be too low. In the future, copyright royalties will also be a source of income. Finally, the hard times are over and the good times are coming. I hope for a good harvest next month. His mind was filled with cluttered thoughts all night. Early morning. When Jiang Zhou arrived at the company, he was immediately called over by Wang Zhenbang. Mr. Wang, you wanted to see me? Jiang Zhou pushed the door open and walked in. Sit. Wang Zhenbang was busy reviewing documents at his desk. Seeing Jiang Zhou enter, he pointed toward the guest sofa and then ignored him. He waited for about 5 minutes. After finishing the documents in his hand, Wang Zhenbang called Xie Xiaoyu over and handed them to her. For these songs, 3 of them can go straight to demo recording, and then have the arranger work on them so we can hear the effect. The other 2 are substandard. Send them back for revisions. I've written my comments on them. Hand them over. Okay. Xie Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Holding the documents, she walked toward the door. Seeing Jiang Zhou looking at her from the sofa, she snorted and gave him a look to figure out for himself. Jiang Zhou shrugged speechlessly. Xiaoyu was still angry about him indirectly calling her ugly yesterday. Hey, did you offend Xiaoyu? Wang Zhenbang leaned back in his chair, stretched, and teased with a smile. No, I just made a joke, and now she's ignoring me. Jiang Zhou shook his head. Offending the assistant to the director of the composition department on his very first day at the company was probably the only one. Haha, don't worry. With her personality, she'll forget all about it in a couple of days. Wang Zhenbang laughed heartily as he walked out from behind his desk, holding a document, and sat on the sofa opposite Jiang Zhou. Take a look. This is the contract for Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Jiang Zhou was startled for a moment, then immediately picked up the contract and flipped through it seriously. Wang Zhenbang explained from the side, based on the company's tier system and the market rate for composers as a newcomer, your initial quote won't be too high. However, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart is a high-quality song, so we can offer you the rate of a senior composer for this one. This song will be performed by Su Xinghao. Since you wrote both the lyrics and music, you will get 20,000. In addition, if this song is selected by the client of moving forward diligently, their customization fee is 300,000, and you can get a 10% cut. As for the profits from sales after it goes online, a download costs 1 yuan. The distribution platform takes half, the company's promotion and operations take 30%, and the remaining 20% is split among the composer, lyricist, and singer. Your case is special. You handled the lyrics, music, and arrangement yourself, so you can get a larger share. As for the singer, Su Xinghao has some popularity, so the 2 of you can split it evenly. Jiang Zhou nodded. He often read web novels and understood a bit about the entertainment industry. He only had a superficial understanding of the entertainment industry rules in the Xia kingdom of the Ziwei Star, but there were similarities to Earth. Overall, the market environment on Ziwei Star was better. I heard that composers of Jiangzhou's level only charge 100,000 per song, while most composers get around 10,000, depending on quality and fame. Jiang Zhou thought to himself as he looked at the contract. The stories in some novels where a song sells for hundreds of thousands or millions aren't completely fictional, but they are extremely rare. In most cases, songs don't reach that level. Selling a song for hundreds of thousands or millions is a matter of luck. Not only must the composer be a master, but there also needs to be a client willing to pay a sky-high price. Most composers rely on subsequent copyright royalties to make more money. In the entertainment industry of the Xia Kingdom, composers are also divided into several levels. Low-tier composers, senior composers, gold medal composers, famous composers, and master composers. For example, Mark Louis Sanbao and Joseph Koo on Earth are all highly influential master composers. Jay Chu, J.J. Lin, and others belong to the category of famous composers. As for gold medal composers, many of them are also somewhat famous, providing many good and well-known songs for the music industry. Senior composers and low-tier composers are the most numerous, forming a large group that mostly works in personal studios and record companies. Some low-tier composers might only earn 500 yuan for a customized song. It is clear that there is a massive gap between composers. After reading the contract, Jiang Zhou basically had no more doubts. He knew that even if he brought out I'm a Little Bird now, he would probably still only be able to sign this contract. After all, his composer level was still too low. Currently, his popularity in the entertainment industry was almost zero, and he had no bargaining chips to negotiate with the company. Thinking of this, he directly signed his real name and his stage name. Jiang Xiaorong. Seeing the name on the contract, Wang Zhenbang found it a bit strange. Why did you choose this stage name? Is there any meaning behind it? Jiang Zhou looked up and chuckled. No real meaning, just a bit of a quirky whim. A quirky whim? Wang Zhenbang was taken aback and shook his head. The world of young people is getting harder and harder for us old folks to understand. There really is a generation gap. Jiang Zhao burst out laughing. Having signed the contract, Jiang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, and excitement welled up in his heart. As long as the contract went into effect, it meant he would get paid next month. The basic salary for joining Mars was 5,000 per month, plus the one-time payment of 20,000 for selling the song. That would be a pre-tax salary of 25,000. If Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart was selected by the client of Moving Forward Diligently, he would get another 30,000 cut, bringing his pre-tax income next month to 55,000. Once Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart went online, there would also be royalty shares. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Jiang Zhou felt delighted. However, he hadn't forgotten his main business. Mr. Wang, I have another song that I've already written. Could you take a look and check the quality? Jiang Zhou took out I'm a Little Bird. Wang Zhenbang was looking over the contract signed by Jiang Zhou to check for any omissions or errors. Hearing the voice, he looked up in surprise. You wrote another song? Jiang Zhou smiled. Yes, strictly speaking, it was written beforehand. I see. Wang Zhenbang accepted the explanation. He knew it. There was no way Jiang Zhou could write another song in just one night. If someone could really write an original song in a single night, they would be either a monster or a god. Wang Zhenbang put down the contract and took Jiang Zhou's little bird to look it over. After a long while, he looked at Jiang Zhou in shock. You really are a genius. Do you have a recorded demo? Not yet. Jiang Zhou shook his head. Boss, I plan to give this song to Su Xinghao to sing as well. What do you think? Wang Zhenbang nodded, rubbed his chin for a bit, and looked at the lyrics and music again. Giving it to Su Xinghao is fine. He officially debuts next month with a digital album. This song is also inspirational, and releasing it at the same time as Chasing Dreams should get good results. Jiang Zhao asked nervously, is there a chance it will become a hit? He was still not very sure about the entertainment market of the Xia Kingdom. In a strange world, he couldn't be sure if these songs could exert the same influence they did on Earth. What if the people here don't like these two songs? Seeing Jiang Zhou's nervous and uneasy look, Wang Zhenbang laughed out loud. Rest assured. In my opinion, even if these two songs can't break into the top 5 of the new song chart, they will definitely make the top 15. Just wait to count your money. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. With Wang Zhenbang's assurance, Jiang Zhou was overjoyed. As the director of the composition department at Mars, Wang Zhenbang's eye and ability were unquestionable. If he said it would be a hit, it would definitely be a hit. Mingdu City. Beetle Media, the production company of Strive Forward. In the conference room, more than 20 people sat around and everyone looked unhappy. The theme song isn't ready yet. Did you guys urge Mars? All kinds of promotions have started, and the movie will be released in a month and a half. If they can't do it, replace them immediately. General Manager Liu Changjun had a gloomy face, and his sharp gaze swept across the movie soundtrack team. The investors called today to ask about the completion of the movie. Don't drag us down. I don't want the movie's release date to be delayed because of a theme song. Lin Kaofan, the head of the soundtrack team, clenched his fists, thought for a moment, stood up, and said through gritted teeth, "Boss, I will contact other songwriting companies immediately and guarantee to complete the task within a month." Good. That's the attitude I want. Liu Changjun nodded. If Mars can't do it, replace them directly. Go contact people now. Yes. Lin Kaofan replied, took out his phone and walked out of the conference room. He was prepared to contact the other 2 backup companies. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open. A member of the soundtrack team poked his head in and walked in nervously. "Mr. Liu, Director Lin, Mars Entertainment sent another song. I listened to it and felt it was very good." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by General Manager Liu Changjun waving his hand. "Bring the song straight here, connect the speakers, and let's listen to it together." Yes, the soundtrack team employee immediately nodded, ran back to copy the song to a USB flash drive, and brought it to the conference room. The soundtrack team employee connected the USB drive to the computer projector and speakers. The other people in the conference room couldn't help but lean in and discuss. The 3 or 4 songs sent by Mars Entertainment didn't feel right and were all sent back. I wonder how this one is. Yeah, if even Mars Entertainment can't make a good theme song, we can only try Huaya and Hui Huang. Strive Forward is about the hard work and struggle behind athletes. If the song can't express the meaning of not fearing failure and striving forward, it might still be unqualified. That's also why our company is willing to spend 300,000 to customize a theme song. Sometimes a suitable theme song can elevate the movie to another level. Everyone was waiting for the song to play with a skeptical attitude. At this time, the soundtrack team employee finished connecting the computer. The player and the song name were displayed on the projector, and the prelude started playing. Pure Heart of a Dream Chaser? Everyone in the conference room stopped talking, looked at the big screen, furrowed their brows, and listened quietly. Where on earth is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go. It's not that great. Someone who didn't understand music and lyrics felt it wasn't very good and frowned. But no one called a stop, and they continued to look at the lyrics and listen. Live hard, love hard, even if I end up crushed to pieces. Not seeking to satisfy anyone as long as I am worthy of myself. Hearing this and seeing the lyrics on the screen, Lin Kaofan instantly felt his breath stop. The song changed from high-spirited at the beginning to low and deep, as if a young boy who was originally high-spirited in pursuing his dream was suddenly told, "You have no talent, you are too clumsy, you are not suitable to be an athlete." And the boy unwillingly said, "I have a dream, I am willing to put in more effort. I want to use all my youth to pursue it. I don't want to leave any regrets." The lyrics on the screen were still scrolling. Perhaps it was the firm belief that made the youth clench his fists, making him resist others' distrust and face the dusty declaration of fate. That low voice, which sounded like it was speaking from the heart, suddenly became high-pitched again. Run forward, facing cold eyes and ridicule. How can you feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Fate cannot make us kneel and beg for mercy, even if blood fills our embrace. Bang. Lin Kaofan excitedly slapped the conference table, his face red, clenching his fists. This is the song I want. This is the one. Perfect, simply perfect. The staff of the soundtrack team also clenched their fists and echoed excitedly, boss. When I heard this song just now, my scalp went numb in an instant. The lyrics of this song fit our movie so well. It's really great. Mr. Liu, this song is definitely the best theme song. Lin Kaofan nodded vigorously, and he couldn't help but rush to the general manager to confirm. Liu Changjun looked at Lin Kaofan's excited look and smiled slightly. As the boss of a media company, he could also see how well the song fit the movie. However, he did not make a decision immediately, but scanned the conference room. Do you guys have any opinions on this song? Everyone else was dumbfounded at this moment. No one expected Lin Kaofan, the head of the soundtrack department, to be so excited. I think the lyrics are good, but the tune is a bit strange. Of course, I don't do music, I can only judge if it sounds good or not. I don't think this song sounds very good. It might not be suitable. Ping Weiman, the director of movie publicity, curled his lips, shrugged and spread his hands, indicating it didn't sound good and he wasn't optimistic about the song. Bullshit. Lin Kaofan was furious and pointed directly at the face of the publicity director Ping Weiman, cursing. If this song is not suitable, there is no other suitable song. I dare to guarantee with my professionalism that there is absolutely no problem with the tune. Both the lyrics and the tune fit our movie very well. Movie publicity director Ping Weiman snorted coldly. Director Lin, did you forget to brush your teeth when you went out this morning? Please watch your language. I said I listened to it from the perspective of an ordinary person, and from an ordinary person's perspective, I just think this song doesn't sound good. So what? You, Lin Kaofan was speechless with anger. Ping Weiman's words made sense, and he had no way to refute them. Lin Kaofan couldn't help but look at General Manager Liu Changjun, asking Mr. Liu, this song is absolutely fine. Liu Changjun glanced at Lin Kaofan and nodded. Okay, we will use this song for the movie's theme song. Great, Lin Kaofan and the staff of the soundtrack team cheered excitedly. Meeting adjourned. Liu Changjun ordered and was the first to leave the office. Humph, if this song affects the movie's box office and promotion, let's see how you explain to the company. Publicity director Ping Weiman held a folder, and as he walked past Lin Kaofan, he sneered mockingly. Do you dare to make a bet? Lin Kaofan suddenly turned around and said coldly. As the head of the soundtrack department, he was not worried at all about offending the publicity director. A bet? Publicity director Ping Weiman turned back and sneered. Sure, with so many colleagues around as witnesses, how do you want to bet? Lin Kaofan stared straight at Ping Weiman and said in a cold tone, let's bet on the reception of this song combined with the movie. If this theme song triggers a wave of praise, you lose. If this song brings nothing but bad reviews, I lose. Sure, what's the stake? Ping Weiman said disdainfully, not taking the bet seriously at all. The loser runs naked around the company 3 times. Wow, all the onlookers gasped in surprise. Ping Weiman's face turned gloomy. His eyes stared at Lin Kaofan like a venomous snake, and finally he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. You're on. Why wouldn't I dare? Good, Lin Kaofan nodded coldly. The bet between the two quickly spread throughout the company, and everyone was waiting for the day the movie was released.
Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was February and Chinese New Year was just a few days away. Jiang Zhou had already been at Mars Entertainment for a month. During this time, after helping Su Xinghao finish recording I Am a Little Bird, he had no new tasks for the time being. So he settled down at company to get familiar with the work and his colleagues, spending more time learning about composing and songwriting. As the new year approached, colleagues at the company discussed how they would spend their holidays every day. The entertainment industry had also quieted down, which was a rare occurrence. The movie, Keep Moving Forward, was scheduled for release on the first day of the Lunar New Year. As the composer of the theme song, Jiang Zhou was also looking forward to its release. As for Su Xinghao's official debut date, it had also been set to coincide with the release of Keep Moving Forward. At that time, they could use the movie's release to promote his first song, The Pure Heart of a Dream Chaser, simultaneously. I Am a Little Bird would be released on March 1st to compete in the spring music charts. Hey, Jiang Zhou, do you have any plans for the New Year holiday? Xia Xiaoyu had already gotten very close with Jiang Zhou. Taking a break from her busy schedule, she happened to pass by the door. Seeing the handsome Jiang Zhou, she couldn't help but come over to chat. Jiang Zhou was reading a book on composing. Hearing this, he looked up and said, "What plans could I have? Just going back to my hometown." "That's so boring." Xia Xiaoyu pouted and turned toward the door, muttering as if to herself, "I want to go to Sanya during the spring festival. Is there really no one who wants to go with me?" Jiang Zhou rolled his eyes and ignored her completely. This young lady changed her travel destination every day. The day before yesterday, she told Liu Ming she wanted to go to Mingdu. Yesterday, she told Ma Wenmin she wanted to go to Mount Huang. Today, she wanted to go to Sanya. Whoever pays attention to you is a dog. What a boring, straight-as-steel guy. Perhaps seeing that Jiang Zhou was ignoring her, Xia Xiaoyu snorted in anger, slapped his back hard, and walked away in a huff. Jiang Zhou glanced up, chuckled, and didn't mind it, continuing to study composing. Although he had acquired professional-grade composing skills, these abilities were still limited and couldn't allow him to create a brand new song from scratch, like a master composer. At a conservative estimate, his current composing ability was only equivalent to a gold medal composer, far below the level of a master composer. As for a grandmaster composer, it was out of reach. Amidst the ordinary work routine, the Spring Festival finally arrived. All employees of Mars Entertainment finished work on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, and the holiday officially began. To ensure everyone had a good new year, the executives of Mars Entertainment approved paying half of their salaries in advance, so they could enjoy the holiday. Jiang Zhou was thrilled when he got his salary. With his base salary plus the income from selling songs after taxes, half of it came to over 30,000, which solved his urgent financial need. After paying back due Zeiting, he still had quite a bit left. However, after returning to his rented apartment, Jiang Zhou hesitated. Should I go home or not? My personality is different from the original owners. Due to the suppression from Zhujiangxi of glory, the original owner was very gloomy. According to his memory, he even had a conflict with his father, to the point of cutting off their father-son relationship. The original owner hadn't gone back for the new year for 2 years, only occasionally receiving secret calls from his mother and sister. If I suddenly go back, and with the change in personality, I'd better go back. Otherwise, spending the new year all by myself would be too lonely. In the end, Jiang Zhou stopped overthinking, packed his luggage, headed to the train station, and boarded the train he had booked long ago. It was a 1.5-hour train ride. Jiang Zhou huddled uncomfortably in his seat, with the aisle packed with people standing or sitting. Although the high-speed trains on Ziwei Star reached speeds of 1,000 kilometers per hour, Xia Country's population was too large, and everyone headed home for the Spring Festival at the same time, so the transportation system was still under immense pressure. In Xia Country, there was only one speed for trains, so high-speed trains still sold standing tickets. Jiang Zhou's hometown was in Beijing province, over 1,000 kilometers away from Shenqing. On Earth, he might have had to take a high-speed train for 4 or 5 hours, but now in Xia Country, it only took an hour and a half. Beer, ham, instant noodles, spicy gluten, peanuts, mineral water. Watch your legs, please. As the train vendor pushing the cart passed by, Jiang Zhou followed her with his eyes. He had always been curious about how, no matter how crowded the train was, the vendor always managed to squeeze through. The train finally arrived at the station after a grueling journey. Jiang Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving the train station, he took a taxi to rush home. It was already 9 in the evening, and the night was very dark. Jiang Zhou's home was in a small town called Guning in Beijiang. His father was Jiang Jianhua and his mother was Liang Yunying. The couple ran a small fruit shop, working hard from dawn to dusk. Driver, please pull over by that street lamp ahead. Sure, the taxi driver replied, pulling over right under the street lamp. After paying, Jiang Zhou immediately spotted the fruit shop diagonally opposite the street lamp. The shop was still open. In front of the fruit stand, a couple was picking oranges, and a woman's figure, incredibly familiar and dear to Jiang Zhou, was holding open a plastic bag for them. Whether it was the influence of the original owner's soul or because Jiang Zhou was naturally sentimental, his eyes welled up with tears the moment he saw that figure. From a few meters away, Jiang Zhou couldn't help but shout, "Mom!" The woman at the fruit stand was chatting and laughing with the customers. Hearing the familiar shout, she suddenly looked up in Jiang Zhou's direction. At first, she might not have seen clearly, showing a slightly puzzled expression. But when she clearly recognized Jiang Zhou's face, ecstasy and surprise instantly flooded her face. "Oh, Jiao Zhou, why are you back? Liang Yunying dropped the plastic bag in her hand and ran toward Jiang Zhou. Mom, I missed you, Jiang Zhou said with teary eyes, putting down his suitcase to give his mom a tight hug. Oh, I missed you so much too! Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Liang Yunying felt a sting in her nose and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Yet her face was still filled with joy, and she couldn't stop smiling. The young couple picking fruit turned to look. The girl smiled warmly and said to her boyfriend, "The owner's son is back. That's so nice." Her boyfriend watched with emotion, saying a bit sadly, "I miss my mom too." He looked at Jiang Zhou and his mother, showing an envious expression. Silly, let's not cry. With misty eyes, the girlfriend smiled gently and reached up to wipe the tears from the corner of his boyfriend's eyes. Okay, no crying. The boyfriend smiled, wrapped his left arm around his girlfriend, and turned to the dazed middle-aged man in the fruit shop, saying, "Boss, we'd like to pay." The middle-aged man, who had been staring at Jiang Zhou and his mother, suddenly snapped out of it. He gave a muffled grunt and weighed the oranges on the electronic scale. 5.2. Just give me 5 yuan. Thank you, boss. The couple paid happily and walked away hand in hand. After hugging his mom, Liang Yunying, Jiang Zhou chatted with her for a few more words, and they both walked happily toward the shop. Seeing his son and wife return, Jiang Jianhua's face instantly turned cold. He turned around, pulled out a basket of bananas at random, began trimming them with a knife. Jiao Zhou, when you see your dad in a moment, don't mind what he says, and don't get angry. Since you're back, let's have a good new year at home. Mom will make your favorite braised pork. As they neared the shop entrance, Liang Yunying anxiously advised Jiang Zhou. She was afraid the father and son would start fighting again. If Jiang Zhou ran away from home in anger again, she wouldn't know what to do. Hearing his mother's worried words, Jiang Zhou smiled slightly, put his left arm around her shoulders, and said, "Don't worry, Mom. I've grown up." Entering the fruit shop. Just as Jiang Zhou put down his suitcase, he heard the dull thuds of a knife chopping banana roots. Seeing Jiang Jianhua silently chopping banana roots with his head down, as if he hadn't noticed him, Jiang Zhou gave a bitter smile, took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and walked over. "Dad, let me do it." Without another word, Jiang Zhou squatted down and reached out to grab the handle of the knife in Jiang Jianhua's hand, stopping him from chopping any further. Jiang Jianhua stopped his movements, cast a gloomy glance at Jiang Zhou, and let go of the knife. He stood up and walked to the doorway without a word, pulled out a cigarette, and squatted on the steps to smoke silently. Slap! Liang Yunying stepped forward and slapped her husband on the back. Glancing secretly at her son who was chopping the banana roots, she squatted down and muttered with dissatisfaction, "Our son is back and even called out to you, yet you're still acting like this. Would it kill you to answer him?" Jiang Jianhua puffed out smoke, glanced at his wife, and said nothing. Seeing her husband's silence, Liang Yunying angrily punched him twice. She stood up, not bothering with him anymore, and began packing up to close the shop. He finished the cigarette. Jiang Jianhua finally stood up. He glanced at Jiang Zhou, who was still bending over chopping the banana roots, picked up Jiang Zhou's coat, and walked over. "Put your coat on!" A simple sentence spoken in an almost cold tone. But Jiang Zhou understood, and so did Liang Yunying. Jiang Zhou looked up at his dad, nodded, put down the knife, stood up, and obediently put on the coat. Inadvertently, Jiang Zhou seemed to see Jiang Jianhua let out a sigh of relief. Stubborn to a fault. Seeing this, Liang Yunying rolled her eyes and muttered, but the worry between her brows completely vanished. After closing the shop, Jiang Jianhua drove the van parked by the roadside over, and the family of 3 got in to head home. The fruit shop was only about 2 kilometers away from home, which was usually a 20-minute walk. Soon they arrived at the residential community. This was an older residential area. The stairs were bare concrete without tiles, and the security doors of each household had carved grills. There was another door behind the security door, and one could only enter the apartment by passing through both. Although the community was old, Jiang Zhou's family apartment was not small, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Jiang Jianhua and Liang Yunying shared 1 bedroom, Jiang Zhou had 1, and his younger sister Jiang Lan had another. Opening the security door, the living room lights were brightly lit, and the sound of the TV could be heard. His younger sister Jiang Lan was watching TV. Hearing the door, Jiang Lan walked her quickly. "Dad, Mom, what took you so long? It's so late. I got sleepy waiting for you." "Oh, bro, Why are you back? With her long hair draped over her shoulders and wearing cute white rabbit pajamas, Jiang Lan was complaining to her parents as they opened the door, only to suddenly spot Jiang Zhou behind them and scream in surprise. What's the big deal? This is my home too, why can't I come back? Jiang Zhou glared at his sister, pretending to be angry. Jiang Lan was 17 this year. After the new year, she would be in the second semester of her senior year of high school, facing the college entrance examination. With her grades, getting into a top-tier university wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, she had perfectly inherited all the best traits of their parents. Not only was she 1.7 meters tall, but she also had an incredibly beautiful face, making her the undisputed school beauty. Then Jiang Lan's beautiful big eyes cautiously darted between her silent father and Jiang Zhou, leaving the rest of her sentence unsaid. Pulling his suitcase inside, Jiang Zhou gave Jiang Lan a gentle nudge on the back and whispered in her ear, "Cut the chatter. Go get 2 glasses ready, and whip up a couple of dishes." Having said that, Jiang Zhou took off his coat, hung it on the rack, and called out loudly, "Dad, Mom, have you eaten yet? I was traveling today and haven't had dinner." "Oh, you child, I thought you had already eaten before coming back so late. Why didn't you say so earlier? We already ate this afternoon." Liang Yunying immediately complained upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words. "Bro, hang on, I'll whip up a couple of dishes for you." Having received Jiang Zhou's instructions, Jiang Lan giggled and replied, "Great." Jiang Zhou glanced at his dad walking toward the bathroom, raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lan, changed into slippers, and walked to the sofa in the living room. Winters in the north had heating. Once inside, taking off coats and shoes made it not cold at all. In fact, after a while, it would feel a bit dry and hot. After washing up in the bathroom, Jiang Jianhua saw Jiang Zhou sitting on the sofa and prepared to go to the bedroom to sleep. Just then, Jiang Zhou walked over. "Dad, Mom and Jiang Lan are making some food. You've had a tiring day too. Let's have a drink together and relax." "I won't drink." Without turning around, Jiang Jianhua walked into the bedroom and prepared to close the door. "Dad, I used to be immature and always made you and Mom angry. But since I left, I've actually suffered a lot and was even almost beaten to death. Don't you want to hear about it?" Jiang Zhou blocked the door, speaking in a calm tone. Jiang Jianhua had been listening calmly, but when he heard Jiang Zhou mention almost being beaten to death, his brow furrowed and his fist involuntarily clenched. Jiang Zhou had been closely watching his dad's every move. Seeing this, he reached out, grabbed Jiang Jianhua's arm, pulled him out of the bedroom and nudged him toward the living room. "Come on, it's still early. Let's sit down and chat as a family. Tomorrow I'll help you stock the shop, so you can sleep in." Yielding to the gentle push, Jiang Jianhua helplessly came to the living room and sat down. Seeing the liquor Jiang Zhou had poured in advance, he picked up a glass and downed it in one gulp. Sitting on the sofa, Liang Yunying and Jiang Lan watched Jiang Zhou and Jiang Jianhua sitting face to face. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. "Dad, let me propose a toast to you." Jiang Zhou raised his glass. Ever since Jiang Jianhua sat down and drank the first glass, Jiang Zhou didn't mention a single word about apologizing or being wrong. Instead, as he ate, he began to talk about some of his experiences. Part of what he told was the experience of the original owner of this body, and part of it was his experience on Earth. He blended the experiences of both lifetimes together, making them his current experience. Perhaps subconsciously, Jiang Zhou still had some resistance toward this family, and he wanted to use this method to deeply root himself in this home. As half a bottle of liquor went down, he merged the memories and experiences of both lifetimes. That last shred of resistance vanished completely. He had completely become Jiang Jianhua and Liang Yunying's son and truly became Jiang Lan's brother. That night, the father and son got drunk, and by the end of the night, they shook hands and made peace. Jiang Jianhua was so drunk he could barely keep his eyes open, yet he kept saying to Liang Yunying, "My son has grown up. I'm proud. He can make over 60,000 a month now, better than his dad. I'm so proud." On the other side, as Jiang Lan helped Jiang Zhou to bed, he kept repeating, "Don't worry. In the future, no one will be able to bully me, and no one will be able to bully you guys. I will make sure you live a good life." New Year's Eve. Jiang Zhou slept in until broad daylight, and when he opened his eyes, he was startled awake by the sound of kids setting off firecrackers outside. Struggling to reach for his phone, he checked the time: 10:15. Jiang Zhou rolled over lazily, planning to stay in bed a little longer. However, just 7 or 8 seconds after he turned over and closed his eyes, he suddenly sat bolt upright. Crap, I think I said I'd help Dad load the stock. Dazed, Jiang Zhou rolled out of bed and scrambled to put on his clothes. Once dressed, he rushed to the bathroom to relieve himself and wash up. A set of footsteps approached from a distance. Jiang Lan walked over holding a kitchen knife, her big eyes blinking. "Bro, you're awake?" "Aha," Jiang Zhou mumbled while brushing his teeth. When he turned around and saw the kitchen knife in Jiang Lan's hand, he froze, swallowing the complaints he was about to make about why she hadn't woken him up. "Bro, you're not supposed to eat toothpaste. Why did you swallow it?" Jiang Lan blinked her bright, watery eyes, looking at Jiang Zhou as if he were a cute little kid. "Oh, spit. I wanted to pump my stomach anyway. Mind your own business. What are you doing with that knife?" Jiang Zhou frowned, holding a cup in his left hand and a toothbrush in his right. "Cooking, of course." Jiang Lan rolled her eyes and turned back to the kitchen. "It's past 10 already. The shop gets really busy during the new year. I'm gonna cook and bring the food over later." "Oh, okay, go ahead." Jiang Zhou understood. He quickly rinsed his mouth, washed his face, threw on his coat, changed his shoes, and ran all the way to the shop. The shop was indeed very busy for about half a month around the Chinese New Year. Before the holiday, many people would stock up on goods, and fruit was definitely a must-have. After the new year, starting from the second day, people would visit relatives and bring fruit as gifts, so fruit shops always did good business. When he arrived at the shop, the entrance was crowded with people. His mom, Liang Yunying, was busy packing items and taking payments from customers, while his dad was unloading crates of fruit from the van into the shop. As soon as Jiang Zhou arrived, he jumped right in to help. "Xiao Zhu, why didn't you rest a bit longer?" his mom, Liang Yunying, asked while keeping busy. "I'm not tired, but why didn't you wake me up this morning? I wanted to help Dad load the stock." The complaints Jiang Zhou had held back from his sister were now directed at his mom. "It's not like your dad couldn't get up. He just wanted you to sleep in a bit." Liang Yunying smiled, looking at her husband and then at her son in front of her, her face full of happiness. "Oh, Ren!" Jiang Zhou had no choice. After helping his mom serve the remaining customers, he went back to helping his dad carry the fruit. By noon, Jiang Lan brought the food over, and the family took turns eating, enjoying a warm and harmonious atmosphere. "Oh, old Jiang, is this your eldest son? I haven't seen him in years." A familiar face walked by, a middle-aged man in a black coat. He happened to spot Jiang Zhou and sized him up with curiosity. Jiang Jianhua paused his work and smiled. "Yes, it is. He works out of town all year round and rarely comes back. How is your New Year shopping going?" The middle-aged man chuckled and lifted the red couplets in his plastic bag. "Well, I just bought these couplets and I'm heading back to put them up. Everything else is ready. Now we're just waiting to eat dumplings and watch the Spring Festival Gala." Looking at the middle-aged man, Jiang Zhou suddenly found him familiar. After a moment of thought, it clicked and he greeted him. "Oh, Uncle Wang. Junhai must have graduated from college by now, right?" Uncle Wang chuckled. "Yes, he graduated. He's working in Jinan now. They say his company is the Penguin Factory or something like that. I don't really understand what they do, but his monthly salary is over 17,000 yuan. Jiang Zhou was surprised. That's a pretty high salary. The Penguin Factory is a huge company. Junhai was always a good student, so it makes sense he's doing so well in the real world. Uncle Wang burst into a proud, hearty laugh. "Junhai is coming back this afternoon. You young people will have plenty to talk about. If you're free tonight, I'll have him come over to hang out with you." "Sure," Jiang Zhou agreed with a smile, not turning down the offer. They stayed busy until 5 or 6 in the afternoon, by which time the streets were practically empty. Jiang Zhou's family closed up shop, put up their couplets, and prepared to go home for the new year. After dropping his parents off at home, Jiang Zhou drove about 7 or 8 kilometers with a box of apples and a box of oranges to Du Zaiting's house. Since Du Zaiting couldn't make it back this year due to being on duty, Jiang Zhou brought 2 boxes of fruit to his parents. He used to play at Du Zaiting's house all the time when they were kids, so Du Zaiting's parents treated Jiang Zhou like their own son, welcoming him with pleasant surprise and warmth. After helping Du Zaiting's parents put up their couplets, Jiang Zhou finally drove back home. In the evening, after, Jiang Zhou thought Uncle Wang was just being polite when he said he'd send Wang Junhai over, but he was wrong. Not only did Wang Junhai show up, but Uncle Wang came along too. "Haha, old Jiang, I knew you'd close early today, so I came over to have a few drinks and chat. You don't mind, do you?" Uncle Wang laughed, standing outside the door. Of course you're welcome. How could we not welcome you? Come on in. Junhai has grown so tall. Jiang Jianhua smiled at the young man who followed, gesturing for them to enter. Wang Junhai was a year younger than Jiang Zhou. They grew up in the same neighborhood, and since their parents knew each other well, they could be considered childhood friends. However, Wang Junhai had always been a top student and didn't hang out with underachievers like Jiang Zhou, so, despite knowing each other well, they didn't have much in common. Jiang Zhou. Wang Junhai smiled when he saw Jiang Zhou. He took off his long black down jacket, revealing a plaid cotton shirt underneath. Jiang Zhou nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to say some polite words like long time no see, he suddenly noticed Wang Junhai's face turn red, his eyes staring straight behind him. Jiang Zhou's face darkened. He turned around to see his drop-dead gorgeous sister walking out in a set of off-white hooded pajamas. Jiang Lan. Wang Junhai walked up eagerly to greet her, smiling like a fool and leaving Jiang Zhou completely ignored. You bastard, I treat you with hospitality, and you try to hit on my sister. Jiang Zhou cursed under his breath. He stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Lan's hand, and dragged her toward her bedroom. Hey bro, what are you doing? Jiang Lan spun around and yelled in protest. Jiang Zhou pushed Jiang Lan into her bedroom and warned her sternly. You're taking the college entrance exam next year, and I haven't seen you open a book these past few days. Study hard and don't come out tonight. With that, he slammed the door shut from the outside, turned the key in the lock twice, and locked his sister inside. Bang bang bang! Jiang Lan pounded hard on the door, crying out in grievance, Bro, it's New Year's Eve. I want to watch TV. I want to watch the Spring Festival Gala. I don't want to study. Open the door. No way. Jiang Zhou ruthlessly refused to open the door and walked back to Wang Junhai with a smile on his face. Junhai, do you have a girlfriend? What? No? Then you'd better find one in Jinan soon. There must be plenty of female colleagues around your age. Too busy with work? That's no excuse. One look at your shirt and I know you're a programmer. Think about it, your industry is practically all male. If you don't plan ahead, it'll be hard to find someone when you get older. What? You want to find someone in your hometown? Absolutely not! Don't even think about it. How about I introduce someone to you? I have a colleague named Xia Xiaoyu. She's sweet and cute, about your age, though she works in Shanghai. Wang Junhai listened to Jiang Zhou introduce Xia Xiaoyu with a straight face, his mind filled with question marks. Shannon. Xia Xiaoyu, who was eating her New Year's Eve dinner, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Who is the jerk talking behind my back? Don't let me catch you or I'll make you pay. Xia Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Over in the dining area, Jiang Zhou was hyping up Xia Xiaoyu, making her sound like an angel. Unfortunately, Wang Junhai couldn't appreciate Xia Xiaoyu's cuteness and beauty at all, and he was bored to tears listening to it. Finally, Wang Junhai couldn't take it anymore. Since it was exactly 8 o'clock and the Spring Festival Gala was starting, he made his escape. Jiang Zhou, the Spring Festival Gala has started. Let's watch TV. Before Jiang Zhou could say anything, Wang Junhai ran over and sat down next to his dad. Uncle Wang was drinking and chatting with Jiang Zhou's dad. Jiang Zhou walked over as well, holding his phone. He pulled up Xia Xiaoyu's contact info and said to Wang Junhai, Junhai, let me give you Xia Xiaoyu's contact info. You can chat with her or I can make a video call so you can see what she looks like. Wang Junhai was quite speechless. Just then, Liang Yunying, who was busy in the kitchen, probably heard Jiang Lan's constant pounding on the door. She walked over curiously and opened it. Xiaolan, who locked you in your room? Jiang Lan complained pitifully, Mom. Scold my brother. He locked me in, and he wants me to study and read tonight. Oh, that boy. It's New Year's Eve today. Mom says you don't have to study. Liang Yunying, with dough still on her hands, comforted her daughter gently. She didn't take the kids' bickering seriously and went back to the kitchen. Seeing that her mom wasn't going to stand up for her, and seeing Jiang Zhou sitting on the sofa trying to video call Wang Junhai, Jiang Lan gritted her teeth in anger. How annoying. Bullying me as soon as he gets back. What goes around comes around, and I am your karma. Jiang Lan walked into the living room, poured a glass of water, and went back to her bedroom. While chatting with Wang Junhai, Jiang Zhou suddenly noticed the kid's eyes wandering again. Hearing footsteps, he looked over and saw that Jiang Lan had actually been let out. Looking back at Wang Junhai, his eyes were infatuatedly following Jiang Lan. You bastard. Eyeing my sister again? No way. Jiang Zhou sneered inwardly, feeling he couldn't hold back anymore. At this moment, Uncle Wang was bragging. Perhaps getting carried away by his own boasting, he suddenly called out, "Junhai, you're making over 17,000 a month now. How much does your department head make?" Jiang Lan had already left, but Wang Junhai was still staring infatuatedly toward her bedroom. Hearing the question, he said absent-mindedly, "About 50 or 60,000. They get an annual salary, probably around 600,000 a year." Uncle Wang chuckled. "You mentioned your boss wants to groom you, right? What kind of planning is he going to have you do?" Wang Junhai finally snapped out of it. "Yes, my boss said I can learn game design from him. If I do well, my salary could go up to 30,000 in a year or two." Uncle Wang boasted proudly. "Did you hear that, old Jiang? 30,000 a month. That's the benefit of graduating from a good school. He just graduated a year ago and he's already making 17,000. By the way, where does Jiang Zhou work? And how much does he make a month?" Jiang Zhou, who was chatting with Xiaoyu on his phone, turned around and smiled when he heard his name. "Not much, just barely enough to get by." "Barely making ends meet?" Uncle Wang frowned with vague concern. "Can you even make 10,000 a month?" "Ah." Jiang Zhou didn't know how to answer, so he gave an awkward, perfunctory reply. "We get a base salary plus commission. The base salary is 5,000. "What? Only 5,000? Before Uncle Wang could finish, he slapped his thigh in surprise and said, 5,000 yuan in a big city. After paying rent and buying food, you'd have nothing left. Junhai pays 2,000 to 3,000 a month just to rent a one-bedroom apartment in Zenan. I heard from your dad that you work in Shanghai. Renting a place in Shanghai must be even more expensive, right?" Jiang Zhou felt helpless and shrugged. Renting in Shanghai is about the same as in Zenan. Ding dong, ding dong. Jiang Zhou's phone rang with a video call. He took a look and saw it was Xiaoyu. Smiling apologetically, he waved his phone at Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, I need to take a video call from a colleague." Without waiting for Uncle Wang's reply, he pressed the answer button and connected the video call with Xiaoyu. "Hello." Xiaoyu waved her hand and smiled sweetly at the camera, showing her cute little canine teeth. Behind her was a bed with pink sheets, and she seemed to be sitting on a chair. "Xiaoyu, Happy New Year." Jiang Zhou smiled. "Jiang Zhou, were you talking bad about me behind my back? I just sneezed several times in a row." Xiaoyu peeled a small mandarin orange in front of the camera, talking as she ate. No, you're overthinking it." Jiang Zhou immediately changed the subject. "I'm only chatting with you to introduce a friend. Look, this handsome guy next to me is an engineer at Tencent." Jiang Zhou brought Wang Junhai into the frame. Wang Junhai raised his hand and greeted awkwardly but politely. "Hello." "Hello." Xiaoyu hummed and blinked her big eyes. However, she wasn't interested in strangers and continued to nag Jiang Zhou. "Jiang Zhou, it's New Year's. You have to prepare lucky money for me and send me a red envelope tomorrow morning. Otherwise, watch out, I'll make your life difficult at the office." The two of them were already very close and often joked around in the office. Jiang Zhou wasn't afraid of her either. He chuckled. "Make my life difficult. I actually think my shoes are a bit too big anyway. As the director's assistant, aren't you afraid I'll report you for openly demanding bribes from your subordinates?" Xiaoyu scoffed. "You cheapskate. Do you think I don't know you made 65,000 in your first month at the company? Not to mention the subsequent royalty commissions. With Su Xinghao's background as the champion of youth music, once he debuted and your 2 songs were released, your royalty income would be at least 300,000 to 500,000 a year. Don't think I don't know you have money. Hmp. You won't even part with a little lucky money. Cheap, cheap, cheap." Hearing this, Jiang Zhou suddenly felt a bit guilty and turned to glance at Uncle Wang and Wang Junhai. He really hadn't expected Xiaoyu to blurt out his income. Sure enough, Uncle Wang's expression turned awkward, and Wang Junhai looked at Jiang Zhou with utter bewilderment. Neither of them expected Jiang Zhou to make so much money. What on earth was 65,000 in a single month? And those royalty fees, 300,000 to 500,000 a year. Cough, cough. "Well, old Jiang, it's getting late. We should head back. I'll come over for tea again when I have time." Uncle Wang stood up awkwardly and took his leave. Over the past few days, he had bragged about his son's salary to everyone he met, as if that 17,000 figure gave him immense prestige. Once at the Jiang family's house, especially with Wang Junhai right there, he kept praising his son non-stop, bursting with pride. Unfortunately, he ran into Jiang Zhou. "Old Wang, stay a bit longer. It's only 8 o'clock, what's the rush? Jiang Jianhua stopped him in surprise. No, no. I suddenly remembered we haven't cleaned the windows at home. We can't welcome the new year with a dirty house. Junhai and I will go back and clean the glass. Uncle Wang waved his hand in refusal and walked toward the door. All right then. We'll have a good chat when you're free. Jiang Jianhua also noticed Uncle Wang's embarrassment and stopped trying to keep them. After seeing Uncle Wang and Wang Junhai off, Jiang Jianhua returned to the room, holding back his laughter. Old Jiang, why did old Wang and his son leave? Liang Yunying came out of the kitchen and asked curiously. Jiang Jianhua glanced at Jiang Zhou and laughed out loud. With your son sitting right there, old Wang must have felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. If he didn't leave, what was he going to do? Stay and smile awkwardly? Really? Is my son that amazing? Liang Yunying had also heard old Wang's constant bragging earlier. Hearing this, she glanced at Jiang Zhou happily and returned to the kitchen to keep busy, full of pride. Jiang Zhou, holding his phone, walked back inside and closed the door. I originally wanted to save some face for Uncle Wang and avoid giving him social death. I didn't expect my colleague to blurt out my salary. I really didn't do it on purpose. It was an accidental kill. Haha. Thinking of old Wang's embarrassed look just now, Jiang Jianhua couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Watching others show off is annoying, but showing off yourself is extremely satisfying. Just thinking about how old Wang was deflated made Jiang Jianhua feel very pleased. He couldn't help but wonder if he should brag about his son's salary everywhere to experience that feeling. After thinking it over, Jiang Jianhua dismissed the idea. He was a low-profile person. Jiang Zhou, have you sent the guests off yet? It's a bit noisy over there, so I'll stop chatting now. My mom is calling me. Remember to send me lucky money tomorrow, Xia Xiaoyu said cutely and hung up the video call. Jiang Zhou looked at the call-ended notification on his phone and smiled. Hearing Xia Xiaoyu's voice, Jiang Jianhua suddenly asked with a mix of hesitation and anticipation. Xiao Zhu, where is this Xia Xiaoyu from? How old is she? How many siblings does she have? Jiang Zhou suddenly looked up and said in panic, Dad, don't get any ideas. We're just colleagues. It's impossible. New Year's Eve. Watching the Spring Festival Gala. The Jiang family hadn't had such a lively reunion in many years. In the past, because of the cold relationship between Jiang Zhou and his father, Jiang Jianhua, they would argue endlessly every New Year. 2 years ago, Jiang Zhou had even run away from home in a fit of anger and never returned. It could be said that if the current Jiang Zhou were still the original owner of this body, the atmosphere in the Jiang family this year would still be as gloomy as in previous years. Now that he was replaced by the transmigrated Jiang Zhou, things were different. He had no conflict with Jiang Jianhua to begin with, and after a series of active efforts to ease the tension, the relationship between father and son had completely thawed. The whole family gathered contentedly in the living room, laughing and joking while watching the gala. When midnight struck and the New Year's bells rang, the deafening sound of countless firecrackers erupted downstairs outside. It's the new year. Jiang Zhou leaned against the balcony window, lit a cigarette, and looked down. In the plaza below, people kept lighting firecrackers, crackling and popping. Xiao Zhu, go to bed now, Mom called out. Okay. Jiang Zhou replied, shook his head, put out the cigarette, and went back to his room to sleep. No matter what, the version of him on Earth was already dead. Even if he thought about Earth now, there was no way to go back. Better get some sleep first. However, when Jiang Zhou returned to his room, took off his clothes and slid under the covers, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Who poured water on my bed? Jiang Lan's bedroom door was tightly shut, and uncontrollable laughter could be heard from inside. Haha. The first day of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Zhou held 4 movie tickets in his hand. Dad, Mom, I wrote the theme song for this movie, so the whole family has to watch it to support me. Jiang Zhou chuckled as he handed the movie tickets to his parents. Of course, we have to watch our son's movie. Liang Yunying took them happily. This was the first time she had set foot in a movie theater in decades. Mom, my brother didn't direct this movie. He only wrote the song in it. Jiang Lan held her mother's arm and couldn't help but correct her. I know. No matter what, we have to support your brother. Liang Yunying didn't care at all. Let's go. It starts in half an hour. Let's go in first, it's pretty cold out here, Jiang Zhou said, leading his family into the movie theater. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, many other young people were also heading into the movie theaters. Especially many couples. Going to the movies during the Spring Festival seemed to have become a trend. Pusidi and Li Wenin were one such couple. They had also booked tickets for the first day of the Lunar New Year and walked into the theater. Keep Moving Forward is said to be a drama documentary about an athlete's growth. Will it be a bit boring? Li Wenin sat hesitantly in the theater, holding a bucket of popcorn, and asked his girlfriend. They booked their tickets a bit late, and all the other highly anticipated blockbusters were sold out, leaving only this drama documentary. It shouldn't be boring. The synopsis looked decent. It's an inspiring story about an athlete fighting for his dream, and it's supposedly based on real events, Pusidi said, tilting her head in thought. Okay, let's see, Li Wenin nodded. The theater filled up quickly. Since everyone was on holiday for the Spring Festival, even a documentary could pull a full house. The movie started soon. The story was about a skinny boy from a mountain village chasing his basketball dream. When the boy was 11, he went to the county town with his father for some business. There, he witnessed an exciting basketball game on the court next to the public hall. From that day on, a seed of basketball was planted in his young heart. The boy begged his father to buy him a basketball, but unfortunately, due to the high price, his father refused. After returning home, the boy made a series of plans and tried everything to make money, wanting to buy a basketball himself. He collected bottles, went up the mountain to gather herbs to sell, and even set up a shoe-shining stall in the town. Eventually, he bought his very first basketball. It was of the poorest quality, but he was thrilled, feeling he was one step closer to his dream. However, getting a basketball didn't mean he had a basketball court to play on like those athletes. In order to play on a real court, the boy studied hard and eventually got into the largest middle school in the county, which had the most courts in the area and many like-minded basketball enthusiasts. After arriving at the middle school, a classmate who also loved basketball told him that if he wanted to learn better skills and make it to the basketball league, he had to be chosen by the basketball coach. One of the coaches at the school even had the credentials to send talented players to the professional basketball leagues of Xia Nation. Hearing this, the boy went resolutely to the coach and said, "I want to learn basketball from you. I want to become a professional basketball player, and I want to play in the basketball league for Xia Nation." The coach looked at the boy's height and build, shook his head, and rejected him, saying he wasn't cut out for it. Despite being rejected, the boy did not give up. He began to secretly follow the coach. Whenever the coach held a training session, he would spy on it to learn and then practice by himself on the court. Apart from classes and sleeping, he spent almost all his spare time practicing basketball. To buy a pair of basketball shoes, he took up a part-time job at a restaurant. Time flew and the boy entered high school. His basketball skills became famous throughout the school, yet he still couldn't catch the coach's eye. The coach said, "Your height isn't enough. You can't play in the league. You'll be completely shut down by the big guys." The boy refused to back down. He said, "I definitely can. No one can shut me down." He trained even harder. In addition to practicing his basketball skills, he trained his agility, endurance, physical strength, and vertical jump. In his sophomore year of high school, the boy approached the coach again and said, "I want to challenge your players. If I can score 30 points against them, you must let me join the team." The coach was moved by the boy's persistence and agreed. On the court, a group of tall basketball players actually couldn't stop the boy. He was thin and short, but as agile as a monkey. In the end, pushing himself to total exhaustion, he successfully scored 30 points and fainted on the spot. He won the coach's approval as well as that of the team members. He got his wish and joined the team as a substitute. In the days that followed, the boy worked even harder. His hard work even drew the attention of the school's faculty and students, who greatly admired his willpower and perseverance. Everyone knew his dream was to become a professional basketball player and play in the league. The first high school basketball league match began. The boy was not sent onto the court by the coach because the opponents were too tall and strong. The game was in full swing. The two school teams went back and forth in a fierce battle, with their scores neck and neck. Under normal circumstances, the boy would have had no chance to play. Just then, all the students and teachers in the stands began chanting the boy's name in unison. They wanted him to play, knowing that his dream was to step onto the league court. A timeout was called. Under everyone's high expectations, the boy stepped onto the court and ultimately won the game with a precise, buzzer-beating three-pointer. The whole arena erupted in cheers. The teammates rushed over to hug him, lifting him up and tossing him into the air to celebrate. At the same time, the background music played the song The Heart of a Child. Every member of the audience watching the movie was instantly moved to tears. From the unyielding voice sang, "Maybe I have no talent, maybe I am clumsy, but I am willing to keep exploring, giving all my youth, leaving no regrets." Many audience members clenched their fists, filled with excitement. They thought of their own dreams and the hardships they encountered on their journey. They also thought of their current difficulties and were suddenly filled with endless motivation. Forward, facing cold eyes and ridicule. Fate cannot make us fall to our knees and beg for mercy. The music continued as the screen froze on a frame. In the dark, many old photos appeared on the big screen, with text next to them noting that the story was adapted from real events. At this moment, amidst the loud, roaring music, applause suddenly broke out in the theater. 1, 2. Everyone stood up and applauded, the sound echoing for a long time.
Many people started discussing the movie enthusiastically as soon as they walked out of the theater. This movie is surprisingly good. Yeah, it's so inspiring. After watching this movie, I feel like the difficulties in front of me are so damn simple. Especially the insert song. When it played in the middle, I was too absorbed in the plot to pay much attention to it. But when the song started playing after the boy made the buzzer-beating shot, it was absolutely mind-blowing. This song perfectly captures the boy's struggle. Every line gets your blood pumping. I wish I could run 100 laps around the track right now. It's so hype, so inspiring. With rosy cheeks, Pusidi walked out of the movie theater holding her boyfriend's arm. At the entrance of the theater, the two stopped and faced each other. "Li Wenhan, will you marry me?" Pusidi looked up and asked with high expectations. The blood rushed to Li Wenhan's head. Looking at his girlfriend's cute face, he shouted firmly and powerfully, "I do." Pusidi's eyes curved into crescent moons of laughter as she rushed into Li Wenhan's arms. Leaning her head against her boyfriend's chest, she said happily, "If you want to marry me, you must work hard and persevere to win over my parents." Their opposition is just like the gym teacher's rejection of the little boy. "I want you to marry me and bring me home," while singing Heart of a Dream Chaser. "Okay." Touched, Li Wenhan held his girlfriend tightly, a surge of infinite determination rising in his heart. On the online Douya movie website, user Wings of Dreams posted, "When the crowd chanted for the little boy to play, I was shocked. At that moment, my scalp went numb, and I stood up, clenching my fists and roaring with excitement. When the boy was tossed into the air by his teammates in celebration and the theme song played, I knew this movie was destined to become a classic inspirational film." User Old Uncle Never Dies posted, "I'm a composer. I was invited by a friend at Shell Company to watch this movie. Let me start with my feelings about the film. It has a gentle pace, a story of life written in the language of cinema. After watching it, I only want to say one thing. Only through perseverance in life can dreams be achieved." Also, what shocked me the most in the movie was the theme song. As a veteran composer, the moment I heard Heart of a Dream Chaser play, I felt like I was hearing the boy's roar challenging his fate. He was mediocre, he was short, he didn't even have a decent pair of sneakers, but he persevered until the very end. If the plot of Keep Moving Forward is the body of a dragon, then the theme song Heart of a Dream Chaser is definitely the finishing touch that brings it to life. I checked the songwriter Jiang Zhou, and I will remember his name. He must be a hidden master. User Yutia posted, "Many friends have already reviewed the movie, so I won't go into detail. I just want to express one wonder. How on earth was the theme song Heart of a Dream Chaser custom made? You must know how difficult of a challenge it is to perfectly match a movie's plot, not to mention that the lyrics and music are by the same person, Jiang Zhou. A foreign name, could it be a pseudonym of some famous songwriter?" Onbo. User Leroy, a famous lyricist, post, "I highly recommend the theme song Heart of a Dream Chaser from the movie Keep Moving Forward. The lyrics and music are top-notch. It's one of the few inspirational masterpieces in recent years." User Xiang Yang, a famous composer, post, "I was invited to review Heart of a Dream Chaser, the theme song of Keep Moving Forward. I would like to apologize to everyone, as I find it hard to critique the lyrics and music of this song. Trying to find flaws might reveal some minor blemishes, but that doesn't stop it from being an excellent song." User Su Xinghao, the champion of the first season of Youth Music Scene, posted, Heart of a Dream Chaser, the theme song of Keep Moving Forward, is now live on the Cloud Music platform. Please show your support. On Cloud Music. User Radish Rabbit Sky commented, the chorus of this song is really amazing. The high notes aren't forced at all. The slight cracking in the voice doesn't lower the song's quality. Instead, it makes it feel even more authentic. User Big Popsicle commented, others say this song is a victory charge. To me, it gives me the courage to stand back up in the face of failure. User Please Call Me Mr. A commented, keep fighting. User Luke commented, keep fighting. User The Prince Doesn't Love Frogs commented, I will definitely come back to fulfill my vow with a basketball coach certificate in 3 years. User So Tired commented, Jiang Zhou, you better remember this. Don't come back to see us until you make a name for yourself. 1 week later, the Spring Festival movie season remained hot and more people watched the film. Thanks to word of mouth, although Keep Moving Forward's box office didn't explode like a blockbuster commercial film, it still pulled off a turnaround on a small budget and made a huge profit. Meanwhile, the song Heart of a Dream Chaser climbed to #1 on the Cloud Music song chart, completely unstoppable. Boosted by the fame of Su Xinghao, the champion of Youth Music Scene, the total downloads reached over 1.6 million times, at yuan per download. Jiang Zhou used his calculator to compute it several times. Over 1.6 million downloads at yuan each, that made over 1.6 million yuan. Even though his current level only allowed him to take a 10% cut, that was still over 160,000 yuan. After taxes, he would get about 140,000 yuan. Earning 140,000 yuan in a single week, Jiang Zhou woke up laughing every day of the Spring Festival holiday. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of reaching 1,000 popularity. Task completed. The popularity mall has been unlocked and you are rewarded with 1 C-rank treasure chest. Would you like to open the C-rank treasure chest now? Jiang Zhou thought that since he had been making money every day recently, his luck shouldn't be bad. Open it. The treasure chest flashed with light, the lid opened and a bubble floated up. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining a professional lyric writing skill book. Would you like to learn it immediately? Wow, this is great. Jiang Zhou's eyes lit up. He already had the professional composing skill. With a lyric writing skill added, the knowledge pool for both music and lyrics would basically not be too difficult for him. Otherwise, if other professionals asked Jiang Zhou about his lyrics and he couldn't explain them, wouldn't he expose himself immediately? Ding dong! The host's popularity has reached 1,000. The popularity mall has been unlocked. Would you like to enter the mall to check it out now? Yes. As soon as Jiang Zhou nodded, the transparent panel in front of him turned into a sales rack, with many different items displayed on each shelf. Memory capsule price 1,000 popularity. Customize any work price 10,000 popularity plus a certain amount of money depending on the quality of the work. Heavenly King Possession Experience Card 1 hour price 20,000 popularity. Master Actor Experience Card 3 days price 100,000 popularity. Master Dance Special Training Course 1 month price 1 million popularity. Jiang Zhou looked at 7 or 8 items in the mall and couldn't bear to look anymore. System, how much popularity do I have right now? Jiang Zhou's excited mood from earning money suddenly went sour. Looking at the prices of those items, he felt depressed. The system replied, are you blind? Can't you look for yourself? Jiang Zhou got angry. You fucking... Despite the cursing, Jiang Zhou shifted his focus and pulled up the character info panel. Name Jiang Zhou. Age 24 years old. Constitution 90 with normal healthy value being 100. Popularity 1023. Skills, professional composing, professional lyric writing. The low popularity number made Jiang Zhou smile bitterly. After all, composers work behind the scenes, making it relatively harder to become famous. If Jiang Zhou wanted more popularity, he had to release a large number of works to make his name known throughout the entire entertainment industry and even break into the mainstream. To achieve mainstream crossover appeal, he undoubtedly needed to reach the level of a master composer. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Zhou said goodbye to his parents and younger sister and went back to work in Shenzhen. As soon as he entered the office, many colleagues walked over to greet him, and Liu Ming approached Jiang Zhou with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, Jiang Zhou. Your song is a big hit." "Jiang Zhou, you have to treat us," a colleague chimed in with a laugh. "No problem, my treat." Jiang Zhou was also in high spirits, so he immediately made a phone call to have the coffee shop downstairs deliver coffee. "Boss Jiang is so generous." "Awesome, Boss Jiang, haha. Here's hoping your next song will be another big hit." After joking around for a bit, the coffee from the shop arrived. With a cup in every hand, everyone shared in the joy and felt very happy. Jiang Zhou chatted with his colleagues for a while before getting to work. "The price of the memory capsule is 1,000 popularity. I can buy one to recall the lyrics of my deskmate." Thinking of this, Jiang Zhou bought a memory capsule directly from the System Popularity Mall and swallowed it. Instantly, all the lyrics, music, and arrangement of Gao Xiao songs My Deskmate appeared clearly in his mind. With the complete version of the song in hand, Jiang Zhou didn't say another word and headed straight to Wang Zhenbang's office. "Mr. Wang, I want to record a song." Wang Zhenbang was on the phone with a worried look on his face. He didn't expect Jiang Zhou to walk in without even knocking, so he immediately put his index finger to his lips to shush him. Jiang Zhou paused awkwardly, only then remembering that he had been a bit too excited and forgot to knock. He quietly walked into the office, closed the door behind him, and went over to sit on the reception sofa. Wang Zhenbang's voice on the phone drifted over. "Chairman, it's not that I don't want to participate. It's just that this event is too grand. There are 7 or 8 master composers participating, and we just can't compete. You know as well as I do that the composers in our company write pop songs, and their levels simply can't compare to those master composers. If possible, only if the 2 masters in our company step up would there be a slim chance. As for the others, I think it's better not to let them participate, lest it affect their other work." A voice came from the phone, carrying a hint of unquestionable authority. "Those 2 have other matters to attend to. They have explicitly stated that they cannot participate in this song submission contest." "Cut the crap. Our company must participate in this event. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is not even having the courage to participate. Listen to me, if our company can win this event, we'll hit the jackpot. If you guys can win it, I will personally throw a celebration banquet for you, and the songwriter will be rewarded with 5 million. Hearing this, Jiang Zhou's eyes widened and his breath caught in his throat. What kind of song submission event could make the chairman personally assign the task and offer a massive bounty of 5 million? Ding dong, task released. Compose a promotional song for the Xia Country Mingdu International Games. Task reward. For each song selected, you will be rewarded with 1 B-grade treasure chest and 3 C-grade treasure chests. Task duration 3 months. Ding dong. Task released. Achieve a popularity goal of 10,000. Task reward 1 C-grade treasure chest. Task duration 3 months. Jiang Zhou was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected the system to release 2 tasks at the same time. And one of the tasks was actually to produce a song for Xia Country's international games. The international games was a global competition on par with the Olympic Games on Earth. Jiang Zhou naturally understood the grand scale of this event. Chairman, Wang Zhenbang was about to say something else with a bitter smile, but the call was hung up directly on the other end. He looked speechlessly at the beeping receiver in his hand and sighed. Though the prize money is huge, someone actually has to win it. A bunch of little monkeys trying to pluck the heavenly peaches, it's harder than climbing to heaven. Mr. Wang, Jiang Zhou stood up, his eyes shining. Huh? Wang Zhenbang froze and stared blankly at Jiang Zhou. He had almost forgotten that Jiang Zhou was still in the office. Why did you come over, kid? Is something the matter? I want to take on this task. What task? Wang Zhenbang was a bit confused, not understanding what he meant. Jiang Zhou pointed to his phone. The task the chairman just issued. I want to participate in the song submission contest for the games. Wang Zhenbang pressed his hand to his forehead and said weakly, Little Jiang, it's not that I'm trying to stop you guys from participating. It's just that the difficulty is too high. With your level, participating would just make you cannon fodder, and you wouldn't even make a splash. Since you heard my phone call, do you know how many master composers are participating in this event? At least 8. I know, Jiang Zhou nodded. but I still want to participate. Wang Zhenbang looked at Jiang Zhou speechlessly for a long time without saying a word. After a moment, probably seeing the determination in Jiang Zhou's eyes, he waved his hand. All right then, go back for now, and I'll send you the details of the submission contest later. You can see how you want to compose it. Thank you, Mr. Wang, Jiang Zhou smiled. Mr. Wang, I have another new song here that I want to record. Do you have a list of the company's singers? I want to choose someone suitable. Wang Zhenbang said in surprise, "You're really prolific, kid, just over the new year, and you've got another one. Let me have a look." Actually, it's not really a new song. It's just that folk song, my old classmate from before. It's finished now. Once I find someone to record it, I'll send it over for you to listen to, Jiang Zhou said with a self-deprecating smile. Sure, Wang Zhenbang smiled. He had heard the melody of my old classmate before and knew it was a very good song. He looked at Jiang Zhou with satisfaction, feeling quite fortunate that he had signed him in the first place. He had fully witnessed how popular A Heart Chasing Dreams had become during the Spring Festival. On the internet, in the streets and alleys, the melody of this song could be heard everywhere. On Cloud Music, the comments on the song had reached a whopping 160,000, leaving many other songs far behind. And as the song's downloads climbed, the number of comments continued to rise at an extremely high rate. The movie Moving Forward had also become a hit. Its inspirational story touched countless young people who were striving hard, and the young boy's persistence and determination to pursue his dreams moved many, rekindling their fighting spirit. Following closely was a box office boom. As a drama documentary, it raked in over 230 million yuan in box office sales in just the 7 days of the Spring Festival. The movie's word of mouth, combined with the hit song A Heart Chasing Dreams, exploded into jaw-dropping results. Some people fell in love with the song because they watched the movie. Some people looked up the movie to watch because they heard the song. In short, this inspirational story and song became a classic in the hearts of many. Jeet Company. On this day, the cold wind howled, and a crowd of people roared like a tidal wave. Streak, streak, streak. And then, a man wearing only boxers ran 3 laps around the office building, accepting his loss in the bet, which drew wild laughter from the onlookers. Back at his workstation, Jiang Zhou received the materials sent by Wang Zhenbang. He first looked into the song submission event for the international games. The materials stated that the entries should embody the core values of the international games, such as hope, dreams and inspiration, friendship and fair play, through beautiful melodies and profound lyrics. They also needed to reflect the theme of the Mingdu International Games, One World, One Dream. There were no restrictions on the style, language, or format of the entries, as long as they could be accepted and sung by audiences from different cultural backgrounds. Jiang Zhou read through them in detail, line by line. Finally, he recalled the Olympic songs from Earth. He had a choice in mind. However, he couldn't remember the lyrics and music of those 2 songs clearly. Right now, his popularity wasn't high enough for him to purchase a memory capsule, so he couldn't submit them just yet. After all, in his previous life, he wasn't someone who loved to sing or paid much attention to songs. Strictly speaking, other than the national anthem, he hadn't memorized any songs. The continuous sales of A Heart Chasing Dreams will increase my popularity, but a songwriter credit on just one song won't attract too much attention. At most, it will only be noticed by professionals in the field and people in the entertainment industry. Therefore, I must release more songs as soon as possible to gain popularity. Jiang Zhou propped up his head, lost in thought. There was still half a month before March 1st when Su Xing'er would release I Am a Little Bird to compete on the charts. His credit as the songwriter would be exposed again, bringing him another wave of popularity. My Old Classmate must also be recorded immediately and released as soon as possible. With this in mind, Jiang Zhou immediately opened the singer profiles sent by Wang Zhenbang to filter through them. Wearing his headphones, he listened to the songs and voices previously recorded by these singers. Finally, he found a very famous folk singer named Ouyang Heng. According to the profile, Ouyang Heng was an A-list singer under Mars, highly famous, having risen to fame over a decade ago, and was a well-known folk singer in Jia country. In recent years, due to the decline of folk music, Ouyang Heng had transitioned into the film and television industry, also achieving impressive results. If Ouyang Heng can sing my song, my popularity will definitely skyrocket. The exposure of an A-list star is definitely incomparable to a newcomer like Su Xinghao who just debuted. The show Youth Music Arena that Su Xinghao participated in was a relatively mediocre talent show, and it was the second season. Although he won the championship, many in the general public still didn't know him. It offered limited help in boosting Jiang Zhou's popularity. If he wanted more popularity, his only option was to release more outstanding songs, to the point where even ordinary people would recognize him. There were many such songwriters on Earth. For example, Jonathan Lee, Lo Taiyu, Vincent Fang and Albert Leung. And all-rounders like Chou, JJ Lin and Li Rongkao were even more like genius figures, possessing the most powerful popularity. Jiang Zhou dialed Li Mingyu's. "Hello, Jiang Zhou, what made you think of calling me?" Li Mingyu, being socially adept, smiled warmly. "Sister Mingyu, the song my old classmate that I wrote earlier is finished, and I want to ask Ouyang Heng to sing it," Jiang Zhou said. As the director of managers, Li Mingyu was in charge of all artists and managers at Mars Entertainment. If cooperation from the artist department was needed, he had to let her know. "Ouyang Heng, I don't know what his thoughts are on this. I can send you his manager's phone number. You can contact them to discuss it, and I'll also put in a good word for you." "All right. Thank you, Sister Mingyu," Jiang Zhou expressed his gratitude. He knew that Li Mingyu meant for him to check with Ouyang Heng directly. As an A-list star, he had the right to choose his own songs. If Ouyang Heng wanted to sing My Old Classmate, no one would stop him. If he didn't want to sing it, no one would say anything either. It all depended on Ouyang Heng's own wishes. A moment later, Jiang Zhou received the phone number sent by Li Mingyu. He gathered his thoughts and dialed the number. The phone rang about a dozen times but went unanswered. Jiang Zhou waited for 5 minutes and dialed again. This time, the phone rang a full 7 or 8 times before it was picked up. "Hello," a man's voice answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Liu? I am Jiang Zhou from the company's composition department." "From the composition department?" Liu Qingwei thought in confusion. He had never heard the name Jiang Zhou before. He was probably an obscure junior composer in the company. "Is there something I can help you with?" Liu Qingwei asked politely anyway. Jiang Zhou said, "Well, I've written a folk song. Knowing that Mr. Ouyang is a senior figure in the folk music scene, I would like to collaborate with him on this song." Liu Qingwei frowned. "Folk?" He glanced back at Ouyang Heng, who was filming on set, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Mr. Ouyang is currently filming. How about this? Email me the lyrics and music sheet, and I'll ask him for you once he's finished." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Liu," Jiang Zhou readily agreed. After hanging up, Jiang Zhou sent the song to Liu Qingwei's email and waited for a reply. Cut. On the set, the director shouted, announcing the completion of today's scene. It was already dark, and the surroundings were filled with bright studio lights. "Have some water." Liu Qingwei handed water to Ouyang Heng, who was taking off his armor. "Oh my goodness, I'm really getting old. After a day of filming, this armor makes my back ache." Ouyang Heng took the water bottle and gulped down half of it in one breath. After catching his breath, the assistant nearby handed him a wet towel to wipe off his sweat. "Mr. Ouyang, I received a call from the company's composition department this afternoon. Someone named Jiang Zhou sent a folk song and wants to collaborate with you. Manager Li also mentioned it. Do you want to take it?" Liu Qingwei took the opportunity to ask. "Folk?" Ouyang Heng put down the towel. He thought about it and shook his head vigorously. "Forget it. I've been singing folk songs for half my life. I'd rather pass. Besides, my focus right now is acting. This shoot is keeping me busy enough." "That works too. Anyway, it was written by some unknown junior composer in the company, so the quality probably isn't great. It's fine not to take it." Ouyang Heng laughed. "I don't mind you laughing, but honestly, I'm almost sick of singing folk music. If it weren't for the fans loving it, and every commercial performance requiring me to sing folk songs, I really wouldn't want to sing them." Ha ha ha. The manager Liu Qingwei and the assistant both laughed out loud. Having worked with Ouyang Heng for many years, how could they not know that feeling? Let alone Ouyang Heng getting sick of singing it, they were almost sick of hearing it. "Then I'll turn him down for you." Liu Qingwei stopped laughing, picked up the phone, and dialed Jiang Zhou's mobile number. After work, Jiang Zhou was cooking noodles at home. Hearing his phone ring, he immediately picked it up to check. Seeing the caller ID was Liu Qingwei, he answered it with pleasant surprise. "Hello, Mr. Liu? Did Mr. Aoyang agree to the collaboration?" He was full of anticipation. Liu Qingwei sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Aoyang has been very busy filming lately, so he probably doesn't have time to collaborate on this song. But thank you for thinking of Mr. Aoyang. I'm really sorry." "All right. No problem. Maybe there will be a chance to collaborate in the future. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Liu." After some polite exchanges, Jiang Zhou hung up the phone and shook his head. "It would have been best if Aoyang Heng could sing my old classmate. Too bad he refused. It looks like I have to find someone else." The next day, after arriving at the company, Jiang Zhou started listening to other people's voices and looking up information again. Then he selected 2 other A-list singers and 2 B-list singers. However, when he called them one by one, the final responses he got were either that they had no time or outright rejections. Are they all that busy? Jiang Zhou felt a bit helpless. He had reached out to 5 people and not a single one agreed. It's not that they are busy, it's that you are not famous enough. Liu Ming from next door smiled, not at all surprised. If you were the company's gold medal composer, they might carefully consider your song. If you were a master, it would be the other way around. They would beg you to write songs for them. This is reality, accept it. Jiang Zhou frowned, somewhat unconvinced. Do they not look at the quality of the song at all? Liu Ming shook his head. You have to know that people are just like that sometimes. First impressions are very important. When they know you are only an 18th tier composer or a senior composer, their first impression will be that your song must be just as obscure as your reputation. Therefore, in the composition industry, reputation is equally important. Only by making a name for yourself will you gain people's respect. Jiang Zhou nodded helplessly. He admitted that Liu Ming had a point. Then what counts as being promoted to a gold medal composer? If he could be promoted to a gold medal composer as soon as possible, the stars he collaborated with would be bigger, the songs would become popular faster, and he could take a shortcut to gain a massive amount of popularity. To be promoted to a gold medal composer, you must have 10 songs with sales and downloads exceeding 10 million. By that time, you'll have made a name for yourself in the industry. The company will actively suggest a contract upgrade, and other companies will try to scout you. You'll be promoted naturally, Liu Ming 10 songs with sales and downloads exceeding 10 million. Jiang Zhou silently noted this standard. Using his mouse, he opened Cloud Music on the computer to check the download numbers for Pure Heart of Chasing Dreams. 3,780,000. There was still a significant gap before reaching 10 million. Pure Heart of Chasing Dreams should be able to break 10 million eventually. Right now, it's been less than half a month, and the downloads have reached 3,780,000. As time goes on, it shouldn't be a problem. Copyright protection in the sheer state of Ziwei Star was excellent, with no piracy at all. And because the download prices for songs were quite fair, listeners were all willing to spend money to buy the songs they liked. Since first and second tier singers were unwilling to cooperate, Jiang Zhou simply stopped looking for them altogether. He went straight to trainees with no reputation or 18th tier artists with only a tiny bit of fame. There were plenty of agencies with trainees and 18th tier artists. He could pick whoever he wanted, confident that no one would reject him. Such a great song was offered to those first and second tier stars, and yet nobody wanted it. He wasn't about to keep sucking up to them. Let whoever wanted to do it, do it. He couldn't care less. Jiang Zhou felt a surge of anger rising inside. After a whole round of begging and pleading, it was highly likely that not a single one of these first or second tier stars had actually looked closely at his lyrics and music, let alone listened to the demo he recorded. He had only managed to record that demo by buying coffee for the recording studio's house band. If I become famous in the future, even if you people beg me to write songs for you, I won't do it. Jiang Zhou snorted, drawing a few circles on the company's trainee list. These were the few people whose voices he had listened to and felt had enough life experience to bring out the emotion in the song. After screening them, he chose 2 male trainees in total. The first was Qin Jingwei, who had failed 3 times on music talent shows over the past 2 years. He was 28 years old, had some life experience, and had a very magnetic voice. However, his looks were rather ordinary, so he had never made much progress in his career. The second was Tan Yuanfang, who had graduated from school just a year ago. He was 22 years old, and his voice naturally carried a touch of melancholy. Looking at his photos, he was very handsome with shoulder-length hair, giving off a very artistic vibe. Jiang Zhou quickly called their agents and arranged for them to come to the company to record the song after work started the next morning. Hearing that a composer from the music department had specifically requested them by name to try out in the recording studio, both of them were so excited they barely slept all night. Early in the morning, when Jiang Zhou arrived at the recording studio, the two of them were already waiting outside. "You both arrived quite early." Jiang Zhou checked the time. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. It looked like the two of them had been waiting outside the studio for a long time. "Oh my god, you must be teacher Jiang Zhou. You're so young." Qin Jingwei was taken aback when he saw Jiang Zhou's appearance. He didn't seem to expect Jiang Zhou to be so young and handsome. "Hello, Teacher Jiang," Tan Yuanfang greeted shyly. Whether from the cold or nervousness, he was shivering slightly. Jiang Zhou smiled. "No need to be so polite. We're about the same age, so you can just call me Jiang Zhou." "Wait, Qin Jingwei, why are the dark circles under your eyes so bad? Did you not sleep last night?" "Ahaha, no, I just didn't sleep well." Qin Jingwei waved his hands repeatedly and quickly covered his dark circles in embarrassment. He really hadn't slept all night. "You need to get some rest." Jiang Zhou didn't think too much of it. The door to the recording studio was already open, so he led the way in. Jiang Zhou explained their purpose, and the recording engineer immediately set up a space for them. "Which of you two wants to go first?" Jiang turned and asked. "I'll go first." Qin Jingwei glanced at the nervous Tan Yuanfang, patted his shoulder with a chuckle, casually took off his jacket, and walked toward the microphone. "Don't be nervous. Just sing at your usual level in a moment." Jiang Zhou also noticed that Tan Yuanfang was too nervous and offered some comfort. "Okay. Thank you, teacher." Tan Yuanfang took a deep breath, looked up, closed his eyes, and forced himself to calm down. Qin Jingwei, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. He even stretched, did some chest expansions, and yawned in front of the microphone. Seeing Jiang Zhou and the recording engineer looking at him from outside, Qin Jingwei chuckled into the microphone. "Teacher, can I get a feel for it first? It's early in the morning and my throat feels a bit dry. If there's water, it would be great if you could get me a bottle." It was more than just dry. He had practiced singing all night and hadn't dared to drink too much water in the morning, fearing it would affect his performance. "We have some." The recording engineer smiled, grabbed a bottle of water, and handed it to him. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Qin Jingwei took the water bottle, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and after clearing his throat, made a few sounds into the microphone to warm up his voice. About 2 minutes later, Qin Jingwei shook his head, took a deep breath, and stood still in front of the microphone. "Teacher, I'm ready." "Let's begin then." Jiang Zhou nodded and put on his headphones. Qin Jingwei closed his eyes and began singing the lyrics that he had already memorized by heart. "Will you still remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday?" Hearing this, Jiang Zhou frowned. "Stop." Qin Jingwei stopped. "Qin Jingwei, your breathing is a bit too heavy. Adjust it and try again from the beginning." "Okay." Qin Jingwei adjusted his breathing slightly and started singing again. He sang about half of the song. Qin Jingwei got into the emotion. Jiang Zhou could hear a sense of life's hardships in his voice, but also a sense of open-mindedness. Through his singing, it seemed as if he really recalled a long-haired deskmate, causing the corners of Jiang Zhou's mouth to curl up involuntarily. When the song finished, Jiang Zhou didn't say anything to him. Instead, he turned and said directly, "Tan Yuanfang, your turn." "Okay, teacher." Tan Yuanfang took a deep breath of air and walked into the recording booth as if he were heading to a battlefield. However, perhaps because he was too nervous, or perhaps because he hadn't put his feelings into it, the song came out of his mouth a bit dry, failing to showcase his naturally excellent voice. "Do it again." Jiang Zhou gave him a chance, letting him keep singing and adjust himself. Tan Yuanfang nodded and continued singing. "Do it again." The second attempt was slightly better, but still not quite right. It was always missing that special flavor. Jiang Zhou frowned. Only after the music ended did he choose his words carefully and say, "Tan Yuanfang, as of right now, it's not that your singing technique is bad, but rather a problem with your mental state and execution. I don't know why you're so nervous." As singers, we must actively embrace the stage. Being like this seriously affects your performance. Tan Yuanfang's face and hand. He hung his head in shame and said dejectedly, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I might really not be cut out for the stage. Every time I get noticed, I get nervous. I can't change it." Jiang Zhou wanted to say something else, but seeing that Tan Yuanfang was on the verge of tears, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "It's fine. You're still young, and you have a long way ahead of you. If there are difficulties, just try to find a way to overcome them." Jiang Zhou sighed, patted Tan Yuanfang on the shoulder and comforted his junior. It seemed now that this song was indeed more suited for Qin Jingwei. "I suggest you sign up for some music talent shows. You can gradually adapt to the gaze of others on those stages. Don't be afraid of failure. If you want to break out of this, you must conquer your own heart." "I understand, teacher. Thank you." Deeply moved, Tan Yuanfang bowed, then turned and walked out of the recording studio, looking lonely. He himself knew that he had performed too poorly. Looking at Tan Yuanfang's retreating figure, Jiang Zhou shook his head, then turned to dazed Qin Jingwei beside him and said, "Qin Jingwei, for the next few days, you'll spend your time practicing in the recording studio. Make sure to get this song recorded before the end of the month." "Yes." Hearing Jiang Zhou's approval, Qin Jingwei grinned so widely his mouth could hardly close. His dream since childhood had been to sing. Unfortunately, his looks were a bit too ordinary, and no matter what talent show he went on, he was always filtered out in the end. At first, he thought his skills weren't up to par, so he practiced his vocals, learned vocalization, and studied techniques frantically. It wasn't until he shamelessly loitered outside a famous singer's door for a month that the teacher finally told him the truth. "It's not that you lack singing talent. It's just because you're ugly. So many agencies in the entertainment industry think you'd be hard to promote." This single sentence hit Qin Jingwei so hard he almost shut himself off from the world. Because of this, he spent a whole year in a daze. Later, he finally stepped out of the shadow, but he was still extremely confused about his future, wondering if he still had a chance to survive in the entertainment industry. Until yesterday, when he suddenly received a notice from his agent saying he was selected by teacher Jiang Zhou from the composition department for a song audition. Upon hearing the news, he was instantly stunned. As the theme song for the movie scored by Mars, he had of course heard of Dreaming of the Red Core, and he had listened to it more than once. The inspirational message expressed in the song struck a deep chord with him, rekindling hope for the future in his heart. Now, hearing that the creator of the song wanted him to record it, he was so ecstatic that he jumped up. Last night, he desperately memorized the lyrics and practiced singing, practicing all the way until 4 in the morning before he could no longer hold out and fell asleep. In the morning, as soon as his alarm went off, he immediately got out of bed, full of energy, washed up and stood waiting at the entrance of the recording studio before 8:30, without even having a single bite of breakfast. Now that he had received Jiang Zhou's approval, he felt that all his efforts were worth it. Like a lost traveler in the desert who had found water, he rediscovered hope and had boundless expectations for the future. "Qin Jingwei, once you're done recording, let's compete on the new song chart." Jiang Zhou pumped his fist to encourage Qin Jingwei and himself. After saying a few more words, he prepared to leave. "Teacher Jiang, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Qin Jingwei stood at attention and saluted, looking dead serious. "Holy crap, bro, don't get so excited." Jiang Zhou was startled, almost dropping the water bottle in his hand. The recording engineers didn't expect Qin Jingwei to salute either, and they all burst out laughing. "Haha, I got too excited. Sorry, Teacher Jiang." Qin Jingwei chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Jiang Zhou smiled. Leaving Qin Jingwei in the recording studio, he headed back to his office. 11th floor composition department. We got paid. Xia Xiaoyu's voice came from the office. Jiang Zhou had just reached the door when he stopped in his tracks. Payday? He took out his phone in pleasant surprise and checked. Sure enough, today was payday. He quickly logged into his bank account to check. Last month he was paid 30,000. This month, the remaining portion after deducting Social Security, Housing Fund and taxes was also nearly 30,000. The royalties for A Heart of Pure Child wouldn't be settled until next month, so when Jiang Zhou checked his bank account, he only saw the deposit of nearly 30,000. During the new year, he had sent 20,000 to his parents and paid 2 months' rent. The previously meager balance on his card suddenly surged, putting him in a great mood. It's time to pay back Du Ziteng. The original owner of this body borrowed 7,000 from him at various times, and plus the 5,000 I borrowed, that makes 12,000 in total. With that in mind, Jiang Zhou found Du Ziteng's card number through his bank transfer history and transferred the money over. Less than 2 minutes later, Du Ziteng called. "Hello? Jiang Zhou, where the hell did you get this money?" Du Ziteng's voice was filled with surprise. He knew Jiang Zhou's situation all too well. It was already good if he could make 1 or 2,000 a month. How could he suddenly transfer 12,000? Did he do something illegal? "Can't a guy get paid?" Jiang Zhou replied, speechless. "Oh my God, you bastard. Don't go selling your body. Even if we're poor, can't we just live an honest life?" "Screw you. You're the one selling your body. I wrote 2 songs, and this is the money from selling them." Jiang Zhou couldn't help but curse. "Keep dreaming. You, writing songs, and I build rockets. Where are you? I'll take some time off to check on you. Don't tell me you got sucked into a pyramid scheme." Du Ziteng was still worried. "Come if you want. I'm at Wutong Garden in Shanghai. When you come tonight, remember to bring a few dishes and a case of beer." "Are you kidding me? You're in Shanghai?" "Haha, believe it or not. I have to work now, no time to chat with a bastard like you." Jiang Zhou hung up the phone while cursing, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled, feeling great. In his memory, he and Du Ziteng had been cursing and fooling around with each other since childhood, and they still couldn't break the habit now that they were grown up. The afternoon passed quickly. After work in the evening, Jiang Zhou returned to his residential community. About an hour later, the round-headed Du Ziteng walked into Jiang Zhou's rented apartment, carrying 4 or 5 dishes, looking dazed. "Oh my God, you're really here." Jiang Zhou laughed out loud, took the dishes from Du Ziteng, plated them, and turned around to give Du Ziteng a playful punch. "Where's the beer? Don't tell me you forgot." Du Ziteng paced around, looking at Jiang Zhou's apartment with disbelief written all over his face. "The beer was too heavy to carry. Let's go down and buy it together later. I saw a supermarket right at the entrance of your community." "All right," Jiang Zhou didn't mind. "This place looks pretty good. How much is it a month?" 2,800, not bad, right?" Jiang Zhou asked. "Not bad at all, better than my place. I share an apartment with a colleague, and it costs 3,000 a month. The utilities are insanely expensive. The electricity bill alone was 200 yuan for just half a month." Du Ziteng couldn't help but complain. "Let's go down and buy the beer. We can talk on the way." Jiang Zhou put on his shoes, and they went down to the community entrance to buy the beer. After returning, they grimaced from the cold while chugging beer together. After downing 2 bottles each, they started talking more. "Does Liu Mengyao still contact you?" Du Ziteng asked. Jiang Zhou shook his head. "Don't bring her up again. We don't really contact each other anymore." Du Ziteng sighed. "Back when you guys were in school, I told you that you two weren't a good match. Liu Mengyao isn't the type of woman who wants to settle down. She was just stringing you along, getting you to buy her this and that. Too bad you wouldn't listen back then." "Yeah." Jiang Zhou fell silent. He also knew about the original owner's history as a simp, simping until he had nothing left. Back then, he would rather go hungry just to save money to buy a designer bag for Liu Mengyao's birthday. And the result? After receiving the gift, Liu Mengyao even complained that the brand was too low-end and was too embarrassed to wear it out. When he first received this part of the memory, Jiang Zhou really wanted to curse out loud. But then he thought, the original owner is already dead, so let it go. "You probably don't know yet, but Liu Mengyao is about to debut. I heard it from Yi Wenji in your dorm." I don't know what kind of dumb luck Liu Mengyao had, but she caught the eye of the higher-ups at Huihuang. They even hired the famous composer Liu Jianhao to write a single for her. She's officially debuting and entering the charts on March 1st. March 1st, Jiang Zhou was slightly stunned. Su Xinghao's I'm a Little Bird was also entering the charts on March 1st. Moreover, he had also prepared You Who Shared My Desk. To boost his popularity faster, he also planned to release this song in March. A woman like Liu Mengyao, who knows if it's good or bad for her to get famous? Du Ziteng sighed, raising his glass to clink with Jiang Zhou's. "Let's not talk about her. Eat, eat." Jiang Zhou grimaced as he gulped down the beer. The icy sensation made him shiver. cold from his mouth all the way to his stomach. Drinking beer in winter is so damn thrilling. Jiang Zhou couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and set the air conditioner remote to 28 degrees. There was no central heating in Shanghai during winter, so even with the air conditioning on, it still wasn't very warm. Normally, when Jiang Zhou was alone, if he finished work early, he wouldn't want to go straight home. He would wander around shopping malls and supermarkets until he was sweating, and only then go home to take a shower. Otherwise, when he got home from work, he would be too frozen to even want to shower. The two of them chatted as they drank, talking about family matters, school memories, future prospects, and so on. It wasn't until around 11:40 at night that they finally went to sleep, feeling lightheaded. Fortunately, Jiang Zhou had a bunk bed left by the landlord, otherwise he wouldn't have let Du Ziteng stay over at all. Two grown men squeezing into one bed just thinking about it was awkward as hell. Snore, snore. Top bunk. Du Ziteng slept with his mouth open, drooling, snoring like a sow. Annoyed by the noise, Jiang Zhou frowned and cursed. "You bastard, snoring so loud, how the hell am I supposed to sleep?" But Du Ziteng was fast asleep and couldn't hear him at all. Jiang Zhou got up immediately, grabbed the broom by the door, and smacked his childhood friend's butt hard twice. The snoring stopped instantly. Only then did Jiang Zhou lie down and fall asleep, satisfied.
7 o'clock in the morning. That's weird. Jiang Zhou, is there something wrong with your bed? I slept on it for one night, and now my butt hurts so much I can't take it. I checked, and there are 2 swollen marks on it. Du Ziteng squirmed around and frowned as he looked behind himself. Jiang Zhou was blow-drying his hair. Hearing this, he chuckled and said without batting an eye, "You must have tripped when you got up to use the bathroom last night." Du Ziteng knit his brows, trying to recall. "No way. I don't think I went to the bathroom last night." "You definitely did. Half asleep last night, I heard the door click. If it wasn't you opening the door to use the bathroom, who else could it be?" Jiang Zhou lied through his teeth. Puzzled, Du Ziteng examined the bathroom door frame. Seeing the 2 tracks for the sliding door at the bottom, he remained half-believing. 7 days passed. Qin Jingwei finished recording the song "You Who Shared My Desk," and then handed the track over to the company for post-production as Jiang Zhou had requested. After hearing the processed song, Wang Zhenbang's eyes lit up. With just this song, Qin Jingwei is definitely going to hit the big time. Li Mingyu also listened to the song. After asking Wang Zhenbang for his opinion and realizing it was indeed a great track, she immediately allocated resources to Qin Jingwei, scheduling his chart debut for April 1st. On March 1st, Su Xinghao debuted on the Cloud Music New Song chart. On April 1st, Qin Jingwei debuted on the Cloud Music New Song chart. This arrangement was made so that the 2 artists from the same company wouldn't get in each other's way. Mingdi. Inside an office at Brilliant Entertainment. Liu Mengyao knelt on the floor eating a lollipop. The wicked-looking man leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied look on his face. 3 minutes later, Liu Mengyao drank a glass of milk, and the room returned to silence. "Master, you're so amazing," Liu Mengyao giggled infatuatedly, her face flushing red. Zhu Jungxi opened his eyes, took a sip from his red wine glass, and smiled wickedly. "With a mouth like yours, you deserve to be famous." Liu Mengyao stood up gracefully, sat on Zhu Jungxi's lap, and said coquettishly, "Thank you for taking care of me, master. It's all because you helped me get in touch with Mr. Liu Jianhao that I could get such a great song. It's just, I'm still a little unsure. Can I really become famous with just this one song?" Zhu Jungxi patted Liu Mengyao's backside and laughed out loud. So many A-list stars in Brilliant Entertainment fight tooth and nail for songs written by Liu Jianhao. Even superstars have collaborated with him. With him writing for you, the #1 spot on the new song chart is definitely yours. Liu Mengyao was delighted. Is Mr. Liu Jianhao really that amazing? Even superstars collaborate with him? Zhu Jungxi said proudly, "Of course. Do you know who I am? My dad is the 2nd largest shareholder on Brilliant's board of directors. Would I lie to you?" Liu Mengyao was overjoyed. "I knew you were the best, master. Moi." You little vixen, put your mind at ease." Their red wine glasses clinked, and they drank with arms linked. Finally, amid the high expectations of countless people in the music industry, the March Spring Tournament New Song Chart officially began. On the night of February 28th, as soon as midnight passed, all the new songs released by the talent agencies went online. Simultaneously, countless entertainment media outlets followed up with reports. Three big entertainment companies debut rookies at the same time. Who will emerge as the hero? Famous composer Liu Jianhao steps up. Brilliant Entertainment's Liu Mengyao releases blockbuster song Moon. Youth Music Season 2 champion Su Xinghao releases inspirational song I Am a Little Bird for the second time. Huaya Media's Li Weike releases single music video Descent on Cloud Music, bringing an audiovisual feast with her heavenly voice. Famous composer Liu Jianhao steps up. Other rookies may become cannon fodder in the March-Spring tournament. After a year, Liu Jianhao creates another classical-style song Moon for Liu Mengyao's debut. Do you still remember Liu Jianhao, the man who sparked the classical-style trend? March 1st. Weibo's trending topics were taken over by Liu Jianhao and Liu Mengyao overnight. All of the top 5 trending topics were about Liu Jianhao and Liu Mengyao, with total comments exceeding 5 million. Entertainment media, independent media, Weibo, WeChat moments, newspapers, and the cloud music community were flooded with talk about the Lius. Amid the explosion of discussions about the two Lius, Su Xinghao and Li Weike were almost reduced to background noise. Liu Mengyao became an instant hit. She achieved overnight fame. Even inside Mars Music there were sighs of helplessness. Brilliant really went all out. To push a newcomer, they actually got Liu Jianhao to write a song. Who can compete with that? Little Jiang, don't be discouraged. It's really not that you're bad, it's just that the opponent is too strong. Yeah, Liu Jianhao entering the field is like an adult fighting a kid. Little Jiang, I didn't mean to look down on you. Jiang Zhou, don't be sad. Don't cry. Hang in there. Xia Xiaoyu also ran over to comfort Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou was speechless and rolled his eyes. Xia Xiaoyu, which eye of yours saw me sad, and which eye saw me cry? Xia Xiaoyu, who rarely had her hair tied back in a small ponytail, giggled and said, "Of course both of my eyes saw it." PFF'd. Jiang Zhou couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Jiang Zhou, if you aren't sad, why are you losing your temper with me? Whatever. I'm the bigger person, so I won't hold a grudge. You owe me a coffee, okay? Xia Xiaoyu giggled, hugged her folder and left. Jiang Zhou was speechless. He practically owed Xia Xiaoyu a coffee every day now, and he couldn't even remember how many cups he owed. It was all because he sat right by the entrance of the composition department. Every time Xia Xiaoyu walked past, he owed her another cup. Jiang Zhou hadn't expected Liu Mengyao's song to be so powerful, going straight to the #1 spot on the Cloud Music New Song Sales and Downloads chart. What surprised him even more was that I Am a Little Bird was currently only ranked 8th, not even making the top 5. Opening Cloud Music, Jiang Zhou clicked on Liu Mengyao's new song Moon to listen to it. After listening to the whole track, even Jiang Zhou had to admit that Liu Jianhao's Moon was indeed beautiful. Combining the features of classical music with modern style, it had a very soothing melody that resonated in his ears. As expected, the famous composers of this parallel world are just as formidable. I can't underestimate anyone, Jiang Zhou nodded to himself. The second place on the new song chart went to Li Weike of Huaya Media. Her new song Descent had an ethereal and celestial vibe, and coupled with her music video where she wore a long white dress and hovered in the air, she looked like a goddess descending to earth. No wonder Li Weike's tagline is heavenly voice. Her ethereal vocals are indeed very beautiful. Jiang Zhou admitted that his opponents were all very strong. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th places were occupied by somewhat famous B-list singers, as well as some rookies who made their official debuts this year through talent shows. After browsing the chart, Jiang Zhou smiled slightly. To Jiang Zhou, the quality of the songs in the 3rd and 4th spots was quite average, with no particularly outstanding features. His biggest competitor would be Moon by the 1st place Liu Mengyao, and the other would be Descent by Li Weike. Only the quality of these two songs was worth competing against. As the champion of the 2nd season of Youth Music Arena, Su Xinghao still has a decent fan base. The movie theme song he sang in February was released alongside the film and achieved the #1 spot on the charts. Some might say that Su Xinghao only got 1st place because very few singers released new songs in February. But his fans certainly did not think so. A large crowd of people gathered in Su Xinghao's fan group on this day. Our Xinghao has released another new song. We must support him. I've listened to it, and I'm a Little Bird is truly amazing. It's not inferior to those two women in 1st and 2nd place at all. Exactly, he just lacks promotion. Who on earth is Liu Mengyao? I've never even heard of her. She was only built up by the legendary master Liu Jianhao. Our Xinghao's song is just as good. We can't let him be defeated by an unknown woman like her. Brothers and sisters, let's go to Weibo and Moments together to help promote Xinghao. Agreed. Agreed. Plus, Shen Xuan was a primary school Chinese teacher and also a fan of Su Xinghao. Ever since she watched Youth Music Arena, she had been won over by Su Xinghao's handsome looks, gentle personality, and moving voice. Today was the release date of Su Xinghao's new song. She could not wait to log into Cloud Music, find Su Xinghao's song I'm a Little Bird, and download it. Then she stared at the lyrics in a daze. She didn't expect that Su Xinghao's new song would not only have a strange title but even stranger lyrics. The lyrics were very simple, almost like telling a story to young children. After reading the first verse, she felt the lyrics were a bit too simple. As a Chinese teacher, analyzing lyrics like reading comprehension while listening to music had become almost an obsession for her. As she continued to read, at some point, it suddenly felt as if something had gripped her heart. Then she could not wait to play the music and listen to it. Boop. The catchy melody, the song's pursuit of the future, the pursuit of freedom, and the inner outcry instantly struck her. At this moment in the music, she felt as if she had turned into that little bird, wanting to fly but never able to fly high, having goals and ambition but unable to achieve them. She was just too insignificant. Just like herself, she had entered the education industry with great passion, wanting to make a difference. But once she actually set foot on this path, she realized her abilities were lacking. She could neither keep up with the seniors nor change the direction of the crowd. Over time, she became tired, hesitant, helpless, and even guilty. After listening to the whole song, Shen Xuan actually felt like crying. She stood up in a daze, turned to open the window of her room, and looked outside. Just then, a small sparrow flew down and landed on the ground. It hopped around, looking through the weeds with its head down, finally found an insect, picked it up excitedly in its beak, and spread its wings to fly high. Following the sparrow with her eyes as it flew away, she suddenly murmured to herself, "Even if we are insignificant, we can't give in to fate." The next moment, she returned to her desk and wrote a line on the mock exam paper layout. Write an essay with the title I'm a Little Bird, any genre except poetry, and no less than 600 words. More and more people heard the song I'm a Little Bird. By evening, the ranking of I'm a Little Bird had steadily risen from 8th to 4th place, with downloads breaking through 920,000. Although there was still a huge gap compared to the first place's 2,380,000 downloads. It was already close to catching up with the third place's 1 million downloads. In the music industry, people gradually started to notice something was off. Holy crap, the song I'm a Little Bird is pretty fierce. It's risen to 4th place. Su Xinghao just released The Chilled-Like Heart of Chasing Dreams last month, and now he's released another new song this month. He's on track to become huge. Look at the songwriter. It's that Jiang Zhou again. He wrote The Chilled-Like Heart of Chasing Dreams too. 3rd place is in danger. I just listened to I'm a Little Bird, and it's bound to be a hit. I don't even think Li Wei's Descent can hold onto its spot. No matter what, even if I'm a Little Bird is fierce, it won't be able to shake the #1 spot of Moon. Moon is just too strong. Downloads broke over 2 million in just one day, as expected of a masterpiece from the legendary master Liu Jianhao. Hundreds of companies in the music industry were also keeping an eye on the new song charts. The spring new song charts were when many companies in the entertainment industry launched newcomers, so everyone was watching to see if any outstanding new talent would emerge. In fact, major entertainment companies launched 2 batches of newcomers every year, one in the spring after the Lunar New Year and the other in the autumn during the second half of the year. Su Xinghao gained a lot of attention after winning the championship of the second season of Youth Music Arena last year. After he signed with Mars Entertainment, his popularity was to be expected. If his new songs could top the charts for 2 consecutive months, Su Xinghao could definitely leap to second-tier status. It's just a pity that he ran into Liu Jianhao, so his spotlight will surely be stolen by Liu Mengyao. Countless people sighed. Su Xinghao could only be blamed for his bad luck. However, everyone underestimated the potential of I'm a Little Bird. At 8 o'clock that evening, downloads of I'm a Little Bird broke 1,850,000, easily overtaking the third place's 1,800,000 and rising to third. By 8 o'clock the next evening, downloads broke 3,180,000, dethroning the second-place song Descent by Li Wei, which had 3,170,000, to claim the number 2 spot. Immediately, the music industry was in shock. This is crazy. Li Weike's descent actually got dethroned. Su Xinghao is in second place. I'm a Little Bird is in second place. If Su Xinghao topping the charts in February was acceptable, his climb in the March-spring season has completely blinded me? Exactly. The traffic for the March-spring season is 2 to 3 times that of February. In just 2 days, the downloads reached 3,180,000. It hasn't even been 48 hours since it was uploaded to Cloud Music. First place has reached 5 million downloads. The legendary composer Liu Jianhao is indeed amazing. This is the end of the road for I'm a Little Bird. Its most impressive achievement will probably just be reaching second place. However, everyone still underestimated I'm a Little Bird. As an inspirational song that was once a huge hit on Earth and has stood the test of time, how could it stop here? Jiang Zhou smiled slightly as he scrolled through the online comments. I'm a Little Bird was created by the master Jonathan Li on Earth. How could its classic status be compared to someone like Liu Jianhao, who is merely at the level of a famous composer? Jiang Zhou remembered that before he traveled to this world, I'm a Little Bird was still being listened to repeatedly by countless people. It was a classic tested countless times by millions of listeners on Earth. The potential of this song is definitely not limited to this. Mars Entertainment. Agent Department Conference Room. Li Mingyu was thrilled. Su Xinghao's new song is performing exceptionally well, completely crushing Li Weike in third place. All departments, ramp up the promotion. Let's add fuel to the fire and see if we can pull down the #1 spot. Great. Everyone pumped their fists in excitement. Su Xinghao was beaming even more. Ever since he got the lyrics and music from Jiang Zhou, he knew that I Am a Little Bird was a great song. Now that he had climbed to second place, his admiration for Jiang Zhou flowed like an endless river. I must find some time in the next few days to treat Mr. Jiang to a meal to show my gratitude, Su Xinghao thought to himself. Why immediate? The conference room was deathly quiet and depressing. On the big screen was the ranking of the new song chart. The glaring third place made everyone feel incredibly helpless. Descent was our company's debut this year. I didn't expect it to only get third place. Talk about a slap in the face. Long Tianrong, the talent director of Huaya, sighed in disappointment. Liu Mengyao's Moon was written by Liu Jianhao, so we won't compete with him on that. But if we can't even beat an obscure composer from Mars Entertainment, isn't that a bit too embarrassing? Someone raised their hand with a bitter smile and said, Director Long, that composer from Mars isn't exactly obscure. Pure Heart of a Dream Chaser, which helped Su Xinghao reach the top last month, was also written by him. Exactly. I don't know where this Jiang Sherong came from, writing 2 great songs in a row for Su Xinghao. Judging by the quality, every single one is at the level of a master composer. Could Mars have recently signed a new master composer? But that doesn't make sense. We know basically all the master composers in the industry, and there's no word of Mars recruiting any master composer from abroad. Do you think Mars trained him internally? The conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, considering this possibility. Long Tianrong said in a solemn voice, if Mars did train a master composer internally, then Huaya is in danger. Among the top 3 entertainment agencies, Huaya Media was the weakest in terms of music. If Mars gained another master composer, Huaya's opportunities to promote newcomers using the music scene would be snatched away. Jiang Sherong. I'll remember this name. Investigate him. We must find out his detailed information no matter what. Long Tianrong issued the order. In the corner of the conference room, a gorgeous woman wearing a beret and a moon-white sweater gently lifted her chin. With a slight curl of her lips, she murmured to herself, Jiang Sherong, I'll remember your name too. This gorgeous woman was none other than Li Weike, the heavenly voice of Huaya. Inside a hotel. Ha ha ha. With Mr. Liu taking action, Meng Yao's #1 spot is practically locked in. At the dinner table, Zhu Jiangxi raised his glass, laughing as he toasted a middle-aged man with thinning hair. The middle-aged man curled his lips and said proudly, Don't worry, young Master Zhu. When I, old Liu, take action, I rarely miss. Since Liu Mengyao is singing Moon this time, I'll arrange another song star for her next month. I guarantee she will be famous all over Xia Nation. Great. Zhu Jiangxi was highly satisfied. He laughed out loud, clinked glasses with Liu Jianhao, and downed his drink in one gulp. Let me toast you too, Mr. Liu. Overjoyed to hear that Liu Jianhao would write another song for her next month, Liu Mengyao hurriedly raised her glass to toast him. The song Moon had propelled her to the top of the spring new song chart. If she had another song star, her debut would definitely be top tier. At the thought of this, Liu Mengyao trembled with excitement. Her dream was to become a star, to wear world-class designer brands and walk the red carpet. Every time she imagined a future day when she could sit in a luxury car, wearing sunglasses, and receiving the cheers of countless fans, she would be too excited to sleep. Now her dream was finally about to come true, and she felt that all her past sacrifices were worth it just for this moment. After finishing the meal, Liu Mengyao immediately started calling her circle of friends with sheer joy. Hello? Mom, did you check the Cloud Music new song chart like I told you to? Oh my gosh. Go check it quickly. Your daughter is #1 on the new song chart. I'm gonna be a big star. Ha ha ha, congratulate me. You're about to be a star's mom. Hello, Shirley. I finally made it to this day. I'm debuting as #1 on the new song chart. You saw it, right? Yes, Liu Jianhao wrote the song for me himself, and he's gonna write another one for me next month. Envious? I'm finally a star. Liu Mengyao proudly shared her Cloud Music song in her class group chat, tagging everyone. Just as she was about to share it on her social feed again, a familiar profile picture and name appeared in her sight. It was Jiang Zhou's contact. After a brief hesitation, Liu Mengyao tapped on Jiang Zhou's profile and opened a chat window. Are you there? Ping. You are not friends with the recipient yet. Please add them as a friend to chat. A message popped up, and a glaring red exclamation mark appeared in front of the message she had just sent. Liu Mengyao frowned and gritted her teeth. She never expected that Jiang Zhou, who used to be completely submissive to her, would actually delete her contact. It made her extremely uncomfortable. You don't want to contact me? Well, I'm going to contact you anyway. I want to tell you, in person, what a foolish decision it was for me to be with you before. Snorting coldly, Liu Mengyao found Jiang Zhou's phone number and dialed it. We're sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Please check the number and dial again. Jiang Zhou had changed his number after arriving in Shanghai, and his old number had long been abandoned. No, I have to tell that loser. I must let him know about my achievements. Gritting her teeth, Liu Mengyao reached out to some classmates in the class group chat to ask for Jiang Zhou's contact details. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The growth rate of Moon's sales and downloads finally slowed down, no longer increasing dramatically. The downloads currently broke through 5.83 million, rising slowly. Descent in third place had 4.47 million downloads, and its rapid growth had also stopped. On the other hand, the downloads for I Am a Little Bird had reached 5.32 million, also breaking the 5 million mark, and the rapid growth of its downloads showed no signs of stopping. Just another day later, the downloads for I Am a Little Bird reached 5.51 million. Meanwhile, Moon had only reached 5.86 million. Something feels a bit off. In the music industry, many people noticed this strange phenomenon. A week has passed, and listeners' enthusiasm for new songs should have cooled down by now. Why are the downloads for Little Bird still increasing so rapidly? Could it be it's going to overtake the #1 song Moon? Once many people thought of this, they were all dumbfounded. That night, Jiang Zhou got home from work. Just as he was about to whip up some noodles for dinner, an unfamiliar number called. Who is this? Not many people should know my Shanghai number. Jiang Zhou muttered in confusion as he put down the vegetables and noodles he had just taken from the fridge, and answered the call. Hello? There was silence on the other end, with only the sound of breathing, but no voice. Hello, did you dial the wrong number? Jiang Zhou looked at the screen again suspiciously, confirming it was indeed an unfamiliar number. Are you doing okay? Liu Mengyao originally intended to mock Jiang Zhou as soon as the call connected, and then show off her current success. But hearing Jiang Zhou's voice, she suddenly remembered how he had foolishly done so many things for her back in college, and the words caught in her throat. Who is this? Jiang Zhou didn't recognize her voice immediately and froze for a moment. She let out a sharp breath. Liu Mengyao felt a fire igniting in her chest. In the past, whenever she called, Jiang Zhou would immediately call her baby. Now he was actually pretending not to recognize her voice. Heck! Oh, Liu Mengyao, what a fool you are to still think well of that loser. Talk about wishful thinking. Zhu. Liu Mengyao finally spoke up, letting out a cold, mocking snicker. What? It's only been a few months and you've already forgotten about me? Jiang Zhou frowned as the memory clicked. Are you Liu Mengyao? He didn't expect that woman Liu Mengyao to call. Liu Mengyao gave a light laugh. Men really are heartless creatures. In the past it was all Bobby this and Yao Yao that. Now not only do you call me by my full name, but you've even deleted my contact info. Are you out of your mind? If you have something to say, spit it out. Stop being so passive-aggressive. Trying to act pure after selling herself out. This woman really thought highly of herself. Jiang Zhou was speechless. He wasn't a simp like the original host. In his mind, this woman was basically a public bus. Besides, he didn't need to take the bus to work. He could just walk. Jiang Zhou. Liu Mengyao flew into a rage. I called to tell you that now that I've left you, I've made it big. I want to tell you that I was truly blind to ever be with you. Oh? Is that it? Jiang Zhou chuckled, completely unfazed by the insults. She was just an insignificant nobody to him anyway. If a dog bites you, do you bite the dog back? Jiang Zhou shook his head. For some reason, hearing Jiang Zhou's indifferent chuckle made Liu Mengyao so angry she almost smashed the vase next to her. That chuckle stung her heart like a slap of utter disdain. Jiang Zhou, you are a complete loser. You deserve to rot at the very bottom for the rest of your life. You can't even begin to imagine how high class my circle is now. The cars I ride in every day start at millions of yuan. My clothes and bags cost tens of thousands. I even own a villa in Mingdu now, something you could never afford even if you worked hard for a lifetime. Liu Mengyao vented, gnashing her teeth. By the time she finished, she felt as if she had released all her frustration. Thinking about how Jiang Zhou only made 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a month, she laughed vengefully. It's right, why should I be angry? From now on we are worlds apart. I am high above living in high society, while he can only exist in the lower circle. Heh! And all for this, you become Zhu Zhengxi's dog. Jiang Zhou didn't feel like talking to her anymore and threw in a sarcastic jibe. Having just calmed down, Liu Mengyao blew her top once again. Jiang Zhou, you are a loser. A loser. A loser! What right do you have to look down on me? What right do you have? You're not even worthy of shining my shoes. In Zhu Zhengxi's eyes, you are just a toy. Do you understand what a toy is? He slaps you when he remembers you, and you only get to scrape by when he forgets about you. Heh, a loser like you will be played to death sooner or later. Liu Mengyao screamed hysterically before slamming the phone down. Jiang Zhou shrugged as he saw the call was hung up. What a freaking psycho. Tossing his phone aside, he picked up the vegetables and noodles, humming a tune as he leisurely cooked and ate, not letting Liu Mengyao bother him at all. Zhu Zhengxi might treat him like a toy now, but in the future he would play with Zhu Zhengxi like a toy too. The next day, downloads for I Am a Little Bird surged once again. As it happened to be the weekend, many music lovers opened the cloud music player looking for songs. Among the sea of songs, many listeners liked to check the comment count first before deciding whether to give the song a listen. On the new songs chart, the song with the most comments was none other than I Am a Little Bird, with a whopping 230,000 comments. It was a number that other new songs, including The Moon, couldn't even dream of matching. Cloud Music comment section. Tianjiao, Su Xinghao's second inspirational song is amazing, so meaningful. The one who loved left. Listened to this in my rented room tonight and cried my eyes out. But life goes on. When I wake up tomorrow, I will still face the sunshine with a big smile. Insect buzz, I am that little bird, destined to have nowhere to fly. Fish sauce, when you're tired, close your eyes and tell yourself to hang in there. Don't give up on yourself so easily. Behind every success lies many hearts and frustrations. Please keep pushing, keep going, stranger. Nana, hang in there, fish sauce. Sky, my bird isn't small, so I don't want to listen to this song. Crying apple, I am a tiny, tiny bird, crying at sky. Okay or not, highly recommend Su Xinghao's new inspirational song, I Am a Little Bird. Second brother, playing I Am a Little Bird on an endless loop. Tomato's backyard, my 1.5-year-old son learned a song, I Am a Little Bird. For the past 2 days he's been yelling in his cute baby voice, I am a tiny, tiny blind bird. When people saw the comment section for Little Bird, those who hadn't heard it became curious. And those who had already heard it wanted to listen to it again after reading the comments. Everyone was curious about what kind of new song could garner so many comments. Besides, there were so many active users in the comment section. Some were funny, some were emotional, some purely praised the song, and others shared stories. As more and more listeners flooded in, the downloads for I Am a Little Bird skyrocketed. On Saturday, a parent of a primary school student took a picture of their child's mock exam question and posted it on Weibo, sparking another hilarious discussion. Ha ha ha, this Chinese teacher must be a loyal fan of I Am a Little Bird. Amazing! Little Bird actually became an essay topic. I bet those primary school kids are regretting not listening to the song more carefully now. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. On Saturday alone, downloads for I Am a Little Bird increased by nearly 500,000, reaching 6.2 million. It was just a little over 10,000 downloads away from overtaking the Moon's 6.3 million. Over the weekend, downloads for I Am a Little Bird hit 6.69 million, completely leaving the Moon behind and surpassing the top spot composed by the famous master Liu Jianhao, a whopping 500,000 downloads. It was a jaw-dropping climb to the top of the chart. That day, the entire music industry went wild. A dark horse. Absolute dark horse. No one saw this coming. Oh my god. 6.69 million downloads completely blew the Moon's 6.5 million out of the water. This is terrifying. The scariest part is that the downloads for Little Bird still haven't slowed down. Just what kind of legendary songwriter could take down Liu Jianhao? Jiang Zhou. Has anyone ever heard of this songwriter Jiang Zhou? Dreaming of a Pure Heart won the February New Songs chart, and I Am a Little Bird won the March Spring Festival New Songs chart. Both topped the charts with unstoppable momentum. This Jiang Zhou is just too freaking amazing. Simply terrifying. Wanted by the entire internet, Jiang Zhou. The name Jiang Zhou has gone viral. After Little Bird topped the charts, not only did Su Xinghao become immensely popular, but the songwriter Jiang Zhou did as well. 2 consecutive songs have claimed the top spot on the new song chart. If February was just a stroke of luck, then March was a championship won purely on strength. Many people in the music industry now know the name Jiang Zhou. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Your popularity has reached 10,000. Mission reward. 1 C-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Jiang Zhou was eating at a hot pot restaurant with Du Zaiting when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, catching him slightly off guard. The mission is complete? Jiang Zhou didn't expect that just one song, I Am a Little Bird, would allow him to complete the mission of reaching 10,000 popularity. He originally thought he would have to wait until next month after You Who Shared My Desk was released to complete the mission. It seemed he had underestimated the popularity of the new song chart. It was a wonderful surprise. What's wrong? Du Zaiting, who was eating hot pot, asked in confusion when he saw his childhood friend dazing out. With a strange expression and a smile on his face, Jiang Zhou said, I Am a Little Bird has topped the charts. Oh my god, really? Du Zaiting stopped his chopsticks in pleasant surprise. Of course it's true. I bet someone will call a minute now. Jiang Zhou burst into laughter, feeling extremely happy. The song topping the charts not only completed the mission but also meant he would make a lot of money. Nobody would complain about having more money in their pocket. Sure enough, right after he spoke, his phone rang. Jiang Zhou picked up his phone and answered it. Teacher Jiang, we've topped the charts. We won the new song chart championship. Su Xinghao's ecstatic voice came through the line. Congratulations, congratulations, you're famous now. Jiang Zhou laughed heartily. Congratulations to both of us. Teacher Jiang, don't you know, you're famous too. The whole internet is talking about Jiang Zhou right now. Su Xinghao laughed. I haven't checked yet. I'm having dinner with a friend right now. Let's talk tomorrow when we meet at the office. Sure. Actually, I wanted to treat you to dinner, Teacher Jiang. Let's do tomorrow then, I'll book the restaurant. Great. Let's have dinner together to celebrate our successful collaboration. Jiang Zhou didn't refuse and agreed with a smile. Just as he hung up, another call came in. Zhao Jiang, congratulations on your song selling so well. Wang Zhenbang's laughter came through. Boss, it's all thanks to your keen eye for talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined Mars, let alone released a song. Under your guidance, I will work even harder in the future, Jiang Zhou chuckled. You kids stop kissing up to me. Come to the office tomorrow and I'll help you request a contract upgrade, Wang Zhenbang said warmly. Thank you, boss. Jiang Zhou beamed with joy. This was great news. Once his contract was upgraded, both his base salary and his commissions would increase. After hanging up on Wang Zhenbang, Li Mingyu called as well. Jiang Zhou, congratulations. Thank you, Sister Mingyu. If it weren't for your care, I wouldn't have joined Mars. If I achieve anything, the person I'll be most grateful to is you, Jiang Zhou said sincerely. In fact, when he originally applied at Mars Entertainment, Wang Zhenbang didn't think highly of him. If it hadn't been for Li Mingyu, he might have been rejected by Wang Zhenbang. His compliment to Wang Zhenbang earlier was just politeness, but his respect for Li Mingyu was genuine. She was a truly good leader and senior. Jiang Zhou, you are too polite. I didn't help you much. It's mainly because you're talented yourself. As the director of managers, Li Mingyu handled interpersonal relations very well. She could immediately tell whether Jiang Zhou's words were sincere, and she couldn't help but smile warmly. No one dislikes someone who knows how to show gratitude. Sister Mingyu, when you have time, I'd like to treat you to dinner. I also have a few things I'd like to ask you about, Jiang Zhou took the opportunity to say. Building a good relationship with Li Mingyu would make his work at Mars much easier. I just heard from Xinggao that he wanted to invite you to dinner. How about tomorrow? We can all grab a casual meal together. Li Mingyu smiled and didn't refuse. Okay, tomorrow then. After hanging up with Li Mingyu, colleagues like Xia Xiaoyu, Liu Ming, and Qin Jingwei all called to congratulate him. Jiang Zhou chatted with everyone by one before he finally got some peace and quiet. You sure are busy. 40-odd minutes just flew by like that. Du Ziding had cooked a lot of food for Jiang Zhou, piling it up on the plate in front of him. Jiang Zhou took a look and put all of it back onto Du Ziding's plate. What are you doing? I'm already full. This is all cooked for you. I can't eat it. I got full just from talking on the phone. I really can't eat any more. Don't give it to me. Half each, all right? Fine, half each it is. 10 minutes later, the two single guys struggled to finish all the food in front of them and headed home. Back home. The song did amazingly well today, and my popularity is over 10,000. My luck is off the charts. Time to open the chest. After washing his hands, Jiang Zhou sat cross-legged on the bed. After mentally preparing for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "System, open the chest." Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a professional-grade piano skill book. With a flash of white light, the skill book transformed into piano skills and entered Jiang Zhou's brain. In an instant, countless pieces of knowledge about the piano flooded Jiang Zhou's mind. His fingers felt a special sensation, as if he could immediately play a beautiful piece of music if a piano were placed in front of him. My paycheck is coming in a few days. I should make a lot of money this month, so maybe I should consider buying a piano. Jiang Zhou stroked his chin in contemplation. Then he opened his personal information panel to take a look. Nang Shu. A 24. Constitution 90. Normal health value is 100. Popularity to 87. Skills. Professional grade composition, professional grade songwriting, professional grade piano performance. Jiang Zhou froze for a moment, rubbing his eyes, thinking he had misread it. Oh my god, popularity 30,80,97. Almost overnight, his popularity skyrocketed from less than 1,000 to nearly 40,000. I've really made it. Jiang Zhou excitedly opened them all. I'll buy 10 memory capsules first. Then I can recall classic songs from Earth. Once I release all of them, won't my popularity reach hundreds of thousands or even millions? Ha 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 ha. After laughing heartily, Jiang Zhou happily opened the popularity mall, found memory capsules, and selected purchase. Ding, purchase of memory capsule successful. 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 Ding, host has purchased 5 memory capsules this year. The limit has been reached, and the system is removing the memory capsules from the shop. What? Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Zhou was completely dumbfounded. I'm here. Why didn't you tell me that I can only use 5 memory capsules per year? Jiang Zhou was very angry. There was no warning on the memory capsules in the popularity mall either. System, you didn't ask. Jiang Zhou.
Glorious entertainment. Smash. The coffee cup slammed onto the white-patterned marble floor, shattering into pieces. Shards flew everywhere. Investigate him. I want to know exactly where this Jiang Zhou came from. Zhu Junxi sat coldly in his executive chair, with two trembling middle-aged men standing before him. As the son of Glorious Entertainment's second-largest director, Zhu Junxi basically ruled the place, and hardly anyone in the entire Xia country entertainment industry dared to cross him. But on the March Spring New Song chart, someone had slapped him right in the face. Liu Mengyao was someone he had specifically brought in the famous composer Liu Jianhao to promote, yet the championship was snatched away by a nobody named Jiang Zhou. That was a damn hard slap to the face. Now the entire entertainment industry was laughing at Glorious, laughing at Liu Mengyao and Liu Jianhao. The executives at Glorious who knew about this, especially the chairman's daughter, were almost dying of laughter. They practically wanted to point at Zhu Junxi's face and say, "You wore a full set of god-tier gear only to get sliced to death by a level 1 newbie right out of the starting village. What a complete idiot." Zhu Junxi's face had been dark with rage from last night until today. "Young Master Zhu, you have to stand up for me. Boo-hoo. Why am I so unlucky? I already told my family and friends, and now they must be laughing at me so hard." Liu Mengyao sat on the nearby sofa crying her eyes out with tissues piled up on the table. All right, I get it." Zhu Junxi waved his hand in irritation and barked at his subordinates. "What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to kick you out?" The two subordinates panicked and quickly turned to leave. Only the sound of Liu Mengyao's aggrieved sobbing remained in the office. Zhu Junxi glanced at the weeping Liu Mengyao, and in his frustration, he picked up his phone and called Liu Jianhao. "Old Liu, is that song star ready?" "Young Master Zhu, everything is ready. I admit defeat on the new song chart this time. I didn't expect to run into a dark horse," Liu Jianhao said gloomily. "Fine. As long as it's ready, I'll let it slide this time, but don't screw up the next song. Young Master Zhu, next month on the April new song chart, we will definitely take first place. That Jiang Zhou can't possibly write another classic," Liu Jianhao guaranteed confidently, patting his chest. "Good, then I'll wait for the good news in April." Hearing Liu Jianhao's guarantee, Zhu Junxi felt a bit better. "No matter how freaking good you are, Jiang Zhou, there's no way you can take first place again next month." Jiang Zhou had no idea what was happening at Glorious Entertainment. At this moment, he was joyfully checking his bank account balance. The company had just paid out his salary, totaling over 670,000 yuan. Last month, the total downloads of Chasing the Dream of a Pure Heart reached over 7 million. After taxes and social security deductions, he was left with a share of over 670,000 yuan. The royalty income alone exceeded the annual salary of most white-collar workers. Striking it rich overnight put Jiang Zhou in an excellent mood. "With 670,000, I can definitely rent a bigger apartment in Shenzhen and buy a car to get around," Jiang Zhou imagined happily. The apartment he was currently renting was only a dozen square meters, which was a bit too cramped. If he moved to a larger place, he would live much more comfortably. "With 670,000, I can just rent a big 2-bedroom place for 10,000 a month, and then buy a car for 200,000 to 300,000. Next month I should also get the payout for I Am a Little Bird, which will probably bring in even more. If I save this money, could I consider buying a house in Shenzhen?" It was a nice thought, but if Jiang Zhou were to actually make the move right now, he would still be a bit reluctant to spend the money. "A car is worth considering, but it's best to wait on the house. As I write more songs in the future, my royalty income will increase significantly. Once I have enough money, I won't have to rent. I can just buy a house outright." As Jiang Zhou was planning, he was suddenly patted on the back. "Hey, Jiang Zhou, what are you thinking about?" Xia Xiaoyu walked in from the door and asked with a smile. Jiang Zhou turned his head and saw Xia Xiaoyu. Perking up, he said, "Xia Xiaoyu, I was just about to ask you something. Why haven't I seen the boss today? You must know where he went, right?" Last night, Wang Zhenbang had personally told him that they would discuss upgrading his contract when they got to the company today, but now it was almost time to log off, and he hadn't seen hide nor hair of him. "The boss, they should all be at a meeting today," Xia Xiaoyu answered directly. "A meeting?" Jiang Zhou was taken aback. "Do they disappear for the whole day just for a meeting?" Xie Xiaoyu seemed to recall something, her face full of longing and envy. You haven't been with the company long, so you might not know. The executives' quarterly meetings are never held at the office. Today, the chairman personally took a group of executives to the Longxia Mountains for hot springs. I heard there's also hiking and a seafood feast arranged. I'm so jealous. I wonder when I'll be able to attend a meeting like that. Jiang Zhou was speechless. That dog of a boss, Wang Zhenbang. He clearly promised to upgrade the contract at the office today, but it turned out to be just an empty promise. Son of a bitch. Jiang Zhou cursed Wang Zhenbang 100 times in his mind. In the end, he had no choice but to accept it. With more than 2 hours left before off-work time, Jiang Zhou opened the file for the Mingdu Sports Game Song Collection Contest on his computer. After thinking it over, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. System, use the memory capsule to recall the song Beijing Welcomes You and the song You and Me. Ding. Memory capsule used successfully. Acquired Beijing Welcomes You, lyrics by Linexi and music by Xiao Qi. Ding. Memory capsule used successfully. Acquired You and Me, performed by Liu Huan and composed by Chen Qigang. The number of currently available memory capsules was down to just 2. The complete performance versions of the 2 songs immediately appeared in Jiang Zhou's mind. He opened the music editing software on his computer, composed and adapted both songs, and then used the software's electronic synthesizer to make demos. After listening to them, he adjusted a few incorrect notes. Beijing Welcomes You was changed to Mingdu Welcomes You. The Earth Village in You and Me was also changed to Ziwei Village. Only then did Jiang Zhou upload the demos of the 2 songs to the copyright registration website to apply for copyrights. In about 24 hours, once the copyrights were approved, he would be able to send the songs to the official email address of the Mingdu Sports Game Song Collection Contest. Trading 2 memory capsules for 2 classic sports games theme songs is absolutely worth it. Jiang Zhou chuckled. If both songs are selected by the contest, I'll hit the jackpot. The system rewards are 2 B-grade chests, and each mission has an extra 3 C-grade chests. Jiang Zhou closed his eyes in satisfaction and did eye exercises with his hand. As songs officially chosen for the Olympics on Earth, Jiang Zhou had absolute confidence in the quality of the 2 songs. Setting aside whether the songs sounded good or not, just the significance they represented on Earth back then made Jiang Zhou's blood boil with excitement. 3 days later, the copyright for the song Jiang Zhou applied for was approved. After writing the email and submitting it directly, he paid no more attention to it and went back to his work. Today, the company's composition department received a gig to create commercial background music. The client offered a lot of money, a full $1 million, so everyone in the composition department was working their hardest to write a song, all wanting to land this big contract. Hearing the 1 million yuan figure, Jiang Zhou was also very tempted. After submitting his song, he focused on studying the client's custom requirements. The client is a domestic phone manufacturer named Candy. They are about to launch a beautiful, feminine smartphone. Because of its feminine positioning, they want a meticulously customized, beautiful song targeted at female audiences to serve as the background music for the commercial. The celebrity spokesperson is Lin Ziyu. Seeing this, Jiang Zhou looked surprised. Of course he knew who Lin Ziyu was. As the only level 20 actress from Jia country with a sparkling international reputation, the client being able to hire her was definitely a massive move. International level 20 was the status of a global superstar. It was far beyond what domestic first or second tier stars could compare to. Even the top tier kings of Jia country couldn't match up to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu's appearance fee is said to be over 100 million. The client really has deep pockets. No wonder they are spending $1 million to customize just one commercial background song. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Since they could afford to hire Lin Ziyu, they naturally wouldn't mind investing a bit more in other areas. If they could produce a high-quality commercial and make the phone an instant hit, the client's profits would far exceed 100 million. It could be tens or hundreds of times that amount. If that's the case, it reminds me of the commercial song for the BBK Music phone. That one was actually pretty good. Supporting his head with his left hand, Jiang Zhou held a pen in his right, tapping it on the document as he thought. The client's creative concept for the commercial was Lin Ziyu walking outside with a candy phone. Suddenly her boyfriend calls. Her ringtone is the customized background music they need. Then the boyfriend asks what she wants for her birthday. and Lin Ziyu says she wants a candy phone. The boyfriend is puzzled and asks, "Don't you already have one?" Lin Ziyu responds, "One isn't enough, I want another one." Next, Lin Ziyu smiles gently at the camera, holds up the candy phone and says, "Candy, worth loving one more time. Tailor-made for women." Concept was very cliché, but it was clear that it aimed to highlight Lin Ziyu and the candy phone, maximizing her influence to drive the phone's sales. "You'll do. I caught a cold in that corner." Jiang Zhou thought for a moment and wrote it down on the paper. That familiar melody didn't require customization from the system at all, nor did he need to use a memory capsule. Back when Jiang Zhou was on Earth, this song had been his ringtone for 2 years. He was too familiar with it. Now that he also possessed professional-level composing skills, it was incredibly easy. He wrote down the complete song in just over 10 minutes. However, this song had a unique feature. It basically had no lyrics. The entire song used a humming style of Dalen Dalen instead of lyrics. It didn't sound strange at all, and was extremely catchy and pleasant to listen to. Back on Earth, it was said that many people wanted to write lyrics for this song, but in the end, not a single version was accepted by the public. Dalen 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 Da. Just after writing it, Jiang Zhou couldn't help but start humming along, his leg even bouncing involuntarily. It was too infectious. Having written the music and lyrics, Jiang Zhou edited it on his audio editing software, using a youthful female synthesized voice to generate a demo, then applied for the copyright, planning to submit it to the company tomorrow. Mingdu City. The organizing committee of the Mingdu Sports Games. Qin Shuang, a staff member in charge of the Sports Games' song collection competition, opened the official submission inbox as part of her daily routine. She was about to start her work for the day, reviewing the submitted song. There were many emails in the inbox. In just one day, she had received over 130 emails, all of which were song submissions. Another 130-some songs today. I wonder if I can find one that meets the standards. Qin Shuang clicked her mouse and opened the first email. This email first detailed the author's personal introduction and previous works, specifically listing awards won, and finally included the submitted song at the end. Selecting a song is about the quality of the work, not your past achievements. What a waste of effort. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes speechlessly, not bothering to read the author's intro at all. She scrolled straight to the bottom of the email and clicked to play the song. After just half a minute, Qin Shuang clicked the X in the top right corner. The lyrics don't fit the theme. Qin Shuang opened the second email. This song was even more unacceptable. It was actually a rock rap style. No way. People middle-aged and older won't accept rap style. The third email and the third song was in a classical style. The classical style does reflect the style of Xia country's culture, but the theme this time is one world, one dream. It still conflicts with the theme. How about I pass it to the second group for another review? After thinking it over, Qin Shuang decided to give it a chance for a review. The committee's song selection wasn't something Qin Shuang could decide alone. The entire process required 3 rounds of screening. She was only doing the first round of screening. More professional experts would handle the second round after this. By the time it reached the third round of screening, master composers and lyricists would step in. It was said that a total of 5 master composers would participate in the third round, and a song needed to secure at least 3 votes to be selected as the theme song for the Mingdu Sports Games. Qin Shuang kept scrolling through the emails, filtering and listening. Over 3 hours passed, and she had listened to over 100 songs. Some songs she only listened to halfway, some she played 3 or 4 times, and for others, she had to examine the lyrics carefully. The quality of the submitted songs is so uneven. There are good ones and bad ones, from bottom-tier composers to top master composers. But seriously, they shouldn't send in songs that are just making up the numbers. It really slows down our progress. Qin Shuang heard a cheesy pop love song. She glanced at the sender's details in the email, which was completely blank. Clearly, they had just randomly grabbed a song and sent it over. Muttering complaints, Qin Shuang continued her review and, before she knew it, reached the 28th submission. This one was sent by a submitter named Jiang Zhou. Qin Shuang opened the email. At the very top of the email were 2 lines of text. Qin Shuang didn't bother to read them, skipped them directly, and expressionlessly clicked to play the song Mingdu Welcomes You. A peaking opera opening followed by the prelude. Then, a bright synthesized male voice sang the lyrics. welcoming another dawn, bringing brand new air. The atmosphere changes, but the affection remains. The scent of tea is filled with friendship. The gates of my home are always open, waiting for you with open arms. Once we embrace, we share a tacit understanding, and you will fall in love with this place. After hearing just a few lines, Qin Shuang froze slightly. Huh? This song seems a bit different. Her spirits lifted. Becoming interested, she listened intently. The beautiful melody of the song continued, and the synthesized voice gradually changed, becoming powerful and resonant. Mingdu welcomes you, breaking new ground for you. The charm in motion is full of vitality. Mingdu welcomes you, sharing breath under the sun, setting new records on the yellow earth. Before she knew it, the song ended, and Qin Shuang's eyes widened. This song seems incredibly powerful. She suddenly seemed to realize something. Shivering all over, she quickly hit play again to listen a second time, while also opening the lyrics to look at them. Then she was stunned, her mouth hanging open. Oh my God, what kind of divine song have I stumbled upon? The more Qin Shuang listened and read the lyrics, the more excited she became. In the song Mingdu Welcomes You, not only did the composition contain elements of Xia country's culture, but the lyrics also vividly integrated every Xia country cultural element. Furthermore, the meaning expressed in the song perfectly aligned with the theme of the song collection competition. Welcome, courage, passion, openness. It could be said that this song perfectly demonstrated Xia country's attitude of opening its arms to the world, showcasing Xia country's traditional culture. A masterpiece. I found a masterpiece. Qin Shuang's breathing grew rapid. She stood up in ecstasy, not even caring that her chair had fallen to the ground. Her mind was entirely filled with this song. Qin Shuang practically sprinted like a 100-meter dasher to find the phone and dialed. Hello, Mr. Qi. I've discovered a masterpiece of a song here. Quick, I've sent it to your email. Listen to it right now. Mr. Wang, there is an amazing song. I've sent it to you. Listen to it quickly. You must check it out as soon as possible. Within a few minutes, Qin Shuang notified all the evaluators for the second round review. Having finished the phone calls, Qin Shuang finally let out a sigh of relief. Turning to look at her desk, she was surprised to find her chair lying on the floor. She suddenly remembered that she must have knocked it over in her excitement just now, and couldn't help but chuckle. After returning to her seat, she read Jiang Zhou's email in more detail, only to realize with a daze that there was actually another song. At the beginning of the email was Jiang Zhou's brief note. Hello teacher, I am Jiang Sherong from the composition department of Mars Entertainment. This time I am submitting 2 songs. The first, Mingdu Welcomes You, is meant as a promotional song for Mingdu. I suggest having a group of stars perform it alongside visuals featuring country's unique elements such as Peking opera, inkwash painting and traditional courtyard houses. The other song, You and Me, can be used as theme song for the sports games opening ceremony. It would be best performed as a collaboration between a Xia country vocalist and a foreign vocalist. I look forward to your guidance. Qin Shuang was dumbfounded when she saw this message. Having just reviewed too many songs, she had grown quite annoyed. So, when she opened the email, she didn't read the short message Jiang Zhou sent. Now seeing there was another song, she scrambled to find the second song, opened it to listen, and checked the lyrics. The song was called You and Me. Qin Shuang stared at the lyrics without blinking. As the song started, the beautiful and simple melody reached her ears along with the lyrics. You and me, heart to heart, living in Ziwei village. For our dreams, traveling thousands of miles, we meet in Mingdu. Come friends, stretch out your hands. You and me, heart to heart, always one family. You and me from one world. We are family, travel dream. Hearing this, Qin Shuang was already stunned. Oh my God, another legendary song. That afternoon, in the office of the Mingdu Games Organizing Committee, all the judges responsible for reviewing the songs were present. Furthermore, 2 master composers and lyricists who had lived in Mingdu for a long time also came. The 2 songs shocked the entire song review department of the organizing committee. Everyone gathered in the office, playing the music on the speakers and discussing it. By evening, the 5 master songwriters and the senior leaders of the organizing committee held a video conference online and decided on the spot to adopt both songs as the theme songs for the Mingdu International Games. Jiang Zhou didn't know how the songs he submitted fared. All he knew was that early the next morning, That lousy boss Wang Zhenbang, who had run off on a vacation after making empty promises, had finally returned. Ahaha, did you all miss me? First thing in the morning, as soon as Wang Zhenbang entered the composing department's office, he asked with a loud laugh. The office was completely silent. No one gave him any face. Everyone just went about their business, ignoring him. Xia Xiaoyu, standing nearby, saw that no one answered the boss, so she immediately shouted in a dramatic voice, "Boss, I missed you to death." Wang Zhenbang glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, his old face flushing with embarrassment. Cough, cough, Jiang Zhou, come to my office for a moment. Oh, okay. Jiang Zhou stood up reluctantly and followed Wang Zhenbang into the music director's office. Seeing that the boss ignored her, Xia Xiaoyu pouted, mumbled to herself and went back to her seat. Inside the office, Wang Zhenbang sat down in his executive chair, took a breath, and asked, "Zhao Jiang, how long have you been with the company now?" Sitting on the reception sofa, Jiang Zhou thought for a moment and said, "About 2 or 3 months, I guess." Wang Zhenbang nodded with satisfaction. "To achieve what you have in just 2 or 3 months is outstanding. That's why I made a special report to the chairman. Initially, he refused, saying you've only been with the company for a short time. But I fought hard on your behalf and finally secured a contract upgrade for you." Hearing that his contract was being upgraded, Jiang Zhou instantly perked up and quickly began to flatter him. "You've worked hard, boss. Without your careful nurturing and guidance, I, Jiang Zhou, wouldn't be where I am today. You're awesome, boss." All right, cut the flattery." Wang Zhenbang waved his hand with a smile. Though he dismissed it, he was highly satisfied with Jiang Zhou's attitude. "Xiao Jiang, others might not know your talent, but I do. Ever since you joined the company, I knew you'd be a hit. I'm planning to upgrade your rookie contract to..." Just as Wang Zhenbang was about to say senior composer level, the phone on the desk in front of him suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was Chairman Chen. He hurriedly picked up the phone and answered. "Hello, Chen. Old Wang, does your composing department have a composer named Jiang Xiaorong?" Chairman Chen's voice came through, sounding excited and thrilled. "Yes, Jiang Xiaorong is the stage name of Jiang Zhou in our composing department," Wang Zhenbang replied, puzzled. He cast a strange glance at Jiang Zhou on the sofa, wondering when Jiang Zhou had gotten Chairman Chen. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Zhou heard the voice on the phone loud and clear. His lip twitched slightly, and he shot a look of utter disdain at old Wang. "Damn it, he just said he personally reported my situation to chairman, and yet the chairman calls the next second not even knowing who I am. He didn't even know who Jiang Zhou was. How ironic, what a lousy boss." Chairman Chen's hearty laughter came through. "Old Wang, you've nurtured a real talent. I just received a call from an old friend in Mingdu. 2 of Jiang Xiaorong's songs from our company have been selected as the theme songs for the Mingdu International Games." "What?" Wang Zhenbang's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared at Jiang Zhou in shock. 2 songs selected as the theme songs for the Mingdu International Games? I must have misheard. Is Chairman Chen talking in his sleep? How is that possible? "Old Wang, I'm arriving at the office soon. You must take good care of Jiang Xiaorong for me. Oh, and prepare a master composer contract for me right away." With that, Chairman Chen hung up. Wang Zhenbang held the phone blankly, staring straight at Jiang Zhou like a statue. After a long while, feeling a bit awkward under Wang Zhenbang's gaze, Jiang Zhou stood up and smiled sheepishly. Boss, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back to work." He had heard everything from Chairman Chen's call just now. At this moment, Wang Zhenbang must be completely bewildered and questioning reality. It was better not to bother him and just let him be a statue in peace. "Stop right there." Just as Jiang Zhou was about to open the door and leave, Wang Zhenbang, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly let out a loud roar and rushed to block the door like a flash. Jiang Zhou was startled and hurriedly backed up to the sofa before stopping. Wang Zhenbang slammed his hand on the door and glared fiercely at Jiang Zhou. "Spit it out. What song did you write? When was it chosen by the Mingdu International Games? And why on earth didn't I hear anything about it?" Jiang Zhou was speechless. It seemed he really had forgotten to report to old Wang when he submitted the song. Just as he was about to explain, "Haha." Wang Zhenbang suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Then, his bear-like hand slapped heavily on Jiang Zhou's shoulder. "Good kid, you secretly snagged the theme song for the Mingdu International Games. You've really done the Mars composing department proud. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Boss, I didn't hide it from you on purpose. You were out traveling at the time, Jiang Zhou explained. No worries, Wang Zhenbang waved his hand excitedly. Starting today, you have the right not to report to me. Oh right, don't leave just yet. Chairman Chen will be here soon, and he wants to see you. Oh, alright, Jiang Zhou agreed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Over 20 minutes later, 2 men and a woman arrived on the 11th floor. Leading the way was a middle-aged man wearing a black overcoat, black dress pants, and leather shoes. He had a square face, a broad forehead, and thick hair. A smile played on his lips, yet he still exuded an air of natural authority. Behind the middle-aged man to his left was a crew-cut young man in a black suit, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for anyone suspicious. To his right was a graceful woman around 30, wearing a white trench coat, dress pants, and pointed high heels, carrying a laptop at all times. The 3 of them walked into the composing department office. Hello, Chairman Chen. Hello, Chairman Chen. Seeing the middle-aged man, everyone in the composing department politely greeted him one after another. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile repeatedly, walking briskly toward the office of the director of the composing department. He was none other than Chen Heiyu, the chairman of Mars Entertainment, one of the 3 major entertainment agencies in Xia country. A highly renowned figure in Xia's entertainment industry. Entering Wang Zhenbang's office, Chen Heiyu immediately spotted Jiang Zhou, laughed heartily, and reached out to shake his hand. You must be our company's young teacher, Jiang. You are indeed young and promising. When he received Jiang Zhou's profile from the secretariat, he was startled. In his mind, anyone who could win the theme song for the international games was at least over 40. He had never expected Jiang Sherong to be a young man in his 20s. Hello, Chairman. Jiang Zhou smiled and shook hands with Chen Heiyu. Have a seat, let's sit down and talk. Chen Heiyu warmly invited Jiang Zhou to sit, then unceremoniously sat down on the sofa himself. Chairman Chen, I was really startled when you told me the news just now. Wang Zhenbang smiled wryly, walked over, sat down next to Jiang Zhou, and helped brew tea for everyone. Mr. Wang, let me do it. Chen Heiyu's secretary, Wang Zhenjia, smiled gently and took the tea set from Wang Zhenbang to brew the tea. Wang Zhenbang did not stand on ceremony. He nodded with a smile and handed the tea set over to Wang Zhenjia. Ha ha ha. Chen Heiyu laughed heartily upon hearing Wang Zhenbang's words. He pointed at Wang Zhenbang and laughed. You see, when I asked you to participate in this competition, you were reluctant. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? You didn't even know you had a genius like young teacher Jiang under your command. Wang Zhenbang nodded with a wry smile. Chairman Chen, you have a discerning eye indeed. I could never match your foresight in a lifetime, even if I spent my whole life flattering you. Hearing this from the side, Jiang Zhou almost cursed under his breath. Does old Wang not feel his face burning from kissing up so shamelessly? You definitely won't catch up by kissing up. Chen Heiyu teased Wang Zhenbang, then turned to Jiang Zhou. Young teacher Jiang. He hadn't forgotten that the star of today was Jiang Zhou. Chairman Chen, you can just call me Xiao Jiang or Jiang Zhou. Calling me teacher makes me feel guilty, Jiang Zhou said modestly. Chen Heiyu smiled slightly. Alright, calling you teacher does sound a bit distant. I'll call you Xiao Jiang then. Jiang Zhou nodded. Being called Xiao Jiang was fine and acceptable as long as it wasn't little bastard. Xiao Jiang, when you joined the company, you signed a contract as a rookie composer, right? Yes. Chen Heiyu looked at Wang Zhenbang. Old Wang, where is the contract I asked you to prepare? Bring it over. Starting today, Xiao Jiang's contract will be upgraded directly to the master composer level. Jiang Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Hearing the phone conversation between Wang Zhenbang and Chen Heiyu earlier was one thing, but having Chen Heiyu bring up the contract upgrade in person was another. Jiang Zhou thought he wouldn't get excited anymore, but his heart still couldn't help but pound wildly. Leaping from a rookie composer to a master composer, no one in the composing world could remain calm in the face of this. The treatment for a master composer was worlds apart from that of a rookie. A master composer had a base salary of 1 million per year, plus a 40% share of copyright sales. Additionally, the company would help negotiate platform distribution fees, and platforms would yield 10 to a maximum of 40% of the profit based on one's public reputation. These concrete benefits would bring Jiang Zhou an annual income of at least 10 million, which was practically a meteoric rise. Wang Zhenbang brought the contract. Chen Heiyu personally looked it over and placed it in front of Jiang Zhou. Xiao Jiang, we at Mars Entertainment have always valued talent. I'll be blunt. With your current number of compositions and industry achievements, you are far from meeting the criteria for this contract. Chen Heiyu paused, his expression turning serious as he stared into Jiang Zhou's eyes. However, I have great faith in your future. Today, as long as you sign this contract, no matter what the outside world says, at least in Mars, you are a master composer, and you will enjoy all the corresponding benefits. And once you sign, I hope you will protect and support Mars on all occasions, so we can build Mars together. Jiang Zhou nodded. He understood Chen Heiyu's carrot and stick approach and didn't mind it. He had originally intended to use Mars Entertainment to break through Zhu Junxi's suppression and blockade, and had no intention of jumping ship anytime soon. Besides, he was doing well in the Mars composing department. His colleagues were friendly, and he was making good money. He wouldn't be foolish enough to leave Mars's protective umbrella. This society was inherently survival of the fittest. Without Mars, he couldn't possibly fight Zhu Junxi alone. Don't worry, Chairman Chen. I don't like changing environments on a whim. Signing me is a guaranteed win for Mars, Jiang Zhou said calmly. Instead of being angered by Jiang Zhou's arrogance, Chen Heiyu burst into laughter. Young people should have this kind of commanding confidence. Geniuses are allowed to have an attitude. Jianjia, go and arrange a private office for Xiao Jiang yourself. Yes, Chairman Chen. Wang Jianjia smiled slightly and left the composing department office. Without another word, Jiang Zhou picked up a pen and signed the contract. Great, both Chen Heiyu and Wang Zhenbang smiled, finally putting their minds at ease. Jiang Zhou also. Xiao Jiang, the organizing committee of the Mingdu International Games will probably contact you tomorrow. Get ready, as you might need to make a trip to Mingdu then, Chen Heiyu reminded him. Sure, Jiang Zhou nodded. Alright, I won't disturb you guys anymore lest you feel uncomfortable around me. Chen Heiyu made a joke and stood up. Chairman Chen. Seeing Chen Heiyu preparing to leave, Jiang Zhou got a bit anxious. Chen Heiyu, who had already turned to leave, looked back at Jiang Zhou in confusion. Xiao Jiang, is there something else? Jiang Zhou glanced at Wang Zhenbang, then looked at Chen Heiyu, and said with a sheepish grin, Chairman Chen, well, I seem to recall you saying that if someone's work got selected for the games, they'd get a $5 million reward. Wang Zhenbang had just taken a sip of tea, PFT. Chen Heiyu. Did I say that? Jiang Zhou blushed slightly and whispered awkwardly, well, surely Chairman Chen wouldn't go back on his word, right? Wang Zhenbang immediately put down his teacup, walked to his desk, and started looking for something with a puzzled expression, muttering, where is my lighter? It was right here just now. Why can't I find it? Strange, how does a lighter just disappear like that? Chen Heiyu's face darkened. Old Wang, stop acting. Your lighter is right there on the desk in front of you. Wang Zhenbang. Chen Heiyu turned his gloomy gaze to Jiang Zhou and said flatly, I'll have Wang Jianjia send the check down shortly. Jiang Zhou was overjoyed. Thank you, Chairman. You're awesome, Chairman. Chen Heiyu returned to the chairman's office and sat down behind the spacious and imposing mahogany desk. The secretary, Wang Jianjia, opened the door and walked in. Seeing Chen Heiyu leaning back in his chair in deep thought, she didn't disturb him. Instead, she took off her coat, hung it on the rack, and walked over to the tea table to prepare his medicine and water. Chairman Chen, it's time for your medicine, Wang Jianjia said softly. Hearing her voice, Chen Heiyu snapped back to reality. He shook his head, took the medicine in his hand, and as if recalling something amusing, asked, Jianjia, tell me, is it a loss or a gain for me to promote Jiang Zhou's contract to the level of a master composer? It was rare for Wang Jianjia to see Chen Heiyu so distracted by a minor figure. She smiled faintly and said, considering that both of his songs were chosen for the Mingdu International Games theme, it's a guaranteed win. I heard that those master lyricists and composers gave his submissions very high praise, and some companies are even considering poaching Jiang Zhou with high offers. Chen Heiyu glanced at Wang Jianjia and chuckled, then you might not know what he asked me for just now. With that said, he tilted his head back to swallow the pills and took a sip of the water Wang Jianjia handed him. Wang Jianjia waited with a smile for him to finish taking the medicine. Having served Chen Heiyu for a long time, she knew he hadn't finished his sentence. There was more to come. Sure enough, after Chen Heiyu swallowed the pills and had a few more sips of water, he continued, that little guy, he just opened his mouth and demanded 5 million from me. He asked for 5 million. Even Wang Jianjie was a bit stunned. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? Was rare to see a change in Wang Jianjie's expression, and Chen Heiyu found it quite amusing. Wang Jianjie shook her head. Did you agree to it, Chairman Chen? Chen Heiyu said, of course. The little guy claimed I had promised a 5 million reward to anyone in the composition department whose work was selected for the games. I don't recall ever saying that, but since he asked, I figured I'd give him some benefits. It's a good way to keep him firmly loyal to Mars Media. Wang Jianjie's face suddenly flushed red, and she couldn't help but shake with stifled laughter. Jianjie, what do you think? Chen Heiyu didn't notice her strange reaction and asked on his own. Wang Jianjie couldn't hold it back any longer. She burst into laughter and doubled over. Chairman Chen, you've wronged young Jiang here. That 5 million reward actually exists. You personally gave that instruction to Director Wang. Chen Heiyu? Half an hour later, Wang Jianjie personally handed a check for 5 million to Jiang Zhou with a beaming smile. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Jiang Zhou accepted the check with great joy and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The chairman really is a man of his word. He never goes back on his promises. No wonder he managed to reach the position of chairman. There's a reason for that. Jiang Zhou, this is my contact number. If you ever need help, feel free to call me. Wang Jianjie took out an exquisite purple business card, handed it to Jiang Zhou and turned to leave. Jiang Zhou took the card, caught a glimpse of the graceful and mature secretary's back, and thought to himself with a mischievous tone, if I called you at night, would you help me then? Thinking was one thing, but if Jiang Zhou were really to call the chairman's beautiful secretary, he wouldn't dare. As the saying goes, secretaries handle the chores when there is work, and handle the boss when there isn't. Whether or not Wang Jianjie and Chen Heiyu had an affair was hard to say. Having received the huge bonus, Jiang Zhou was in a great mood. He asked for leave from Wang Zhenbang and headed straight to the bank. A check is just a piece of paper after all. It's safest to convert it into actual money and have it sitting in his bank account. When Jiang Zhou arrived at the bank, he was warmly received by the manager and taken to the VVA room. Within the time it took to finish 2 cups of tea, the digits on the check became money in his account. With these 5 million, I'm one step closer to my goal of buying a house. Jiang Zhou patted his bank card, feeling very satisfied. The housing prices in Shenzhen are not cheap. They are among the highest in the entire nation. It's said that in some high-end residential areas by the river, it costs 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter, and many celebrities have properties there. In ordinary areas, prices range from 60,000 to over 100,000 per square meter. With his current assets, Jiang Zhou could only afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment. If he wanted to buy a larger house or one in a great location with good surroundings, he would need at least 10 million to start. This money isn't enough for a house yet, but I could buy a car to get to work. Oh right, better send some money to mom and dad first. Leaving the bank, Jiang Zhou thought of his parents running their fruit shop and immediately transferred 500,000 to them. Just as he was about to enter the final password, a phone number with a Mingdu City area code called him. A call from Mingdu City, could it be from the game's organizers? The thought flashed through his mind, and he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Xiaorong? A beautiful, polite female voice came from the phone, sounding full of anticipation. Hello, yes, this is he, Jiang Zhou replied. Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Shuang, responsible for reviewing theme song submissions for the Mingdu International Games Organizing Committee. I'm contacting you because both of your submitted songs, Welcome to Mingdu and You and Me, have been selected as theme songs for the games. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, Qin Shuang offered her sincere congratulations. Jiang Zhou had already heard the news from Chairman Chen, so he remained calm and laughed peacefully. Thank you. I am very honored to be selected. Qin Shuang was astonished internally. Mr. Jiang truly lived up to the praise of those 5 masters. Many people could not compare to his composure. Mr. Jiang, the electronic contract from the organizing committee has been sent to your email. When would you have time to sign it? Only after the contract is signed can the songs be officially included in the recording schedule. Jiang Zhou turned back toward the company. I'm out right now, it's not very convenient. I should be free in about 20 minutes. Qin Shuang replied, then I'll contact you in 20 minutes. Or you can add my messaging account so we can communicate there if you have any questions later. Sure, go ahead. Qin Shuang gave him the messaging ID. Jiang Zhou added her on his phone and they hung up. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Zhou hurried to his desk, opened his computer and logged into his email. He started a video call with Qin Shuang via the messaging app and reviewed the contract under her guidance. The contract consisted of 5 pages, detailing various copyright and legal clauses. Jiang Zhou looked it over briefly, found no issues, saw the official stamp of the Mingdu International Games at the end, and then entered his identity information to generate an electronic signature on the document. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Mingdu Games theme song collection task. 2 songs have been selected as theme songs for the games. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 2 grade chests and 6 C grade chests. Do you wish to open them now? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Zhou's heart surged with excitement.
Mission successful. You have received generous rewards. Jiang Zhou glanced around at the crowded and chaotic office, then stood up, walked directly into a soundproof room, and closed the door. With the space hidden and sound isolated, Jiang Zhou rubbed his hands together and said, "System, open a C-grade box first to see how my luck is." Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on obtaining red high heels. As the C-grade box opened, Tanya Chua's version of red high heels immediately flooded into Jiang Zhou's mind. Jiang Zhou was overjoyed. What great luck, it's actually this song. On Earth, Red High Heels was a classic song written, composed and performed independently by Tanya Chua. The song's profound interpretation of love between modern city men and women made it unforgettable once heard. Furthermore, Tanya Chua delivered the vocal arcs of the entire song with such comfort and ease. The independence, intellect, and confidence of modern urban women were vividly displayed through her lazy and warm vocals. Open another C/B-grade box. Jiang Zhou immediately took the opportunity to open another box. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on opening a B-grade box and obtaining a Master Director skill book. Jiang Zhou froze as knowledge about directing flooded into his mind. Is this telling me to make a movie? Open another B-grade box and a C-grade box. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on opening a B-grade box and obtaining a Constitution modification and enhancement capsule. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a professional racing driver skill. With a series of box openings, Jiang Zhou thoroughly enjoyed himself. In an instant, all kinds of knowledge flooded into his mind. What on earth is this Constitution modification and enhancement capsule from the B-grade box? Was it given to me on purpose because my body is too weak? Jiang Zhou opened the details of the capsule to take a look. Constitution modification and enhancement capsule. Once consumed, it can modify and enhance your constitution, making your body healthier and boosting your mental strength. The enhanced constitution will reach the level of a professional track and field athlete, and the probability of falling ill will be reduced by 50%. Good stuff! Jiang Zhou's eyes lit up. Items from B-grade boxes were indeed powerful. Without a second thought, he chose to consume it. Just a 50% reduction in the probability of getting sick was a super buff. A person gets sick many times in their life, and Jiang Zhou couldn't guarantee he wouldn't catch a minor or major illness one day. Reducing the chance of getting sick meant he could live more comfortably, and maybe his lifespan would even increase by 8 to 10 years. However, as soon as Jiang Zhou swallowed the capsule, his eyes almost popped out, and his skin instantly turned bright red. He clutched his throat and widened his eyes, trying to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. What was more, he lost all sensation in his limbs. Then something strange happened. Sitting in the chair inside the soundproof room, Jiang Zhou could clearly hear something exploding inside his body, followed by a series of sharp cracking sounds from his bones and muscles like popping beans. His legs under the desk grew by several centimeters at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trousers he was wearing actually became shorter, exposing his ankles. Jiang Zhou felt the changes in his body in astonishment, unable to make any sound. As the time ticked by, the inside of Jiang Zhou's body seemed to become a factory where countless tiny workers were hammering away. This lasted for an hour, and finally the changes in his body subsided. Jiang Zhou was able to make a sound. Size. System. System, I am here. Why couldn't I move or speak after taking the Constitution modification and enhancement capsule? Jiang Zhou was very angry. Just now, he almost thought he had swallowed poison and was about to say goodbye to this world. It really scared him half to death. System. Consuming the Constitution modification and enhancement capsule alters the host's physical strength, causing the host to temporarily lose control of their body. Jiang Zhou said in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. System, are you saying that my body didn't actually belong to me just now? System. Your body still belongs to you. However, to protect the host and prevent the intense pain of bodily modification from stimulating the host's brain and causing excessive damage, the system temporarily cuts off the brain's control over the body. Put simply, it is like administering anesthesia to trick the host's sensory nerves. Jiang Zhou dithered in confusion for a moment, suddenly feeling that the system was incredibly mysterious. After an hour of physical torment, Jiang Zhou felt utterly exhausted. He felt incredibly tired. Since he had already asked Lao Wang for the afternoon off, he walked out of the soundproof room and went straight home to rest. Time always flies when one is asleep. Jiang Zhou was groggily awakened by the ringing of his phone. Rubbing his eyes, he saw it was pitch black outside the window. He reached for the phone on the nightstand and checked the time, 7:50 in the evening. The caller was Su Xinghao. Hello, Xinghao? Jiang Zhou's voice was hoarse. He sat up in bed, turned on the light, and lit a cigarette. Teacher Jiang, did you just wake up? Why does your voice sound so congested? Su Xinghao asked curiously. I just woke up. Did you catch a cold? I went to the 11th floor to look for you today, and Xia Xiaoyu said you took the day off. No, I went out to run some errands in the afternoon, and later I felt a bit tired, so I came back for a nap. Jiang Zhou smiled. He certainly wouldn't say he had taken time off to cash a 5 million check at the bank. Glad to hear you're okay. Didn't the leaders go on a trip for meetings the other day, so we missed our dinner? Today, both Sister Yu and I are free. I've already booked a restaurant number 78, Longjing Road, a nice Western restaurant. Shall I come pick you up? Number 78 Longjing Road? No need to pick me up, I'll just take a taxi there. Wait for me there. Alright, I'll wait for you here. Sister Yu hasn't arrived either, she should be here in about 10 minutes. Okay, see you later. Jiang Zhou hung up, washed up in the bathroom, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and went out to catch a taxi to the dinner. For a while now, Su Xinghao had been saying he wanted to treat Jiang Zhou. Later, Jiang Zhou invited Li Mingyu to dinner, and Li Mingyu suggested they all eat together instead. To their surprise, the leaders went out of town for meetings the next day. Su Xinghao was also swamped with promotions because of his hit song. As a result, their plans to eat together kept getting pushed back, and only today did they finally manage to gather. Upon arriving at number 78 Longjing Road, Jiang Zhou got out of the taxi and looked around for the Western restaurant Su Xinghao had mentioned. Just then, a red Ferrari drove up from behind the taxi and pulled up smoothly right beside Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou took 2 steps back to distance himself from the car and turned to look at it with curiosity. The car window rolled down, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. The driver, with dark, slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders and wearing a pale pink sweater, rested her hands adorned with red nail polish on the steering wheel, smiling as she looked at Jiang Zhou. She looked so familiar. Jiang Zhou exchanged a slightly puzzled look with the woman in front of him. He felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before, but he just couldn't quite place her. The beautiful woman didn't seem to know the meaning of shyness. With watery bright eyes, she stared unashamedly at Jiang Zhou's face, not saying a word, just smiling at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her gaze, Jiang Zhou turned around, preparing to continue looking for the Western restaurant. He was sure he didn't know the pretty woman in front of him, and assumed she was just stealing a few extra glances, because she thought he was handsome. However, seeing that Jiang Zhou was about to leave, the beauty spoke up. Are you teacher Jiang Xiaorong? Her voice was soft and sweet, very pleasant to the ear. Jiang Zhou suddenly spun around to look at her. She was still smiling at him, but now she opened the door of her red Ferrari sports car and stepped out, walking toward him gracefully. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but size up the beauty. She had long, slightly curly black hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a pink turtleneck sweater, a black skirt, and high heels. Her body proportions were perfect, looking very much like a summer style. As she drew closer, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nose, a fresh scent unique to young girls. I don't think I know her, do I? Jiang Zhou was deeply puzzled, thinking to himself. He had been in the entertainment industry for several months now, and he swore he had never seen this beautiful woman before. If he had, there was no way he wouldn't recognize her. Especially her graceful temperament, which made her look like a natural center of attention, forcing him to take a few extra glances. The woman took a few steps and stood gracefully in front of Jiang Zhou. She smiled and asked, "Teacher Jiang, may I buy you a cup of coffee?" With her large eyes and long eyelashes blinking at Jiang Zhou, she looked like a rose blooming in spring. "Do you know me?" Jiang Zhou asked, staring at the beauty in surprise. "Of course, both of your songs have done really well, especially I'm a Little Bird, which left a deep impression on me," the beauty said with a smile. "I see," Jiang Zhou nodded in realization. Hearing this, he understood how she knew his stage name. The beauty stared at Jiang Zhou, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. "Actually, I came here today because I want to commission a song from you. Why don't we go to a cafe to talk in detail?" She pointed behind and to the side of Jiang Zhou. Jiang turned around to look. About 20 meters diagonally behind him was a shop named 1973, decorated in a Western European style. Just then, two female office workers holding coffee cups walked out arm in arm, chatting and laughing. Jiang Zhou turned back to look at the beauty in front of him and asked politely, "May I ask your name, miss?" The beauty blinked and asked, "Do you really not recognize me? We've actually competed against each other before." Jiang Zhou hesitated, sizing her up again. Suddenly, a music video flashed through his mind, and his eyes widened in surprise. You're Li Wike?" The music video was Huaya Entertainment's The Descent, and the lead was indeed Li Wike. Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, a gorgeous smile blossomed on the beauty's face, full of charm. "I'm glad Teacher Jiang recognized me. Otherwise, my career as a celebrity would be a total failure," Li Wike joked. Looking at Li Wike, Jiang Zhou felt a bit odd. In his impression, Li Wike was a classical beauty. Whether in her recently aired classical film or the music video for The Descent, she had always worn a long white dress, projecting an ethereal, fairy-like image. So seeing Li Wike dressed as a modern woman, he hadn't made the connection right away. "Teacher Jiang, can I invite you for coffee now?" Li Wike tilted her head and asked with a smile, looking quite cute and playful. I'm sorry, I might not be able to today." Jiang Zhou smiled apologetically. "I already have an appointment. If you want to commission a song, we'll have to do it another day. We can add each other's contacts first to make it easier to stay in touch." He pulled out his phone and opened his QR code. "Alright, that's a bit unfortunate." Li Wike shook her head as she took out her phone to scan the code, sighing as a flash of disappointment crossed her eyes. Ever since she heard the name Jiang Sharong in a meeting, she had felt a strong curiosity about him. She really wanted to see what kind of person Jiang Sharong was. He was so talented that his song had not only defeated the famous songwriter Liu Jianhao, but he had also won the bid for the sports game's theme song out of thousands of candidates. So, she had traveled all the way from Hangzhou to Shanghai today just to meet Jiang Zhou and see if she could commission a song from him. After they added each other as friends, Jiang Zhou waved his phone and smiled. "Li Wike, let's keep in touch through our phones. I'm running late for my appointment, so please excuse me." "All right. Go ahead and tend to your business, I won't keep you." Li Wike nodded with a smile. Just that, perhaps because Su Xinghao and Lim Mingyu had been waiting for a while, Su Xinghao, wearing a face mask, stepped outside and looked around to see if Jiang Zhou was arriving. Then he saw Jiang Zhou chatting with a stunningly beautiful woman on the roadside. So there's a reason why Teacher Jiang is late. With a knowing grin on his face, Su Xinghao walked toward Jiang Zhou and called out, "Teacher Jiang, why didn't you say anything when you arrived? Is this my sister in, wait, Li Wike?" As he got closer and saw the beauty's face clearly, Su Xinghao's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He never expected that the person talking to Jiang Zhou would be an acquaintance of his and one of the acquaintances who gave him quite a headache. "Su Xinghao?" Seeing Su Xinghao, Li Wike's smile also froze and she frowned slightly. "Xinghao, do you two know each other?" Jiang Zhou turned and asked with a smile. Su Xinghao looked at Jiang Zhou, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "To tell you the truth, Teacher Jiang, Li Wike and I were classmates in college, and she is my ex-girlfriend's best friend." "Su Xinghao, you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately, haven't you?" Li Wike sneered, glaring at him coldly. Su Xinghao smiled ruefully. "Li Wike, I have a dinner appointment with Teacher Jiang. We can talk about our stuff later. Do you want to join us?" Hearing their conversation and Su Xinghao's explanation, Jiang Zhou's expression became quite peculiar. He let out a soft chuckle, thinking to himself that it was quite a coincidence. However, hearing Su Xinghao invite her, he also smiled and said, "Since you're acquaintances, Li Weike, why don't you join us for dinner?" Li Weike glanced at Jiang Zhou and nodded happily. "Thank you for the invitation, Teacher Jiang. I would also love to chat with you, so sorry for the intrusion." Jiang Zhou smiled casually and waved his hand. "It's just a meal, and we're all acquaintances. No intrusion at all. Let's go, we can talk inside." "Sure." Li Weike glanced at Su Xinghao and nodded to Jiang Zhou with a smile. Su Xinghao watched with a bitter smile as Li Weike and Jiang Zhou walked shoulder to shoulder toward the cafe. Rubbing his nose, he sighed and followed them inside. Inside Fed 1973. The lights are dim, soft music plays gently from the speakers, green plants are everywhere, and the atmosphere is elegant quiet. Led by Su Xinghao, Jiang Zhou and Li Weike find their seats, where Li Mingyu is browsing the menu. "Sister Mingyu," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Looking up to see Jiang Zhou and the others arrive, Li Mingyu stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Please, sit down." She turned her head, saw Li Weike approaching, and said in surprise, "Wow, did we get a gorgeous girl joining us too?" "Sister Mingyu." Li Weike also waved and greeted her with a grin. Clearly they knew each other. "Aren't you busy today, Weike?" Li Mingyu asked warmly with a smile. Sitting down on the sofa, Li Weike nodded and said with a smile, "I happen to be off right now. I don't have any gigs, so I came to Shanghai to have some fun." "You're not like us. You have plenty of money and time, so you can go wherever you want." Li Mingyu teased with a laugh. She sat down, poured a glass of orange juice for Li Weike, and asked, "Is showbiz fun?" Taking the orange juice, Li Weike took a sip, smiled and said, "It's all right. I think it's pretty fun. I acted in a TV drama, sang a song, and now I have quite a few followers online. The young lady is just playing around. She might lose interest after a while." Su Xinghao shook his head and sighed from the side, explaining to Jiang Zhou, "Mr. Jiang, you might not know this, but she is the little princess of Huaya." Jiang Zhou smiled, looking at Li Weike with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Li Weike to have such a prominent background. Li Weike glared at Su Xinghao and warned, "Su Xinghao, I'm not messing with you, so you'd better not mess with me." "All right then," Su Xinghao agreed, bowing his head. Li Mingyu and Jiang Zhou exchanged a look, both unable to help laughing. They hadn't expected Su Xinghao and Li Weike to have a little friction between them. Jiang Zhou, Weike and Xinghao were actually college classmates, Li Mingyu explained with a smile. Xinghao mentioned that earlier. Jiang Zhou nodded and smiled. Stirring the coffee in front of her with a smile, Li Mingyu changed the subject and asked, "Jiang Zhou, I heard from Chairman Chen that both of your songs were selected as theme songs for the Mingdu Games. When do you need to go to Mingdu to record them?" Putting down his coffee cup, Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "I'm going on April 1st. I heard the organizing committee invited 56 celebrities to participate in the recording. I'll probably spend 1 to 2 weeks in Mingdu." "That's a great opportunity." Li Mingyu smiled and advised, "Making it in showbiz isn't just about talent. You need connections. You should use this opportunity to interact more with other celebrities to get your face known, which will make things easier for you in the future." "Yeah, I will," Jiang Zhou smiled. Even if Li Mingyu hadn't mentioned it, he was going to take the opportunity to meet some people. After all, only big stars were invited to the games. Ordinary second or third tier celebrities weren't even qualified to attend. Jiang Zhou had gotten some inside scoop from Qin Shuang. Among the participants, there would be 2 international movie stars, 7 or 8 superstar singers, over 20 top-tier A-list celebrities, and the rest were all highly famous and influential A-listers. It could be said that this was a grand gathering. One must know that many composers in the industry got their big gigs mostly through personal connections. And Jiang Zhou had already secured his ticket to this gathering. If he could get to know a few big shots there, his path in the industry would be much smoother in the future. The 4 of them chatted while they ate. From time to time, Li Weike and Su Xinghao would break into minor arguments, which actually helped Jiang Zhou relax. Ding! Jiang Zhou's phone rang. He pulled it out to check, and it was a text message. "Congratulations! Your copyright application for I Caught a Cold in That Corner has passed the review and is successfully registered." Sitting next to Jiang Zhou, Li Weike caught a glimpse of the text out of the corner of her eye and asked in shock, "Mr. Jiang, did you register another song?" With the copyright successfully registered, Jiang Zhou didn't mind her seeing it. He turned his head and said, "Yes, it's for an advertising order from the company. I uploaded the application yesterday. Why is this song named I Caught a Cold in That Corner? Have you ever had tetanus? Li Wike asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Li Mingyu and Su Xinghao also looked at Jiang Zhou with curiosity. Jiang Zhou winked and chuckled. What a question. Did I have it or didn't I? It was hard to explain. He wanted to say that he actually didn't know why it was named that either. Who knew what the original writer was thinking? However, with 3 pairs of eyes staring intensely at him waiting for an explanation, he could only make something up. Actually, this song is just a demo. It doesn't have any lyrics. Jiang Zhou said as he thought. Once when I was reading a novel, I saw words like cold and love together, so I just came up with this name randomly. There's no other meaning to it. This song was actually a demo version of a song called Guardian Angel. Later, this demo was sung by Fiona Fung as the advertisement song for BBK Music Phone. As for why it was called I Caught a Cold in That Corner, it seemed to be because of a novel of the same name, which told 4 stories about love that couldn't be spoken aloud. However, there was no such novel in the Xia Kingdom, nor was there Guardian Angel, so Jiang Zhou could just make up a story to get by. A demo? All 3 of them were highly surprised. If it's just a demo, why did you apply for the copyright? Why not apply for the full version? Li Minyu asked in confusion. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, because this demo is the most classic version. Adding lyrics would actually ruin the feeling. Li Wike suddenly pointed to the piano in the restaurant and said with anticipation in her eyes, Mr. Jiang, there's a piano over there. Can we hear your new song? Su Xinghao's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. I want to hear it too. Jiang Zhou, how about you let us have a listen first? Li Mingyu said, also filled with anticipation and smiling. Jiang Zhou couldn't help laughing. Since you want to hear it, it's fine with me. Wait a moment, I'll play it for you. Great, Li Wike clapped her hands happily. Jiang Zhou smiled slightly and walked toward the piano. Right in the center of the restaurant was a small circular stage surrounded by green plants, with a black grand piano in the middle. Jiang Zhou stepped onto the stage, gave the piano a quick inspection, and after confirming there were no issues, he sat down quietly. Many customers in the restaurant noticed this and looked over with interest. Is someone going to play the piano? The waiter also noticed Jiang Zhou, smiled and went back to work. In Western restaurants, customers often played a piece or two on impulse, so the staff were used to it and did not find it very surprising. However, for many of the dining customers, it was a rare treat to hear someone play live on the spot. They all watched expectantly, waiting for the music to begin. Jiang Zhou ran his hands over the piano. He closed his eyes to feel the cool keys, and as the knowledge of piano playing flowed into his hands, he took a deep breath and pressed down on the keys. Ding 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 ding. The crisp, tinkling notes rang out, and the beautiful, pure musical melody instantly captured the ears of everyone in the restaurant. The customers in the entire restaurant froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. It was a melody they had never heard before. Unlike the long and complex piano pieces they usually heard, this tune sounded remarkably simple. But its simplicity did not mean it was not beautiful. On the contrary, it possessed a unique charm that drew people in completely. A feeling of innocence. Looking at Jiang Zhou's profile as he played earnestly, Li Wike frowned slightly. She could hear youth and sadness in the tune. It seemed like the unique rhythm of falling in love, yet it also felt like the outcome of unrequited love. Why is it expressed like this? The notes are clearly light and brisk, yet they carry a hint of sadness. Did I hear it wrong? Li Wike rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought, staring blankly at Jiang Zhou as he played and listening quietly to the music. Su Xinghao was also listening intently. His heart went from initial anticipation and excitement to eventual calm. Amidst the crisp music, he felt as though he were taken back to school, back beneath the dorm building filled with memories. There, a girl who loved to laugh foolishly held a warm cup of water to warm his ears, but he had waved his hand in annoyance and shattered the cup. The girl cried, crouching on the ground in sorrow, stumbling as she picked up the shards of glass. From then on, the girl who loved to laugh disappeared. She never smiled in front of him again, and didn't even say a single word to him. He had thought he didn't care. Until graduation day, right before they parted ways, Li Wike, who was her best friend, handed Su Xinghao a letter from the girl. Inside, there was only a single line. For the rest of my life, you will still be the boy in my heart. At this moment, Su Xinghao felt a sudden, inexplicable pang of heartache. It seems I have lost the most precious version of you. Jiang Zhou played it 3 times, giving everyone plenty of time to listen to the song's beautiful melody. Besides, this was the first time Jiang Zhou had ever played the piano. Once his fingers touched the keys, he couldn't hide his excitement and wanted to play a little longer, acting cool like the male lead in a TV show. Back when he lived on Earth in his previous life, he had really envied those male leads on TV who could play the piano. Whenever it came to the flirting scene, the male lead would walk up to the stage and give a soulful speech, saying something like, "Today is a beautiful lady's birthday, and I'd like to use a piano piece to express my heartfelt wishes for her. Happy birthday, my lady." Then the male lead would sit at the piano in an elegant yet showy manner, close his eyes for a moment to get into character, and play an incredibly flashy and cool world-famous piece, dazzling everyone in the audience. Afterward, the female lead would be moved to tears of joy and willingly hop into the male lead's bed that night. Perfect. Right now, Jiang Zhou didn't have a girlfriend, nor did he have a beautiful girl he liked nearby, so he couldn't give a speech beforehand like those male leads did. But not having a female lead around didn't mean he couldn't copy the next steps. After all, there were still plenty of other beautiful women here. Showing off in front of beautiful women was still very necessary. So, during the entire performance, Jiang Zhou kept his eyes closed, swaying his head to the music, looking completely lost in the beautiful melody. The song ended. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire Western restaurant. Jiang Zhou opened his eyes, stood up with a smile, and bowed to thank all the guests in the restaurant who were applauding for him. A cute-looking girl jogged over. Blushing cheeks, she asked shyly, "Hey handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" Taken aback, Jiang Zhou smiled and said no. The girl reached out, stuffed a slip of paper into Jiang Zhou's hand, turned around, and ran off. Jiang Zhou looked down and saw a phone number written on the paper, with a chat app ID right below it. Returning to his seat. "You're quite the lady killer," teacher Jiang Li Wai teased, looking at Jiang Zhou with a grin. "Not really, maybe it's just a sales pitch." Meeting Li Wai's gaze, Jiang Zhou gave a dry laugh and sat down. Lim Mingyu gave him a thumbs up and laughed in admiration. "Jiang Zhou, you are amazing. Writing lyrics and music is one thing, but playing the piano this well too. You are a true genius." Snapping out of his thoughts, Su Xinghao took a deep breath and asked Teacher Jiang, "Have you been learning piano since you were a kid?" Jiang Zhou shook his head. "No, I learned it after I graduated from college." "Really? You only started learning after college?" Li Wai asked in astonishment. The piano was not an easy instrument to learn. Without missing a beat, Jiang Zhou said, "Yeah, I happened to meet a piano teacher back then by chance, and I learned a lot about piano from her." That teacher was the system, which had directly downloaded the piano skills into his brain. Su Xinghao was dumbfounded. The piano isn't something you can learn overnight. Many people are still amateurs even after practicing for 2 or 3 years. You're at a professional level, Teacher Jiang. You'd be amazing even performing on stage. Exactly. Li Wai nodded like a chicken pecking at grain, looking at Jiang Zhou as if he were a monster. Both she and Su Xinghao could play the piano, so they could easily tell that Jiang Zhou's skills were professional. It would be hard to reach this level without years of practice. A professional level performance was good enough for him to perform on stage. Li Mingyu didn't know much about the piano, but hearing Su Xinghao and Li Wai explain it, she realized how amazing Jiang Zhou was and was left dumbfounded. Mars Music struck gold. They actually signed such a monstrous genius, Li Mingyu thought to herself, clicking her tongue. For the rest of the meal, everyone seemed a bit distracted, probably still astonished by Jiang Zhou's talent. After dinner, they said their goodbyes. A day later. The news that 2 of Jiang Zhou's songs had been chosen as themes for the Mingdu International Games spread like wildfire throughout the company. Once the news spread, many colleagues from various departments came poking their heads around the composition department, looking for Jiang Zhou, wanting to catch a glimpse of the legend. During the lunch break, a crowd of staff members from the composition department gathered around Jiang Zhou, marveling in astonishment. "Jiang Zhou, you actually landed the Mingdu International Games. That's so awesome. You're a god. Usually only master composers can land such a grand event. You have to buy us dinner. Share some of your good luck with us for such a big occasion." With his songs chosen for the Mingdu International Games, Jiang Zhou is going to be famous nationwide. You bet. These kinds of games used to be held abroad. Xia country put in so much effort to successfully bid for it. The Mingdu Games are in the national spotlight. Everyone is looking forward to it. If I could just get my name mentioned at the games in this lifetime, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. I heard the company has already upgraded Jiang Zhou's contract to the distinguished composer level. Jiang Zhou, is that true? Outside the composition department, the elevator kept going up and down. But when it reached the 11th floor, the people inside would always step out to sneak a peek at the department entrance. Which one is Jiang Zhou? I don't know. There are so many people in the composition department. There's a crowd gathered over there. Why don't we go in and take a look? Let's go, let's check out the legend. Just like that, more and more people poured into the composition department, surrounding Jiang Zhou in layers. Look, guys, aren't you going to eat? My stomach is growling. How about we move this discussion to the cafeteria? Jiang Zhou was finally at his wit's end. He smiled and chatted with everyone until his face was practically stiff, and his stomach was growling loudly. Originally, Jiang Zhou hadn't wanted to move to a private office. He felt it would be lonely there and that chatting and joking with everyone was much more fun. Now he realized he was wrong. If he didn't move into a private office, he would probably be driven crazy by the noise. Hearing the chaotic noise, Wang Zhenbang stepped out of his office and was startled to see such a large crowd gathered. What's going on here? Someone turned around, saw Wang Zhenbang approaching and chuckled, Director Wang, it's nothing. We're all just here to see Jiang Zhou. Expressionless, Wang Zhenbang squeezed through the crowd, glanced at Jiang Zhou in the center, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Zhou was fine. Break it up, everyone. Jiang Zhou doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. There's nothing to see. Get back to work. Liu Miming also stood up and shouted, break it up. Go get some lunch. We're all in the same company. We'll have plenty of time to see him in the future. Hearing this, many people responded with a chuckle and gradually dispersed. Jiang Zhou shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Wang Zhenbang patted Jiang Zhou on the shoulder and smiled, and you still didn't want to move offices. Well, how does it feel? Jiang Zhou nodded, it's terrifying. Aren't the other stars in our company interesting enough? Liu Ming laughed from the side. No matter how interesting those stars are, they can't make it to the Mingdu International Games. This is the biggest sporting event in the world, the center of global attention. Wang Zhenbang agreed, Liu Ming is right. The stage those stars perform on can't compare to the stage you've just reached. It's only natural that everyone is curious. Jiang Zhou shrugged and said, I'll move to the private office this afternoon. Wang Zhenbang burst out laughing, you should have moved long ago. All the distinguished composers in the company have private offices. You might not know this, but those 2 master composers have it even better. They don't even have to come to the office. Right now, one is skiing in Western Europe, and the other is mountain climbing in Latin America. Liu Ming said enviously, a master's life is actually living. Our life is just surviving. Jiang Zhou and Wang Zhenbang looked at each other and both burst into laughter. Glory Entertainment. A report was delivered to Zhu Jiang. Master, what kind of report is it? Liu Mengyao walked over gracefully with a glass of red wine. Showing off her seductive figure and charming eyes, she bent down to sit on Zhu Jiangxi's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Zhu Jiangxi chuckled and pinched Liu Mengyao's lower back. You little vixen, the information I had someone gather on Jiang Zhou is ready. Let's look at it together. Jiang Zhou? Liu Mengyao perked up and frowned at the report. With the #1 spot on the new song chart stolen away, Liu Mengyao absolutely hated Su Xinghao and the songwriter Jiang Zhou. By comparison, Liu Mengyao's hatred for the songwriter Jiang Zhou was 2 or 3 times greater than her hatred for the singer Su Xinghao. In the music industry, everyone knows that the composer is the ultimate backing. If there were no singers left in the world, there would still be music as long as there were composers. But if there were no songwriters, singers would have nothing to sing. So the most important person, the composer, is the soul of a song, followed by the lyricist, and finally the singer. Both Liu Mengyao and Zhu Jiangxi quieted down and opened the file to take a look. Jiang Zhou, formerly known as Jiang Zhou, Liu Mengyao read it out in shock. Rubbing her eyes as if unable to believe it, she looked again. It really was Jiang Zhou. Zhu Jiangxi also frowned. He recalled a nobody, a trainee who had previously signed with Glory. Could it be someone with the same name? The 2 of them thought of the same thing at once. They looked at each other, their expressions turning a bit stiff. They continued reading. Jiang Zhou, a native of Guning, Beijiang province. His parents run a small fruit shop, and he has a sister in high school. At 18 years old, during the first semester of his freshman year, he was discovered by a Glory talent scout and became a trainee at Glory Entertainment. He never debuted and eventually terminated his contract with Glory in the middle of last year. In the second half of last year, he worked as an extra at the Yunzhou film studio for 6 months without any success. He then joined the composition department of Mars Entertainment in January this year to work as a composer. In the same month, he composed A Dreamer's Heart, which was selected as the theme song for Beetle Company's movie Moving Forward. Sung by Su Xinghao, it topped the February new song sales and download charts. In March, he rearranged I Am a Little Bird, sung by Su Xinghao, which topped the March new song sales and download charts again. Latest update: Jiang Zhou submitted entries to the Mingdu International Games Song Collection Competition. Both of his songs have been selected by the game's official organizing committee as theme songs, and the contract is signed. At this point, Liu Mengyao was completely dumbfounded. Zhu Zhengxi's expression tightened, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Both of them knew exactly how grand the Mingdu International Games were. That was one of the biggest stages in the world. The office was dead silent. Liu Mengyao felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, her mind in a panic. How is that possible? How could that useless Jiang Zhou be Jiang Xiaorong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Liu Mengyao's face was pale as she stared blankly. Seeing Liu Mengyao so distracted, Zhu Zhengxi's face turned dark and he said with a playful expression, "I recall this kid was your ex-boyfriend, wasn't he?" Liu Mengyao was startled and quickly got off Zhu Zhengxi's lap, saying in a panic, "Young Master Zhu, I stopped seeing him a long time ago. I never expected that loser to be Jiang Xiaorong. Young Master Zhu, I am devoted only to you now. I don't have any other thoughts." Zhu Zhengxi narrowed his eyes, propped his legs up on the desk, leaned back in his executive chair and smiled wickedly. "I didn't say anything. What are you panicking for?" Liu Mengyao's face was deathly pale. Mute with fear, she didn't know whether to stand or sit. Zhu Zhengxi picked up the cigarette pack from the desk, took one out, and put it in his mouth. Liu Mengyao quickly grabbed the lighter and eagerly lit it for him. After Zhu Zhengxi took a deep drag and blew out a smoke ring, he said expressionlessly, "Since it's that kid, go find him for me. I'll give him a chance. If he can return to Glory to work for me, we'll be family from now on. I'll give him the same deal he has at Mars Entertainment." "What if he refuses?" Liu Mengyao swallowed hard and asked tentatively. Zhu Zhengxi shot a cold glance at Liu Mengyao and sneered, "If he refuses, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make him realize how hard it is to survive after offending me." Liu Mengyao nodded silently. "Go on then." Zhu Zhengxi smiled, slapped Liu Mengyao on her lower back, and poured the red wine into the trash can. Liu Mengyao left anxiously. Zhu Zhengxi smoked quietly in his office, recalling things about Jiang Zhou. Back then, that nobody whom he treated like a dog had actually grown to a point where he wanted to win him over. Interesting. If you still don't know what's good for you like before, I don't mind ruining your brain just like I ruined your voice. Zhu Zhengxi laughed sinisterly, tore the files about Jiang Zhou on the desk to shreds, and tossed them into the air. The paper scraps drifted down like snowflakes, and Zhu Zhengxi's smile grew even more radiant and playful. In the afternoon, Jiang Zhou moved into the private office that Wang Jianjia had arranged for him. The office was still on the 11th floor, but it was separated from the main workspace of the composition department. It was relatively quieter, with more green plants, and featured an instrument rack holding various string and wind instruments. "A private office is so comfortable. Jiang Zhou, since it's your housewarming today, buy me a coffee." Xia Xiaoyu followed Jiang Zhou in and looked around his new office. "Drinking coffee every day, aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" Jiang Zhou said testily as he organized his desk. Xia Xiaoyu giggled. "If not coffee, juice is fine too." Jiang Zhou didn't even look up. "Nope, this little shop doesn't sell juice." Xia Xiaoyu pouted. "Ungrateful wretch. I helped you move your stuff, and you won't even buy me a cup of coffee. I'll never help someone like you again." With that, Xia Xiaoyu turned and left without hesitating for a second. Jiang Zhou smiled, knowing that Xia Xiaoyu had gone to get back to work. Jokes like this happened often in the composition department. No one could resist teasing Xia Xiaoyu, the cute assistant. After cleaning his desk, Jiang Zhou sat down in his chair. With only a few days left before the end of the month, he also needed to prepare for his trip to Mingdu. Ring, 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 ring. The ringtone of "I Caught a Cold" in that corner started playing, and Jiang Zhou's phone began to vibrate. He picked it up and looked at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. Without thinking much, he answered the call. There was heavy breathing on the other end of the line. Jiang Zhou, a hesitant and anxious voice said. Jiang Zhou frowned. He knew who it was. Click. He hung up the call and placed the phone on the desk. Ring, 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 ring. The ringtone sounded again. It was the same number. Jiang Zhou picked up the phone, hung up, and blocked the number.
After blocking Liu Mengyao, Jiang Zhou was finally free from her harassment. He thought she would have some self-awareness and stop bothering him. However, when he left the Mars Entertainment office building after work, he was blocked by Liu Mengyao, who was waiting for him outside. It was late March, and the gentle breeze was no longer that cold. Liu Mengyao wore a black baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. Her black leather jacket and pants perfectly showed off her great figure. Jiang Zhou, can we talk? Liu Mengyao said. Jiang Zhou stopped, frowned at Liu Mengyao, who was blocking his way, and shook his head. There is nothing for us to talk about. Liu Mengyao looked on the verge of tears, seemingly heartbroken. You really weren't like this before. Jiang Zhou frowned, glanced at her coldly and said, please step aside. I'm not the same Jiang Zhou I used to be. Stop bothering me. Liu Mengyao bit her lower lip, staring at Jiang Zhou with resentment. You hate me, don't you? Jiang Zhou was utterly confused. Like hell I hate you. You do hate me. You hate that I left you when I was at Huihuang, and you hate that I ended up in Zhu Jiangxi's arms. Jiang Zhou, I just want to tell you I really had my reasons, Liu Mengyao said painfully. Her eyes welled up with tears. She sniffled, took off her sunglasses and wiped away the tears that were about to fall. Zhu Jiangxi had his eyes on me back then. If I hadn't left you, you would have been hurt even more. Jiang Zhou, can you forgive me? Jiang Zhou watched her performance indifferently, his expression calm. It was rush hour, and many employees were leaving the Mars Entertainment building. As expected, most of them witnessed this scene and started whispering in surprise. Is that Jiang Zhou? I just saw him in the composition department today. That woman looks like Liu Mengyao? Yes, that's Liu Mengyao, the rookie who just debuted at Huihuang. They've been promoting her heavily this past month. She's released songs and been on many variety shows. I recognize her. Oh my god, why is Liu Mengyao looking for Mr. Jiang? Could it be that Huihuang wants to poach Mr. Jiang? No way. Mr. Jiang just signed a master composer contract with Mars. He probably won't be poached, and it doesn't make sense for Huihuang to send Liu Mengyao to poach him. Just then, a fiery red sports car roared over and parked right by the curb of Mars Entertainment's main entrance. The butterfly doors opened upward, and a stunning woman with long black hair over her shoulders and wearing a blue denim outfit stepped out. Perhaps because her hair was blocking her eyes after getting out of the car, she tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and swept her dark hair back with her right hand. Instantly, her celestial beauty stunned every man who saw her. The Mars Entertainment employees were all stunned, drooling at the sight. However, the next second, this goddess-like beauty spotted Jiang Zhou at a glance. A bright smile bloomed on her face as she closed the car door and walked over. Mr. Jiang, her crisp voice called out with joy. Jiang Zhou looked back, slightly surprised. Li Weik, what are you doing here? Well, Li Weik walked over with a smile. I have nothing to do today, so I wanted to ask you out for a private chat. Before Jiang Zhou could speak, Li Weik turned and saw a woman standing across from Jiang Zhou. When she realized who it was, her smile faded slightly, and a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes. Liu Mengyao, why are you here? She asked, frowning. Liu Mengyao also recognized the newcomer as Li Weik. She snorted coldly. If you can be here, why can't I? Li Weik frowned, glanced at Jiang Zhou and asked, Are you also here for Mr. Jiang? Liu Mengyao said coldly, Since you know, please don't interrupt. We are talking. I have nothing left to say. Li Weik, let's go. Let's chat, Jiang Zhou said, shaking his head and turning to leave. Li Weik glanced at Liu Mengyao and gladly followed. Jiang Zhou, Liu Mengyao cried out anxiously, rushing forward to block his way. She wept. We were together for 4 years in college. Do you really have no feelings left for me at all? Jiang Zhou was helpless. He frowned and said, Liu Mengyao, I told you I'm not the same Jiang Zhou anymore. Can you stop pestering me? Liu Mengyao grit her teeth and stared at him. Can't we even be friends? Friends? Jiang Zhou gave a light laugh, shook his head and said, It's best if we don't contact each other. Li Weik, let's go. With that, he walked away. Li Weike hurried to catch up, her mind in a whirl. Hearing the conversation between Jiang Zhou and Liu Mengyao, her eyes widened in surprise. She never expected that her competitor, Liu Mengyao, who debuted at the same time, was actually Jiang Zhou's ex-girlfriend. This gossip was just too juicy. Seeing Li Weike's car, Jiang Zhou turned to ask, "Where are we going?" "Let's get in the car first, we can decide on the way," Li Weike said, giving him a strange look. "Mr. Jiang, you are awesome." Just then, an excited shout came from behind. Jiang Zhou and Li Weike turned around to look. Outside the Mars Entertainment office building, hundreds of people with knowing grins were watching them intently. Huh? Jiang Zhou was puzzled. What the hell was going on with so many people watching them? "Mr. Jiang, you two look perfect together." "Keep it up, Mr. Jiang." Several teasing shouts echoed over, and Jiang Zhou and Li Weike finally understood. Both of their faces instantly flushed. "Oh my god, what are they doing?" "Quick, get in," Li Weike urged, walking around to the driver's side. Jiang Zhou got into the passenger seat. The engine roared, and the car sped away like a rocket. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? Mr. Jiang is actually seeing Li Weike. Was that really Li Weike? She didn't look like herself. Of course it was. Is your impression of Li Weike still stuck on her ethereal look in ancient costumes? Yeah, I always thought she was just a classical beauty, but she looks even prettier in modern clothes. Mr. Jiang is so lucky to get into Li Weike's car. He's awesome. The employees of Mars Entertainment gossiped excitedly. It was as if they had discovered a new world. Wonder, shock, good-natured teasing, jealousy, and envy all rippled through the crowd. Then, one employee pointed at Liu Mengyao with a strange look on his face. If Li Weike is Mr. Jiang's girlfriend, what about Liu Mengyao? She came to see Mr. Jiang just now too, and she even seemed to cry. The others turned to look in surprise. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, they shuddered and looked at each other with bizarre expressions. Could it be that Liu Mengyao and Li Weike were actually fighting over Mr. Jiang just now? Do both Li Weike and Liu Mengyao actually have an unspeakable relationship with Mr. Jiang? Oh my god, this is massive gossip. It must be that Liu Mengyao likes Mr. Jiang, but Mr. Jiang likes Li Weike. That theory is highly likely. The employees gossiped and discussed, enjoying the drama to the fullest. What no one expected was that inside a van hidden in the shadows, a middle-aged man with messy hair was holding a camera. Flipping through the photos, he wore a satisfied, sleazy grin. No one would ever expect Liu Mengyao from Huiyuang Entertainment and Li Weike from Huaya Media to confront each other over the same man. These photos will probably blow up the entertainment industry tonight, and I'll make a fortune again. Ha ha ha. If anyone was the most popular recently, it was undoubtedly the rookies from the three major entertainment companies. Huiyuang's Liu Mengyao was dubbed Catwoman by netizens because she dressed up as one on a variety show, stunning the entire audience. Huaya's Li Weike was called the Jade Girl by netizens. Her song Descent made fans obsess over ancient styling, and with her recent historical martial arts drama airing, her image as a classical beauty was deeply engraved in people's minds. Catwoman and Jade Girl appearing at the same time and fighting over a man would definitely shock everyone. And the most shocking part was that the man eventually left a weeping Liu Mengyao behind and got into Li Weike's car. The middle-aged man could barely contain his laughter. This entertainment scoop is so freaking awesome. A moment later, the paparazzi Chang Yaxong sent some of the photos to the editor-in-chief, Meng Haibo. Seeing these sensational photos, the editor-in-chief burst into laughter, praised Chang Yaxong, and then immediately took pictures of them and sent them to Huaya Media and Huiyuang Media respectively. The public relations departments of Huaya and Huiyuang called almost the moment they received the photos. Editor-in-chief Meng, name your price for these photos. Tong Wei, the head of Huaya Media's PR department, gripped the receiver with a grim expression. He never expected Huaya's little princess to get caught up in a scandal. What gave him an even bigger headache was that her letting a strange man into her car was described by the tabloid reporters as a jealous rivalry, leaving him somewhat helpless. These photos leaked online, it would definitely have a huge impact on Li Weike, who had only just debuted. Hearing the question, Editor-in-Chief Meng Haibo said with a fake smile, Director Tong, we are old acquaintances. How much do you think these photos are worth? Just give what you think is fair. After all, the people on me need to eat, and it is not easy for me to be the editor-in-chief. Tong Wei cursed him as an old fox in his heart, but had to smile and say, "Deal. I still trust your credibility, Editor-in-Chief Meng. Once we are sure the photos won't be published, I will transfer the money immediately." Meng Haibo smiled and said, "Don't worry, Director Tong. As soon as my team gets the money, I'll have someone send the photos over right away." Tong Wei gave a brief reply and hung up. After contemplating for a moment with a troubled expression, he picked up his phone and made a call. The call went through. Tong Wei said in a deep voice, "Wike met a man in Shanghai and they were photographed by paparazzi." There was silence on the other end. After a long while, a female voice spoke. "How much money does he?" Tong Wei sighed. "That old fox didn't name a price. He wants us to pay what we think is fair." The female voice said, "Then transfer 100,000 first. If he's not satisfied, increase it to 300,000. Wike has just debuted, and her pure girl image is deeply rooted in people's minds. She cannot have any scandals for now." Tong Wei said okay. The call ended, and Tong Wei transferred the money and communicated with the other party. In the chairman's office of Huaya Media, an elegant woman walked in. "Chairman." Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with glasses on his nose, reading a book. Hearing the voice, he looked up and smiled slightly. "Luo Jing, come in. Is there something?" Luo Jing smiled and said, "Chairman, Wike is involved in a scandal. I wanted to ask, is she dating anyone?" Li Yuanshan broke into a laugh, shook his head, and said if she could find a boyfriend and get married early, I would be more than happy. Luo Jing understood. She nodded and smiled. "I see. Now I know how to handle it." On the other side, Hui Wang Entertainment also received a call from Meng Haibo. In the end, their PR department offered 10,000 and Meng Haibo agreed. Compared to Li Wike's pure girl image, Liu Mengyao's cat girl persona would likely suffer less impact. Therefore, Hui Wang's PR department didn't pay a high price for the photos. Meng Haibo was well aware of this. Hui Wang had 100 ways to explain why Liu Mengyao was there. For example, they could say that Liu Mengyao bumped into Li Wike and her boyfriend shopping, and they chatted for a bit, where something said triggered Liu Mengyao's emotions, causing her to lose her composure. Because Meng Haibo knew this and Hui Wang didn't want to slap him in the face too hard, they offered him some benefits and Meng Haibo tactfully accepted. Did it end there? No. Chang Wei had only handed over a portion of the photos to the editor-in-chief, Meng Haibo. He still had photos from other angles that he didn't hand over, but instead turned around and sold to his peers, making quite a few extra bucks. As an experienced veteran in the industry, he knew how to maximize his profits and balance his main work with side gigs. Jiang Zhou and Li Wike found a cafe, got a private room, and chatted while drinking coffee. "What kind of song do you want to commission?" "I want something in a different style. I don't want to be locked into the pure girl style. It is not good for my development. Does your company agree to this?" "We can worry about their agreement later. More importantly, can you write a song for me?" "I can, but you'll have to request a song from me officially through our company." Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "After all, I need Mars Entertainment's channels and resources to promote myself, and I also need to learn more within Mars. I won't be taking private orders for now." Li Wike nodded. "I understand. Let me think about it first." Jiang Zhou thought of red high heels, but he wasn't planning to bring it out immediately. If he produced it right after Li Wike made the request, it would seem a bit too sudden. Setting aside the fact that the song was obtained so quickly. Furthermore, he hadn't had the time to register the copyright for Red High Heels yet. In Xia country, where copyright awareness was relatively well established, Jiang Zhou wanted to make good use of copyrights to maximize his own interests, so he naturally took it very seriously. Then it's settled. Li Wike smiled, raised her cup and winked at Jiang Zhou. "Teacher Jiang, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." "Cheers." Jiang Zhou smiled and clinked his cup with hers. While the two of them were discussing the song request, they had no idea that the paparazzi had already leaked the photos online. That evening, someone suddenly posted a set of photos on Weibo, along with screenshots of a chat log. Someone discovered the photos and was shocked after reading the chat screenshots. The chat implicitly mentioned a few things. Today at the entrance of Mars, Liu Mengyao tearfully stopped a young man. Later, Li Wike arrived and drove the man away. Their relationship is unknown, but it's rumored to be a love triangle, or perhaps the man dumped Liu Mengyao and is in an intimate relationship with Li Wike. Wow, huge gossip. Who is that guy? Is he in the industry? According to the investigation, he is indeed in the industry a composer from Mars who has been on the new song charts for the past 2 months. He's so young and good-looking, and he's actually a composer. He wrote 2 songs sung by SXH, and they both did exceptionally well. Someone later photographed him entering a private room in a cafe with Lee Wike. Oh my god, a private date. The photos and screenshots quickly spread across major self-media platforms, being forwarded and pinned to the top. Netizens immediately erupted into heated discussions. Entertainment frontline. Lee Wike's boyfriend exposed. Suspected creator of I Am a Little Bird. Today's entertainment circle. Young man dumps Liu Mengyao and gets into Lee Wike's car. Shanghai Entertainment Life Evening News. Lee Wike and Liu Mengyao jealous over the same man? Entertainment Reporter Insider. The cat girl and the pure girl who actually fell in love. In the internet age, news spreads incredibly fast. Just half an hour later, the entire Weibo, WeChat moments, and various entertainment news outlets were taken over by this set of photos. Some fans opened the photos to take a look. In the first photo, Liu Mengyao had tears in her eyes, looking on the verge of crying as she stared at a rather handsome man, while the man had a cold expression. In the second photo, Lee Wike was smiling and talking to the man, looking very happy, while the man seemed somewhat surprised to see Lee Wike. In the third photo, Lee Wike did not look pleased as she confronted a similarly cold-faced Liu Mengyao. The two of them seemed to be arguing about something. In the fourth photo, the young man and Lee Wike got into a red sports car, one after the other. In the fifth photo, the two drove away together, leaving Liu Mengyao standing there alone with a face full of resentment. Solid proof. Netizens erupted in excitement. Lee Wike and Liu Mengyao are actually fighting over the same man? This guy must be amazing. I'm so jealous. Why the hell don't I get that lucky with women? 2 major beauties, 1 pure princess and 1 cat girl. How on earth did this guy deserve to be loved by both of them? Apparently he's a songwriter. According to the leaked info, he seems to be the creator of the song I Am a Little Bird. Oh my god, that is amazing. Lee Wike's fan groups exploded and countless people started swearing. Where the hell did this guy come from, daring to seduce my wife? Lee Wike is the goddess of my heart. Who is this guy? I'm going crazy. I won't allow anyone to defile her. Is this guy a scumbag? Did he dump Liu Mengyao just to play with our Wike? Everyone, please be rational. Wike deserves to have her own love life. Rational? No ordinary man is good enough for Lee Wike. She is so beautiful she shouldn't belong to anyone. She only belongs to us, her fans. I dug it up. The screenshot says he wrote 2 songs for SXH and both did really well. SXH must stand for Su Xinghao, and the guy who wrote songs for him is Jiang Zhou. Yes, it is Jiang Zhou. Look, the photo was taken outside the Mars Entertainment office building. Both Su Xinghao and Jiang Zhou are from Mars Entertainment. I'm going to tear this Jiang Zhou apart online. Damn it, he stole my wife. Brothers, let's attack together. Lee Wike's fan groups went into a frenzy. Her pure image could not be tarnished. In their minds, her beauty was the best gift from heaven. Now, this gift had actually been taken away by a nobody composer. It was completely unacceptable. Countless people rushed to the Weibo account Jiang Zhou had just opened. Under his only post, an automated message saying, "I have opened my Weibo. Please show me some support." There was suddenly a wave of backlash and abuse. Within just 2 hours, the comments soared to over 90,000, causing a sensation across the entire internet. More people reposted the news, and even more came just to watch the drama unfold. Fans of many other celebrities also flooded in, expressing their amazement. Lee Wike has only been debuted for 2 months, and she's already exposing a boyfriend. This is wild. Lee Wike is in real trouble now. Look, her fans have gone completely crazy, and they are all attacking the guy. Haha, Huaya promoted Lee Wike with a pure girl image, so she can't afford to have even a single scandal. Exactly. The crazier the fans get when they fall for a pure girl image, the more insane they become when a scandal breaks. Let's just wait and see how Huaya handles this situation. Jiang Zhou had just returned home and was about to turn on his computer to play a few games when his phone started ringing off the hook. It was a call from Li Mingyu. Jiang Zhou answered it, feeling puzzled. "Hello, Sister Mingyu." Li Mingyu said urgently, "Jiang Zhou, something huge has happened. Where are you right now?" Jiang Zhou said in surprise, "I'm at home. What happened?" He had a bad feeling in his gut. Li Mingyu said, Exasperated, "Oh, my dear brother, do you and Li Weik really have no idea what's going on? You two were photographed by paparazzi, and they've turned it into a massive scandal. The internet is in an absolute frenzy right now. What on earth is going on between you and Li Weik?" "Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me." Jiang Zhou stood up in shock. "Get over to the office right away. The people from Huaya are here to discuss how to handle this, and we need you to explain what happened." "All right, I'll head over right now. Wait for me." Jiang Zhou immediately grabbed his keys and headed out the door. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhou ran all the way out of his residential complex, hailed a taxi and rushed to the office. When Jiang Zhou arrived at the company, he pushed open the door to the high-level conference room on the 16th floor and walked in. A dozen or so people were sitting inside, talking with odd expressions on their faces. 7 or 8 of them were unfamiliar faces, all looking deeply worried. Jiang Zhou spotted Li Mingyu, Wang Zhenbang, and the manager of the company's public relations department. On the other side of the room, there was a woman around 37 or 38 years old whom he knew of. It was Luo Jing, the director of artist management at Huaya Media, and one of the most prominent agents in the industry. Sitting obediently next to her was Li Weik, whom Jiang Zhou also recognized, but he didn't know any of the others. "Sister Mingyu," Jiang Zhou called out, then nodded to the others in greeting. Upon seeing Jiang Zhou arrive, the people from Huaya Media all turned to look at him with scrutinizing eyes. "Are you Jiang Xiaorong?" Luo Jing asked, a rather peculiar look in her eyes. "Yes, I am." Jiang Zhou nodded. "I'm very sorry for causing everyone so much trouble. I will cooperate fully to resolve this." Luo Jing stared at Jiang Zhou for a moment before asking, "I've heard Weik's version of the story, but she wasn't very detailed or clear about it. Can you explain what happened at the time?" "Sure." Jiang Zhou took a seat, glanced at Li Weik and said, "Actually, it's very simple. Liu Mengyao is my ex-girlfriend. This afternoon, she suddenly stopped me out of nowhere to talk to me. Just then, Li Weik showed up. That's really all there is to it." "Why was Liu Mengyao crying?" Li Mingyu asked. Jiang Zhou shook his head. "From what I know of her, she's a very opportunistic and vain woman. I can guess what she was after. Since my songs have become popular, she probably wanted to get back on good terms with me to get some benefits. As for the tears, well, it was just a cheap trick to gain sympathy." Li Mingyu, Luo Jing, and the other managers all nodded, having gotten the gist of the situation. "And after that, you and Weik went to a cafe where she asked you to write a song for her?" Luo Jing stared intently at Jiang Zhou as she asked, trying to see if there were any discrepancies between his story and Li Weik's. "Yes, it was only the second time we'd ever met." Jiang Zhou glanced at Li Weik, who shrugged and spread her hands with a helpless expression. Luo Jing nodded slightly and fell into silent thought. After a brief pause, she looked up at Li Mingyu and said, "Why don't we cooperate and use this incident to generate some hype?" Li Mingyu smiled slightly and asked, "What are your thoughts?" One of them was the top agent at Huaya. The other was the top agent at Mars. As their eyes met, sparks flew. "My idea is to use this incident to directly build up hype for Li Weik's new song." Luo Jing stated her idea, her eyes flashing as she looked at Jiang Zhou and said, "However, the most important part of this of course belongs to teacher Jiang Xiaorong. We need your new song to lay the foundation. Otherwise the scandal won't be suppressed, and we won't be able to clear Li Weik's name." Jiang Zhou pondered and nodded, saying, "I have no problem on my end and can cooperate. I had already agreed to write a custom song for Li Weik anyway." Wang Zhenbang smiled and said, "Our Mars composition department will take this order. You guys just need to pay." Although the two entertainment companies were usually rivals, they did cooperate under certain circumstances, so they were not strangers to each other. "Great." Luo Jing smiled and said to Jiang Zhou, "We want to commission 3 songs suitable for Li Weik's innocent, classical style. Can you take this on, teacher Jiang?" An innocent classical style? Jiang Zhou was slightly stunned and looked at Li Weik. Li Weik couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and said reluctantly, "Sister Luo, I don't want to sing in an innocent classical style. Teacher Jiang and I have already agreed that I want songs in other styles." Luo Jing turned and asked, "You don't want to go with the innocent image?" "No." Li Weik shook her head like a rattle. "I want to sing rock, I want to rap, and I want to sing other types of ballads too. I just don't want to be an innocent girl." Ha ha ha. Many people in the meeting room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Zhou added, If it's writing traditional classical style songs, I haven't done any research or had any inspiration recently, so I might not be able to write them in a short time. But for other ballad styles, I do have a bit of inspiration lately, and I can basically produce a song in a day or two. The song Red High Heels, which he had just received as a reward, was originally planned to be released. It wouldn't hurt to let Li Wike sing it. If he had to bring out other songs, he would need to consume memory capsules. After all, back on Earth, he wasn't someone who loved listening to music or singing, so he hardly remembered any song. Luo Jing calmly tapped her fingers. After considering for a moment, she spoke. "All right, Wike, if you want to change your style, I can give you a chance to try it out. Teacher Jiang, once you write the song, you can send it to us to take a look. If it suits Li Wike, we will finalize it immediately." Jiang Zhou nodded, sure. Luo Jing looked at Li Mingyu again and said, "Regarding this scandal, Mars needs to cooperate with us in releasing a statement. The content will state that our Li Wike was asking Jiang Zhou for a song, and they are not boyfriend and girlfriend as rumored. This way, not only can we use this opportunity to hire online promoters to clear up the rumors, but Jiang Zhou can also take this chance to increase his popularity in the industry. It's a win-win." Li Mingyu smiled and said, "Sister Luo, we will cooperate." "Thank you." Luo Jing smiled and stood up, saying, "I would also like to congratulate you. I heard that 2 of Teacher Jiang's songs have been selected as the theme songs for the Mingdu International Games. Congratulations. Teacher Jiang's talent is truly amazing. His future is limitless." Jiang Zhou smiled modestly. "Sister Luo, please don't flatter me, or it'll go to my head." "Haha." Several people smiled and laughed. Luo Jing said with a smile, "All right, now that we've sorted things out, just wait for my word. We will release a joint statement. I believe that with the help of online promoters to shift public opinion, we can make good use of the hype to turn this scandal around. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. We will take our leave now." Li Mingyu smiled and said, "Looking forward to your call." "Okay." Luo Jing smiled and looked at Wang Zhenbang and Jiang Zhou. "President Wang, Teacher Jiang, goodbye." "Take care." Wang Zhenbang and Jiang Zhou both smiled, nodded, and saw them off. Li Wike walked up to Jiang Zhou and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. I'm used to going out without a mask, and I didn't expect to cause you trouble." Jiang Zhou smiled faintly. "It's no big deal, but it would be better if you keep a lower profile when you go out in the future." I'll keep that in mind." Li Wike blinked and smiled, waving her hand. "I'm heading back to Hangzhou tonight. Let's meet again when we have time." "All right," Jiang Zhou nodded with a smile. He saw everyone downstairs, in front of the Mars Entertainment headquarters. Li Mingyu smiled and shook hands with Luo Jing. "Sister Luo, it's getting late, so we won't keep you for coffee. Once this is all over, let's have a proper chat." Luo Jing also beamed and said, "Mingyu, you're being too polite. Once this is resolved, it's my treat. Oh, by the way, I have a set of cosmetics brought back from abroad that works really well. I'll give you a set to try out some other day." Li Mingyu smiled and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." "We are old friends, no need to be polite." Luo Jing laughed. "All right, no need to see us out anymore. We'll head off now. Go back and get some rest early." The crowd shook hands and said their goodbyes. It was only after seeing Luo Jing and her group leave that everyone quieted down. Jiang Zhou, not bad kid. Wang Zhenbang chuckled and patted Jiang Zhou on the shoulder, winking. "Even the beauties of Huaya have heard of your name and came in person to ask for songs." Jiang Zhou grinned. "Too bad they weren't attracted by my handsome looks. Otherwise, I'd be even happier." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The rumors about Li Wike's boyfriend continue to go viral, and many fans just cannot accept the news. Simply because Li Wike is too beautiful. Her looks are rare in the entire entertainment industry. She is so incredibly gorgeous that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her as devastatingly beautiful. Even a top second-generation rich heir of Xia country described Li Wike as the most beautiful woman in the universe, which shows just how mind-blowing her looks are. And Li Wike is probably the only one in many years who managed to take the entire entertainment industry by storm right after her debut. Yet, news of her having a boyfriend was leaked online complete with faux evidence. Social media platforms are about to explode. Countless people flooded Jiang Zhou's Weibo account to curse him out, denouncing Jiang Zhou and saying he is not good enough for Li Weike. After leaving the house today, Jiang Zhou wore a hat and a mask the entire time, not daring to show his face at all. Whether on the subway or outside the steamed bun shop on the street, he heard people discussing the news about Li Weike's boyfriend. When he arrived downstairs at Mars Entertainment's office building, there was a huge crowd of reporters waiting, with cameras and lenses set up on the plaza outside, waiting for Jiang Zhou to appear. Seeing this setup, Jiang Zhou had to wait for a large crowd of people to pass by and blend in with them to successfully enter the company. In the elevator. Hey, did you guys hear? Yesterday, Li Weike came to Mars, and in the end, she left hand in hand with our teacher Jiang. Holding hands? Oh yeah, I heard. The internet has been exploding since last night. Yeah, our teacher Jiang is awesome, to actually win over a beauty of Li Weike's level. Actually, I think they make a great couple. Why do so many people say teacher Jiang isn't good enough for her? I think it's just pure jealousy. Many people would rather destroy something they can't have than see someone else get it. Standing at the back of the crowd, Jiang Zhou really couldn't listen to any more of this, so he pulled down his mask and coughed twice. Someone turned around, gasped in surprise, and said, "Teacher Jiang, you are taking the elevator too?" The entire elevator fell silent for a brief second, and then suddenly erupted with everyone talking at once, bombarding Jiang Zhou with questions. "Teacher Jiang, is Li Weike really your girlfriend?" "Teacher Jiang, when did you and Li Weike meet?" "Teacher Jiang, when do you and Li Weike plan to go public with your relationship?" When the elevator reached the 11th floor, Jiang Zhou rushed into his office as if running for his life, quickly shutting and locking the door before collapsing into his office chair. "Phew, that almost killed me." Jiang Zhou patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Back when he was on Earth, he used to envy stars who were surrounded by massive crowds whenever they went out. Now that he had experienced it firsthand, he realized how miserable it actually felt. Well, luckily I'm leaving for Mingdu in 2 days. I can escape this for a while. After thinking it over, Jiang Zhou decided to give the song Red High Heels, which had already been copyrighted, to Li Weike today. As for the recording of I Caught a Cold in That Corner, he was still in the process of choosing a singer. Since it was going to be used as background music for a commercial, a complete version had to be recorded so that even people who didn't know much about music could tell if it sounded good. Fortunately, this short song was relatively easy to record. After looking through the company's singer profiles and listening to their voices, he picked out a girl. In the afternoon, at the recording studio, Teacher Jiang, a girl about 20 years old, walked into the recording studio excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration and respect. Jiang Zhou nodded and smiled. "You must be Tang Xin, right?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Yes, Teacher Jiang, I'm Tang Xin, a sophomore at Shenyang Arts College. I admire you so much." "Oh," Jiang Zhou smiled. "What is there to admire about me?" Could it be that the songs he released had attracted a little fangirl? Jiang Zhou felt a little secretly pleased, only for her to say, "Because Li Weike is your girlfriend, of course. You are so amazing. She is so beautiful, and all the guys in my class like her. I can't believe you actually won her over, Teacher Jiang." Tang Xin said as if it were the most natural thing in the world, stars in her eyes. She clasped her hands over her chest and looked at Jiang Zhou with adoration, as if it was the most incredible achievement. Jiang Zhou's face darkened. Where did this girl come from? Does she even know how to talk? Unbelievable. Talk about bringing up a sore subject. Li Weike's name had been making him jumpy all day. He had finally braced himself to leave the office to record a song, only to be hit over the head by those 3 words again. Don't let your mind wander at such a young age. Let's record the song. Jiang Zhou waved his hand in frustration and put on the headphones. Oh. Seeing that Jiang Zhou was unhappy, Tang Xin stuck her tongue out, walked into the recording booth, and stood behind the microphone. Tang Xin's voice was very clean and pure. When this lyricless song was performed in her voice, it sounded very close to the original version by Fiona Fung. After one take, both engineers in the recording studio gave a thumbs up. Beautiful. Very nice. The young girl is a great fit for this song. Jiang Zhou was also pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Tang Xin to pass in just one take, without any mistakes or flaws. Tang Xin ran out happily. Teacher Jiang, how was my Dalala singing? 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Zhou's forehead. Your Dalala was great. So, is it a pass? Tang Xin asked expectantly. Jiang Zhou originally wanted to bluntly say no pass, but seeing the mix of anticipation and anxiety in Tang Xin's big eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. It's very good, you passed. Tang Xin jumped up. Awesome. Teacher Jiang, I knew I was the best. At school, my teachers always praise me for my standard pronunciation and beautiful singing voice. Jiang Zhou finally couldn't help himself. Right, you are the fattest. Tang Xin froze on the spot. The studio engineers were also stunned for a moment. The house band burst into laughter. Teacher Jiang, I'm not fat. Tang Xin looked down at her stomach, snorted, tossed her ponytail and turned her back on him. Jiang Zhou helped. Ha ha ha, the engineers and the house band laughed merrily. After finishing the recording, once post-production was complete, Jiang Zhou took the finished version of the song to see Wang Zhenbang. Chief, I've written the background music for the phone company's commercial. I've sent it to your email, please have a listen. Wang Zhenbang said in surprise, that fast. I only handed down the assignment a few days ago. For other people, writing a song takes at least 2 or 3 months. And for some, it might take 6 months to a year without guaranteed results. Jiang Zhou's efficiency was simply frightening. Jiang Zhou chuckled. Well, I'm going to Mingdu in 2 days, so I wanted to speed things up. Besides, once you hear the tune I wrote, you'll see it's very simple. Wang Zhenbang nodded half-believingly and opened his email. Okay, let me listen. If it's good, I'll send it directly to the phone manufacturer. The email opened and the music player started playing. As the Dalala melody started, Wang Zhenbang felt a sudden jolt, like an electric shock running through his body, leaving him pleasantly numb. The song was very short. After listening to it, Wang Zhenbang stared at Jiang Zhou in shock. You really have some unique ideas. This song sounds like a demo, right? No lyrics. Jiang Zhou said, exactly. It sounds good precisely because there's no lyrics. If it had lyrics, it wouldn't have the same vibe. Wang Zhenbang thought for a moment and nodded. True, it does seem quite nice without lyrics. Alright, leave contacting the phone manufacturer to me. You can head back now. You can spend the next 2 days however you want, and buy whatever you need for your trip to Mingdu. So he was being given time off. Jiang Zhou was overjoyed. Thank you, Chief. Wang Zhenbang smiled, picked up his teacup for a sip, and watched Jiang Zhou leave the office.
Leaving Wang Zhenbang's office, Jiang Zhou bumped into Xia Xiaoyu coming his way. Jiang Zhou, someone is looking for you. I had him wait in your office. Jiang Zhou asked, confused, who is it? Xia Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know him either. Go take a look. He seems to be from our talent department, but then again, maybe not. I don't think they'd have anyone that ugly in the talent department. Jiang Zhou nodded and headed back to his office. Who could it be, looking for him at this hour and apparently from the talent department? While he was quietly guessing, the person inside must have heard his footsteps because the door was open, and they immediately got up and stuck their head out to look. Mr. Jiang, Qin Jingwei grinned and ran up to him when he saw Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it's you. Come on in, take a seat. He couldn't help but look Qin Jingwei over. His hair was a bit messy, he still had dark circles under his eyes, some acne on his face, and a bluish stubble. He really was far from handsome. He was definitely the type who would blend right to a crowd. No wonder Xiaoyu said he was ugly, Jiang Zhou thought to himself. Mr. Jiang, since I heard you're heading to Mingdu next month, I came to ask you about next month's music chart push, Qin Jingwei said with an embarrassed chuckle. Jiang Zhou walked into the office to get some water from the dispenser and said casually, just let the charts take their natural course. Don't stress too much. It's great if we get a good rank, but it's fine if we don't. Suddenly, Jiang Zhou turned around and noticed 2 boxes sitting on the floor next to the sofa. Noticing Jiang Zhou's gaze, Qin Jingwei laughed it off, saying, oh, I saw a nut shop running a promotion when I went out at noon, so I just grabbed some. You can eat them on your way to Mingdu in a couple of days, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Zhou glanced at Qin Jingwei, realizing that his reason for coming had nothing to do with the new song charts. That was just an excuse. His real goal was to deliver those 2 boxes of nuts and use the opportunity to get closer to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou walked over to the sofa, set down his cup, and smiled. All right, saves me a trip to the supermarket anyway. I'll take them. Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Qin Jingwei breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had been worried that Jiang Zhou wouldn't like the gift. Gift givers dread nothing more than having their gifts returned. It leaves them feeling unsettled. The recipients are just the opposite. They actually fear receiving gifts because once they accept them, they have to get things done. If it's a minor favor, it's fine, but if it's something complicated and troublesome, it becomes a headache. So the giver doesn't want the gift returned, and the receiver doesn't want to accept it in the first place. Mr. Jiang, if you need help packing or preparing anything over the next couple of days, just say the word and I'll be there, Qin Jingwei added. Jiang Zhou readily agreed, sure. If I need help, I definitely won't hesitate to ask. Qin Jingwei chuckled sheepishly and stood up. Well, I'll let you get back to work then, Mr. Jiang. I won't disturb you anymore. Once you're back from Mingdu, I'll come by again to ask for your guidance. Jiang Zhou didn't insist otherwise since he really had things to do, so he got up to see Qin Jingwei out. Once he sent Qin Jingwei off, Jiang Zhou sat behind his desk and dialed Li Wei's number. Ring. Ring. The line kept ringing with no answer. After waiting for a moment just as Jiang Zhou was about to hang up, the call went through. Hello, Mr. Jiang? My phone was on silent just now, so I didn't hear it, came Li Wei's voice. Recognizing Li Wei's voice, Jiang Zhou let out a sigh of relief. He had thought he dialed the wrong number, since they had only exchanged numbers and never actually contacted each other before. Li Wei, I've finished writing the song, I'll send you the demo to listen to. Li Wei said in pleasant surprise, that fast? Jiang Zhou smiled. It's alright. I already had the inspiration for it, and I just finished polishing the whole song. That's still really fast, Li Wei said happily. Mr. Jiang, send it to my email. If it's good, we can lock it in right away. Sure. Send me your email address on the messaging app, Jiang Zhou said. Okay, Li Wei said before hanging up. Li Wei sent her email address through the app, and Jiang Zhou sent the demo of Red High Heels to her inbox. About an hour and a half later, Li Wei called back, sounding absolutely thrilled. Mr. Jiang, I love this song. It has a laid-back, lazy feel to it. It's very unique. Jiang Zhou chuckled, glad you like it. Shall we lock this one in then? Yes is the one. Li Wei said gleefully, I'll have my agency sign the contract right away. Next time I'm in Shanghai, dinner is on me. Oh no, I'm terrified of eating out now. Jiang Zhou quickly declined with a laugh. Next time you come to Shanghai, remember to change your car and disguise yourself well. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare eat with you. Haha, Mr. Jiang, are you a case of once bitten, twice shy? Li Wei was amused, her voice sounding crisp and pleasant over the phone. I guess so, Jiang Zhou replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. March 31st, the last day of March. Having been given the day off by the company, Jiang Zhou slept in. While still in a deep sleep, he was awakened by his ringing phone. He groped around for his phone and answered it with his eyes half closed. Xiao Jiang, that commercial background music you wrote got approved. Wang Zhenbang's loud laughter came through. Jiang Zhou snapped his eyes open, instantly awake, and sat up in bed. Xiao Jiang, the client was absolutely blown away after hearing that song. They've already transferred the commission to our company account. Be paid out with your salary. You're getting a 700,000 cut for this song. Jiang Zhou smiled. Boss, dinner's on me after work today. Let's go grab some skewers and do karaoke. Wang Zhenbang laughed. I've been waiting for you to say that. I'll organize the team then and see how many people want to come. Great, Jiang Zhou replied. When others in the company finished a big project, they would also throw a treat. No one had high expectations. A simple barbecue at a food stall would do. The cost was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the commission, but the lively atmosphere was what really brought joy to everyone. The composition department had a large staff, so typically not everyone would attend. Having 30 to 50 people show up was already a lot, costing only a few thousand yuan. Even if Jiang Zhou added a session of karaoke, a total spending of just over 10,000 yuan would be about enough.